Gadamer, and the transmission of history. Jerome Veith. Introduction. The past is finished, so much is clear. Yet it is difficult to determine exactly what kind of finality it possesses. Certainly it cannot be changed or undone. It stands, remains, and retains significance. Were it the case that this significance remained univocal or stable, one could not speak of multiple interpretations of the past. One could extrapolate from the facts only a bare and unchanging meaning that the past possesses. Yet somehow, while being utterly complete, the past continues to be reactivated in different ways. In a talk delivered in Boston in 2009, the German jurist and writer Bernhard Schlink discussed several ways in which the heritage of World War II has been received domestically by the various generations since its occurrence. First came an initial resistance against investigating the war's atrocities, then there was a thorough confrontation between younger and older generations, and now more recent generations react with apathy, ennui, even resentment toward remembrance of the war. They have grown weary of a standardized moralistic narrative, of visiting yet another memorial or museum, of being burdened with events that, to them, seem long past. This latter stance, though perhaps not consciously, is a clear response to the fixed message with which remembrance has been imbued over 6 decades. By sweepingly dismissing this message, some attempt to liberate themselves from the responsibility and perceived burden of remembering the one-sanctioned account. Yet Schlink contends that, while the past indeed cannot be mastered and given a finalized, univocal meaning, it can certainly also never be dismissed completely, as this would itself constitute an impossible finality. Instead, the way that each generation takes up or rejects its past depends on that generation's own reactions, questions, and concerns, and this precisely prevents a dismissal of the past, as it entails that history will simply become present in a different way for them. Coming to terms with the past, gleaning meaning from it, is an apparently universal human concern. Yet it evidently means something other than ensuring remembrance through the permanent formulation of lessons, or else rejecting memory completely for an ostensible new beginning. Rather, the exercise of memory, the understanding of history, means to leave historical meaning and the significance of the past unconditioned by predetermined expectations or categories, to engage with it openly and by consciously acknowledging its role in one's present concerns. It would be inaccurate to describe this as a move from active preservation to passive acceptance. However, the process of understanding history clearly involves both. Yet to grasp this shift, and to elaborate what an open engagement with history entails, involves nothing less than a complete reconception of how humans participate in and advance history. Point 2. Hans-Georg Gadamer, himself a witness to the entire 20th century's historical developments, provides just such a reconception in his philosophical hermeneutics. His magnum opus Truth and Method, with its core assertion of the historicity of understanding, attempts to describe individual interpretive experience, and thereby the movement of history in general, more adequately than philosophies based in epistemological frameworks. Gadamer analyzes our intrinsic ontological involvement with the past and underscores that tradition, or historical transmission, is something that we always stand within and continually pass along. It is a process that, because of its continuity and fluidity, especially also its linguistic register, will always generate understanding in different ways. Importantly, and contrary to many detractors of Gadamer's hermeneutics, this does not relinquish the notion of any meaning in history whatsoever, nor relegate the pursuit of truth to relativized, incommensurable subjects. Instead, it challenges us to inquire into the way that truth occurs within history and the differential space of intersubjectivity, to uncover what makes the continually different understandings of history possible to begin with, and to ask what kind of truth these interpretations amount to. As Gadamer puts it, the task of hermeneutics, seen philosophically, consists in asking what kind of understanding, what kind of Science-Wissenschaft it is, that is itself advanced by historical change. 3. Two crucial aspects of Gadamer's conception of history immediately show through here. The first is that historical transmission is taken to advance something, it bears a force, has an effect, is effective, werksam. Thus, when Gadamer develops his central concept of werkingsgeskiklikheidsbewustzijn, or consciousness of historical effect, often also translated as historically affected consciousness, the effect here denotes not an effect in history, as if it involved tracing an idea's influence over time or some event's causal repercussions like ripple dynamics in a wave chamber, but an effect of history, a genitive in which history itself bears the character of an active and transmissive event. To be sure, it may be through the engagement with specific effects in history that we ultimately come to encounter history's effect reflectively. Indeed, herein lies the significance of exposure to historical material, but this latter effect is an ongoing supportive ground of the course of events, for and while there can indeed be an alienating temporal distance between ourselves and particular aspects of the past, we nevertheless always belong to the transmission of events in general, what one should call Überlieferung in contrast to the more specific German term tradition or cultural tradition. To be conscious of this constant transmission and our belongingness to it means to encounter history as an undetermined and ongoing source, rather than as a medium or a sealed container of past occurrences that merely have residual effects because of their erstwhile prominence or force. Thus, the consciousness of historical effect entails a twofold insight concerning historical truth itself. It is a recognition both of one's own participation in the process of transmission and of the kind of meaning that results from this engagement. Yet more is involved in this consciousness than just a metacognition of historicity, and Gadamer's characterization of history as an address lends some clarity to the notion that it is an understanding that arises here. For an address elicits a response, which initiates a dialogue through which understanding can occur. This leads to the second point, namely that the knowing that Gadamer takes history to advance is a Wissenschaft, a science in the broad sense of a human pursuit of truth. It is the object and nature of the science that is at issue in philosophical hermeneutics, and that Gadamer seeks to clarify and contrast with the methodological truth of the natural sciences. While the historical situatedness of understanding pervades all human experience, it is when one reflectively engages in dialogue with the historical effect of the situation that truth arises. Though not possessing the character of objectivity that one expects from natural science, this truth nevertheless has a discursive valence, exemplified paradigmatically in the work of art, but reigning throughout those human sciences where the aim is not primarily a finalization of fact. The aim, instead, is the continual arrival at interpretations, a process that, given the character of historical effect just indicated, requires an openness to historical claims to meaning, a willingness to reside in their questionability and always reapply their significance in light of one's situation. To show that this interpretive aim is not a purely theoretical concern, Gadamer underscores the similarity between the historical task of application and the moral task of phronesis as outlined in Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. Crucial to any such practical wisdom, after all, is the ongoing development and deployment of experience, a process that Gadamer believes to lie at the core of the consciousness of historical effect, yet that he laments as one of the still most obscure concepts we possess. 5 To Aristotle, it is clear at the very least that the phronimos is experienced only if he knows himself in relation to his past, his broader aims, and the demands of his present surroundings. Most importantly, he must understand that this knowledge is liable to revision. To Gadamer, the openness demanded in the application of historical meaning has a similar connection to self-understanding and social aims, and thus holds not only in the realm of science, but in all human conduct. Yet as Schlink's example above and countless others show, neither the recognition of history's effective address nor the open interpretive discourse with its meaning is a guaranteed result of human historical involvement. They remain cultural and philosophical tasks for us. The need for a hermeneutic elaboration of history's effect, and of the truth that it advances, lies precisely in our typical failure to recognize this effect, partly because we stand within it, but largely because we lack an adequate conception of how it occurs. Whether this lack stems from unresolved crises of 19th century historical consciousness, from the remnants of positivist models of truth, or from some other source, remains to be seen. The danger that the privation poses, however, is none other than a complete abnegation of our nature as historical beings, and thereby of our concomitant transmissive responsibilities. Stated at the outset of Truth and Method, Gadamer's goal in response to this lack and danger is clear: to correct false thinking about what the human sciences and the conduct of life are. 6. This goal's phrasing is doubly significant. On the one hand, it underscores the broad horizon, in fact, the universality, of Gadamer's hermeneutics, one that reaches beyond the confines of mere conceptual clarification to human conduct itself. Indeed, as Gadamer has frequently asserted, his theoretical contribution to the grasp of historical understanding goes hand in hand with a practical philosophy. For while his inquiry could be said to lie in a long tradition of metaphysical questioning about human temporality, what is at stake is not merely a reformulation of the concept of history, a revised philosophy of history in light of recent theoretical upheavals. Gadamer's philosophical corrective strikes not only at an important philosophical issue, but at the root of human cultivation and social life itself. He contends that an adequate grasp of our historical situatedness will engender a transformation of our stance toward history and reveal the ethical task of hearing and responding to history's constant address. 7. Taking on this task, in turn, will ideally give rise to a critical consciousness. 8. That acknowledges the ways that the past already ensnares us and repeatedly makes claims upon us, that applies this awareness to human scientific and social endeavors, and that develops a cultural memory that avoids sedimentation. It is only through this task, Gadamer believes, that we might disabuse ourselves of the tendency to foist lessons of the past on future generations, or, what is perhaps worse, to ignore the historical altogether. On the other hand, Gadamer focuses his hermeneutic corrective upon the seemingly narrow horizon of the historical human sciences. 9. Inquiring about their possibility, he intends for them to gain a better self-understanding of the historical effect from which they derive their truth. 10. There is a good reason for this focus on Gadamer's part, and for the fact that he utters it along with general human conduct in one breath. Gadamer is well aware that the task of openness to historical meaning cannot be surmounted once and for all, and that a critical consciousness cannot be delineated formally through a set of norms. Philosophical hermeneutics, after all, is in the business not of setting methodological guidelines for understanding, but of inquiring into its conditions of possibility. 11. Just as the task of openness itself is not posited subjectively or dogmatically, but arises in the very engagement with the past, so an openness to history does not consist in a subjective decision or the mastery of a technique, but must instead be cultivated as an ongoing human practice in the face of historical change. The humanities, at their core, represent just such practices. Their subject matter is characterized by questionability, the openness of which consists in the fact that the answer is not settled. 12. By focusing on these sciences, and with his goal of bringing them to a proper and explicit self-understanding of their historicality, Gadamer underscores their deep connection to human historical existence as such. They thematize, question, and learn from the historical ground that always already supports and shapes our understanding. In drawing this connection to our attention, Gadamer indicates a way that the broader enactment of openness might be practiced, learned, and cultivated. While himself perhaps too reticent to call for this cultivation on a wide institutional scale, Gadamer finds exemplary resources for this hermeneutic training both in Platonic dialectic, the linguistic bearing of which is intimately tied to ethical commitments, and in the German tradition of Bildung, whose formative aim lies not in a specific curriculum but in a stance of keeping oneself open to what is other. 13. And of acknowledging the past in its otherness, but in such a way that it has something to say to me. 14. This dialogical stance, however, along with the practical insights that it presupposes, can be developed only on the basis of an awareness of the historicity of understanding. This, in turn, is made possible through encounters with actual historical material that serves as a site of questionability, be it an artwork, text, event, place, person, or idea. The humanities thus occupy a central position at the intersection of historical understanding and social existence. They are not merely a paradigm of historical application, a structural example of how one might go about interpreting the past critically, rather, they actually serve as a middle term of sorts through which one first arrives at anything like a social reason or critical consciousness. Point 15. Drawing out the full implications of Gadamer's theory, one arrives at the conclusion that the human sciences serve to cultivate, through their reflective enactment of historical experience, a type of human conduct that is adequate to its historical nature. This conduct would be of a kind that is both free and responsive to its situatedness. The aim of the present work is to elaborate in detail Gadamer's argument leading up to this conclusion regarding the humanities, their historical core, and its ethical significance. In tracing this entailment, the work will delineate the constellation of ideas forming Gadamer's hermeneutic reconception of historical understanding while investigating its ramifications for ethical life. The gravitational center of this constellation lies in the concept of historical effect. My approach will involve an exhaustive analysis of this concept, along with its origins, limits, and aporia. Yet since Gadamer's account of historical effect is not located in any single work, but is spread across decades of writings and connected to an array of accompanying concepts, a direct exegetical approach to this analysis is unthinkable. I will therefore undertake this analysis simultaneously both from within Gadamer's conceptual framework, elucidating the core principles and their fundamental ambiguities, and by considering these principles in relation to those of other philosophers whose thought concerning historical understanding influenced Gadamer's. This latter approach can certainly be justified methodologically, but it also has quite strong reasons internal to the subject matter. Given the dialogical nature of Gadamer's thought, elaborating any of his concepts in abstracto would severely stunt the hermeneutical provenance of his ideas, and would thereby renounce the very principle of historical effect in question. Instead, a better grasp of Gadamer's own situation in discourse with the tradition will help clarify his position with respect to the concept of this tradition's underlying and ongoing transmission. The analysis of this transmission will thus proceed by way of an outward concentric movement, from the core of Gadamer's conceptual framework, to his immediate philosophical environment, to broader and more universal issues in critical historical thinking. This movement will also coincide with a regression of sorts, from the 20th century to the 18th, from Heidegger's influence on Gadamer through Hegel's substantial modifying force to Kant's lasting effect. It will become clear through this path of inquiry that Gadamer not only formulates conceptually what it means to understand historically, but places this formulation in concrete contexts, and thereby also enacts the very consciousness of historical effect that he describes. Point 16. Through this analysis, which takes place in the first 4 chapters and draws on texts spanning Gadamer's career, I will gradually elaborate how he takes a critical historical consciousness to operate in, rather than above or beyond, the intertwining or interplay of self and tradition. The remaining step, in the final chapter, will be to trace the possible genesis of this critical consciousness, which amounts to the cultivation and application of experience, to the practices of the historical human sciences. What follows is a brief outline of the book's individual chapters. At the core of Gadamer's universal theory of understanding lies his account of historical effect and the historicity of understanding. Yet since this effect and historicity are not simply forces that act upon us, but constitute both the medium of our activity and our activity as such, they cannot be described as mere qualities attached to some independent or underlying existence. They envelop the totality of our relations with the world, and represent the ongoing interpretive side of our intertwining with time and altruity. Point 17. Because of this aspect, historical effect and historicity are not adequately studied from fixed or sediment poles, of either tradition or the subject, but are instead to be investigated in their constant enactment. The opacity of this chiasmic and enacted structure, as well as the difficulty in describing it, has typically led to misunderstandings of Gadamer's position with regard to historical transmission. Rather than investigating the in-between space of interpretation as such, one has taken him to espouse some form of one-sidedness in the relation. Chapter 1 will untangle and elucidate the finer points of historical effects intertwining, in order to show its foundational role within Gadamer's theory as a whole, to dispel misreadings of his position on tradition, and to indicate the ethical significance of that position. An initial section will also delineate the stance with regard to those he takes to be inadequate altogether. On a conceptual level, it will be necessary to investigate the operation of prejudice and interpretive horizons, the notion of fusion and application, and the primacy of questioning. By then transposing the discussion of historical meaning into an ethical register, I will begin to uncover the significance of historical effect with regard to alterity and social life. This will prepare the way for more complex comparative analyses in the central chapters. Chapter 2 clarifies Gadamer's relation to Heidegger on the question of historical belonging. After a thorough account of Heidegger's own development on the subject of history and temporality, I investigate points of proximity between the two thinkers, which prominently include the concepts of facticity and enactment. A further step then describes the distance that separates Gadamer from Heidegger, finding expression in such issues as destruction, language, and attunement. My overall aim here is to show that, while deeply indebted to many of Heidegger's insights on the theme of historical understanding and situatedness, Gadamer departs from his teacher in two crucial respects. First, he sustains the inquiry into conditions of human freedom and cultivation that Heidegger fails to pursue to their full extent even in Being and Time, and completely neglects afterward. Second, Gadamer refuses to follow Heidegger with respect to the notion of a forgottenness of being, and his theories concerning retrieval through the overcoming of metaphysics. Pervading Gadamer's relation to Heidegger, I wish to argue, is a separation that amounts to an ethical turn 18. In this turn, it is the social dimension of historical understanding that comes to the fore. In separating from Heidegger on this point, Gadamer looks to Hegel for inspiration. Chapter 3 will accordingly outline how Hegel's theories regarding mediation and development enter into Gadamer's thoughts on historicity. Each of these thinkers, in his own dialectic, strives to situate understanding within an intersubjective space that accords principles their own movement and force. Yet while Gadamer recognizes Hegel's elevation of self-consciousness above the immediate subjective realm as a praiseworthy shattering of the predominance of subjectivism, 19 Gadamer worries about attributing this elevation to a reflective activity of just another form of consciousness, in this case the historical self-consciousness of Geist. The mediation at work in experience is, for Gadamer, something that ultimately always happens to us, not something of which we are in complete control, whether as individuals or as a rational, political, and geistic community. Gadamer thus stresses the need to admit an experience that exceeds the omnipotence of reflection. 20 Such an experience is entailed precisely in the factical limits of historical effect, which circumscribe reflective consciousness both at its present situated root and in its open futural development. This concession to what Hegel calls bad infinity ultimately involves an opacity at the heart of historical situatedness that must always be played out in an infinite dialogue, rather than eventually being subsumed in thought. In this way, Gadamer can be said to open Hegel's system. Another thinker to whom Gadamer bears such an ambivalent relation is Kant, whose notion of reflection maintains a strong hold on hermeneutic practice while also bearing the brunt of Gadamer's criticism. Contrary to continued accusations of romanticism, Gadamer takes the consciousness of historical effect to indeed amount to a form of reflective social reason, but he also turns Kant's own warning about reason overstepping its bounds back toward Enlightenment aspirations themselves, deeming them illusory. Reflection, Gadamer holds, will always remain situated. Chapter 4 traces the more recent forgetfulness concerning this situatedness back to Kant's critique of judgment, which, due to its bridging function between Enlightenment and humanism, remains a lasting challenge to our thinking. 21 Gadamer elucidates this challenge by delimiting the dual reduction of the hermeneutic, applied core of praxis in the third critique. Taste is limited there to the realm of aesthetics, out of the center of philosophy. 22 And furthermore has value only as a formal feeling, meaning that its normativity is severely stunted. 23 By retrieving a self-sufficiency of art that avoids reductive subjectivization, Gadamer connects the aesthetic back to historical human self-understanding. Gadamer's wager is that the moral relevance of the artwork steers us towards the idea of art's ability to enable man to encounter himself in the human, historical world. 24. Taking up the analyses from chapters 1 to 4, chapter 5 presents the potential impact of historical effect, through the humanities, on human conduct as such. The stance of the consciousness of historical effect amounts to a form of social reflection that, in its attentive openness, bears resemblance to Aristotle's ethical ideal of practical wisdom, and involves a similar primacy over methodical technique. The humanities play a central role in bringing our historical situation to light, and thus in cultivating an adequate stance with regard to tradition and its transmission. Indeed, if the humanities fail to identify and align with their historical and experiential core, they risk pursuing paths that are alien to their nature. By uncovering the historically affected nature of understanding and tracing its universality, Gadamer can elucidate the significance of the humanities and begin to outline their transformative capacity with regard to human conduct. By encompassing everything from texts to human relations, the engagement with historical material in the humanities ultimately represents a formation of freedom and a concomitant development of communal praxis. This broad relation of the humanities to social existence might be considered an external application of Gadamer's thought, one of the many ways in which hermeneutics is currently being taken up by other disciplines. 25 Yet since historical effect, on Gadamer's conception, is a universal characteristic of human hermeneutic situatedness, it is present wherever we engage in or draw on experience. Moreover, Gadamer himself stressed the expansion of hermeneutics beyond the sphere of philosophy and the humanities into issues of social reason and political discourse, such that these applications are actually endemic to hermeneutic practice itself. In this respect, the present work aims to make explicit some of the core theoretical commitments of Gadamer's thought, to synthesize strains that weave throughout his corpus, and to underscore their practical ramifications. It ultimately treats historicity as an effect that pervades human conduct and that accordingly poses to everyone a reflective and ethical task. 1. From structure to task. Historical effect. Until the early 20th century, hermeneutics, the study of understanding and interpretation, had tended to identify itself as a practice in search of the right methods, by means of which it hoped to become something akin to a science. Taking issue with this alignment toward modern scientific methodology, and critiquing the subjectivistic limitations it entails for any non-methodical truth, Gadamer formulates his philosophical hermeneutics as a description not of the proper technique of understanding, how it should proceed, but of the general ways in which it does proceed. Briefly put, he intends to go beyond modern science's concept of method and to think, in fundamental universality, what always occurs. This goal, which Gadamer expands beyond mere textual situations and explicitly associates with Kant's transcendental project, amounts to an account of the a priori conditions of all understanding. 2. Gadamer ultimately concludes that these conditions are limited by the finitude inherent in our historicity and linguisticality. Situated within these conditions, we are subject to their constraining structures as if by supersubjective powers, 3 and cannot reach a position in isolation from them. Understanding, considered hermeneutically, is thus always situated. Yet this situation does not amount to a privation of possibility, instead, it is paradoxically precisely within these limitations that all of our potential insights and developments are located. As historical beings, we may not be able to raise ourselves above history to ascertain its course, necessity, or overall purpose, but we have the capacity to understand our history from within, and to always do so differently. In this way, we are also generative of the very history that conditions us. This process takes place in the speculative medium of language, named so because it mirrors reality in a way that first makes the latter accessible to us, such that we can never reach an initial basis or a final formulation that would exist eternally apart from experience. Our thrownness into language actually frees us from the constraining illusion of univocal meanings and permanent formulations, and frees us up for a discourse that is infinitely iterable. This discursive linguistic aspect of Gadamer's hermeneutics has drawn much attention, not least for its significance in the philosophy of language, but also in its relation to post-structural/deconstructive philosophy, social philosophy, poetics, and the philosophy of art. Gadamer's own emphasis tends to fall on this aspect of his philosophy, as it represents an intuitive point of access for anyone engaged in communication. Point 4. Yet while language may be construed as the basis of Gadamer's hermeneutic ontology, it is at most a condition equiprimordial with historicity, one structural moment of the same phenomenon without primacy over the other. This equiprimordiality makes it just as difficult to shift in the other direction and view historicity as the more fundamental layer of understanding. One might instead describe historicity as the motor at the core of our experience that always finds its enactment in the realm of language. 5. Gadamer conceives of this historicity under the heading of historical effect, Wirkungsgeschichte, and while the latter could be said to serve as the main principle of his hermeneutics from which all others can be derived. 6. It does not stand apart from, nor logically prior to, our involvement in language. Taking over an insight from Heidegger, Gadamer deems it more appropriate to speak of historicity or historicality, Geschichtlichkeit, than Temporality, Zeitlichkeit, since human experience bears the character of occurrence, Geschehen, and this is a codeterminant of, rather than simply a temporal container or condition for, linguistic expression. Point 7. However, even this core principle of historicity contains ambiguities that are not immediately resolvable and that render opaque not only the nature of language, but also the role of the subject situated in history. In fact, it is due to this lack of clarity that historical effect, and thus Gadamer's position as a whole, has frequently been misconstrued. One of these misreadings is that, since he stresses our historical boundedness, Gadamer has been taken to espouse either a form of traditionalism or perspectival relativism. However, this conforms neither to Gadamer's self-understanding nor to the conceptual foundation of his philosophy. His formulation of an interplay 8, in an Anderspiel, in historicity is intended to eschew several inimical conceptions of history and human historicality, as they all make pernicious assumptions concerning our relation to history, selfhood, and alterity. The present chapter will begin with a brief outline of these positions. The subsequent analysis of historicity will show how Gadamer responds to and supersedes these stances. The aim is to elucidate the ambiguities at the heart of historical effect, revealing its structure as a situated, intertwined relation and performative enactment, its disclosure of finitude as the fundamental insight 9 of philosophical hermeneutics, and, by virtue of this insight, its consequences for the broader philosophical issues of social life and ethics. After all, although Gadamer viewed his project as a largely descriptive endeavor, his concepts are not without their intended philosophical repercussions. Point 10. Though these are not normative in a strict sense, telling us the steps by which we are supposed to understand, they nevertheless act as a corrective to improper ways of conceiving human historicality, and thus the universal conditions of our understanding. Hermeneutic concepts correct and refine the way in which constantly exercised understanding understands itself. 11. And thus play a role in cultivating something like social reason. In line with this role, the oneness of horizons that Gadamer takes to underlie historicity turns out to be neither a relativist indifference to strangeness nor an essentialist demand for complete familiarity. Based on its finite and dialogical character, the oneness can instead be considered a form of freedom, operative throughout the present enactment of our inherently historical situation. Yet for the same dialogical reasons, oneness remains an interpretive task, a social and ethical achievement that requires attention and cultivation. Situating historical effect. Gadamer's concept of historical effect did not arise in a vacuum, nor can it be considered independently of the positions to which it responds. As philosophical hermeneutics in general develops out of a long tradition of dealing with interpretive and epistemological issues, Gadamer's own core concepts are part of the development of historical consciousness from the 18th century to the present, and his entire thought bears the mark of intense dialogue with this evolution. One might even say that Gadamer's elaboration of historical effect is performative and reflexive, precipitated by the very conditions it describes. Philosophical hermeneutics thus stands deeply indebted to a discourse that it nevertheless intends to correct and supplant. To present this discourse in its entirety is obviously beyond the scope of this work. Point 12. However, The theme of Gadamer's philosophical origins remains a fertile ground for debating the place and importance of his thought, and the present work as a whole aspires to contribute to this debate, however slightly. Point 13. While I will return below to the social dimension of this discourse, and while subsequent chapters will elaborate this theme, I will here merely identify 4 prevalent conceptions of historicality that Gadamer takes to be problematic on the basis of 2 general presuppositions: 1. The elevation to a perspective beyond human historicity, and 2. The pretension to immediacy in historical experience. While one pair of historical conceptions is guilty of only the latter assumption, another pair, which Gadamer identifies as historicist, makes both. I will turn to this latter group first. Detached historicism. What Gadamer calls historical consciousness or historicism had arisen as a philosophical view of history during the 19th century, through respective pushing and pulling factors. 14. It can be described as a response to the collapse of teleological metaphysical explanations of history, be they eschatological or speculative. Thinkers no longer accepted accounts of the goal-directedness of history, but struggled with great difficulty to elaborate an alternative theory. This lack of foundations impelled philosophy to seek its stability elsewhere, to find more plausible descriptions of historical development and knowledge, and thus to account somehow for philosophy's continued relevance. A great attractor in this pursuit was the burgeoning dominance of natural scientific method, which, with its mechanical positivist aspirations toward general laws, promised philosophy a similarly grounded study of the past, no less than a vindication of its own scientific status. In adopting the naturalist viewpoint that sees time, in spatial terms, as the uniform and infinite container for historical events, historicism was able to treat all points in history as essentially equal, and to survey these points as if from above. 2 distinct approaches took shape at this suprahistorical level. 1. A historically objective approach, or theoretical historicism, took history to be largely immobile and continuous. 15. In the terms of the dominant Neo-Kantian school within this approach, one desired to discover and justify the knowledge claims contained in history. One thus engaged in a Kantian critique of history, separating contingent facts from historical truths by tracing law-like patterns of meaning. This focus on formal logical patterns gave rise to a history of problematics, Problemgeschichte, which treated the past as the arena of recurring problems, and which Gadamer labels a bastard of historicism. 16. In a programmatic 1910 essay, Nikolai Hartmann proposed a historiography of philosophy founded on Problemgeschichte, a conception of the history of philosophy that is centered around the self-unfolding of perennial philosophical problems over time. 17. This approach allows one to treat philosophy as an historical process, yet to also join various insights together across time into a broader corpus possessing scientific objectivity. This presupposes, of course, some access to the perennial problems. Hartmann himself acknowledges this: we must already possess the problems in order to conduct a history of problems. 18. To explain this possession and the conditions making this approach possible, Hartmann cites the capacity, indeed the necessity, of abstracting both from the concrete factual basis of philosophical insights and from the specific lives of individual thinkers. What remains are problem lines of which particular people and eras are merely intersections. 19. The problems that Problemgeschichte treats thus function as formal transcendental categories that allow one to establish historical continuity, and any variability in the philosophical content thus attaches not to the problem, but merely to its historical instantiation. 20. From this angle, then, the history of philosophy is a gathering process that collects knowledge from across history in a precise and cumulative procedure. The philosophical import of history, then, was that humans sought to answer perennial questions, and past attempts to address these could be aligned with, and serve as material for, present research. One had to admit, of course, that questions undergo variations in their formulation, and even that present concerns were not always in direct correlation to those of the past. Yet the thinker of problematic history, so the Neo-Kantians imagined, could surmount these obstacles by normalizing the terms and conceptual structure under which past questions were raised, in short, by producing a transcendental logic of history. In this way, one could identify the trans-historical topics, or values, to use Rickert's term 21, of historical reason, fusing them into one discourse. As a detached surveyor of this whole, the historical objectivist could take his or her own position as a sign of the scientific nature and scope of historical reflection. A divergent, discontinuous approach arose as a reaction to this unifying stance. This approach, while maintaining a quasi-scientific overview of history, stressed the limitations of comparing various times to each other. Rather than emphasizing the continuity between philosophical questions and concerns across time, one relativized the views of each age to its historical environment. This plurality and discontinuity demanded that historical research be mobile, that it place itself within the age under consideration and assess the latter's concerns on their own terms. Gadamer's critique of these two approaches hinges on what unites them as historicist stances. First, both try to rise above history in such a way as to ignore the researcher's embeddedness within it, and render his or her own standpoint insignificant. This naive leap constitutes a neglect of what Gadamer describes under the term of historical effect, and thus amounts to a misunderstanding of our historicity. The danger here, echoing Nietzsche's second untimely meditation, is that this account of history weakens one's values, that in elevating ourselves we risk extinguishing ourselves and becoming mere capstones with no concerns or sources of our own from which to draw inspiration. Point 22. As an initial step toward addressing this danger, Gadamer bluntly describes our situation as presenting limits that are finite and insurmountable. As historical beings, we belong to history more than it belongs to us. Point 23. The present is characterized by its own questions and concerns, and any reflection on history, as for example the historical objectivist's search for law-like patterns, is actually rooted in these current concerns. Thus, the problem of Problemgeschichte is that it fails to recognize the retrospective projection of its own peculiar questions as presently motivated concerns, not to mention its failure to capture the way in which genuine questions arise to begin with. In taking problems to remain the same across time, it imposes an artificial framework of sameness upon historical effect, normalizing language in the process and creating an insidious demand for identity, what amounts to a confirmation bias. Point 24. The relativist position fares no better under this charge, for even though it does not standardize the structure of its approach, it nevertheless believes that it can study past ages without having an intrinsic and generative standpoint of its own. Correlated to historicism's detachment from history, then, is Gadamer's second point of critique, the claim to immediacy. Once one has assumed an overview of history, one takes the objects within history to lie within immediate grasp. To cross from the present to the past and enter into the views of another age is, for the historical relativist, perhaps a difficult endeavor, but ultimately merely a matter of information and method. With the right approach, there is even the possibility of understanding past views better than they grasp themselves. The historical objectivist espouses a similar dedication to method. He or she traces formal themes that purportedly remain the same across time, and leaps over great distances to connect them. One could view this, conversely, as the retrieval of past objects out of their original context into a present logical framework. Yet the logic of this framework makes the transmission of history appear to be immediate and automatic. Point 25. A further step toward alleviating historicism's danger, in Gadamer's view, is therefore to recognize the mediating capacity of finitude, to begin from the actual differences between our situation and the one we intend to grasp. We cannot assume that past concerns were exactly the same as ours, even if similar terms are used in both instances. There is no immediate way to know, for example, whether the problem of freedom was of the same concern in antiquity as it is now. Our emphasis on this problem could stem from our own current historical occupation with it. Point 26. This is not to say that questions across history cannot prove themselves to be similar and of comparable significance. However, the identity or difference of horizons, and thus of questions as well, emerges only in the encounter between horizons and their possible fusion. In other words, one must pose the questions as questions rather than prefigure them in advance. The identity of history cannot, as in problem Jeskich's notion of continual problem lines, be presupposed from the outset. Point 27. The first of Gadamer's concerns with historicism can be resolved by formulating a philosophy that affirms human situatedness in history and that treats historical knowledge from within this situation. The observer of history, as Gadamer reminds us, is herself located in history. There still remains, however, the issue of immediacy, and it looms large even among positions that directly account for our historical situation. To fully resolve it, therefore, Gadamer must distance himself from two positions that seemingly lie on either side of his own philosophical stance, adumbrating it and rendering it indistinct. Immersive historicism. On one side lies the position of traditionalism. Here, as with historical objectivism, the emphasis is on continuity over time. The traditionalist takes history to stay identical to itself, repeating itself forward without undergoing any substantive change. As there is no perspective upon history from the outside, as it were, history becomes just another name for the views that come to dominate, the canons that agglomerate, and the lineages that hold power. To practice historical reflection, then, is a matter of finding essential significance, of appropriating meanings to an account that remains univocal over time, or at least tends toward univocity. Moreover, as confined to and conditioned by this tendency, the historical subject cannot acquire any distance from its purported authority, nor, perhaps, even see the need to. Quite correctly, the traditionalist position has been criticized for its hegemonic fatalist narrative and engulfing appropriation. Yet if, by contrast, one merely negates traditionalism and asserts a discontinuous history, one is left with a conception of various disjointed and incommensurable perspectives that echo the historical relativism treated above. With the added qualification that one is now situated within history, tied to one's age and culture, this stance lacks the capacity to simply transfer out of one perspective and into another. One may recognize that there are many histories and ways of life, but the only standard of choice one knows is that by which one is already conditioned. This perspectivism, in turn, weakens the force of any claim one might make in one's contemporary situation. Point 28. To many readers of Gadamer, this latter perspectivism seems to ring close to his own position. Indeed, his denial of the existence of objective historical truth, coupled with the insistence on being situated within history, seems to place him squarely in this category by default. Yet there have also been those who take Gadamer to espouse a form of traditionalism, given his emphasis on our belonging to tradition. Point 29. It is clear, however, that he cannot stand for both, and indeed he stands apart from either of them. Point 30. Even to say that he falls somewhere in between might be incorrect. Gadamer's avoidance of these stances rests upon his account of a mediated situation within history, but the success of this avoidance has not been widely recognized, for this requires a synthetic grasp of Gadamer's position not just concerning historical interpretation, the history of ideas, or the philosophy of history, but regarding the historicity of human understanding as such. 31. It is a universal and ontological project. After all, Gadamer does not simply reply with an alternative to theoretical historicism's failed method or with a critical technique by which to emancipate oneself out of a given tradition or perspective. 32. His aim is neither to perfect formal knowledge of history along neo-Kantian lines nor to justify the accounts of a life completely enclosed by history, a justification that would remain in place if he simply sought a way to navigate out of a given situation of containment. Instead, he gives the ontological reasons why such perfection or enclosure is impossible to begin with, and it is to these reasons that I will turn in the next section. In clarifying what Gadamer means, on the one hand, by our situated belonging to historical transmission and, on the other hand, by the mediating enactment of this transmission, I will show what kind of relation to the past he in fact espouses, a crossing over of questions, a fusion within one great horizon. 33, and what kind of truth he thinks can arise within human history, the productivity of distance and continued openness. Just as the positions elaborated above are not merely historical but also social ethical stances, Our clarification of Gadamer's position will ultimately reveal his philosophy to be not just a critique of theories of history, but an elaboration of an ethical social discourse. Belonging and enactment. Situation. Due to the opacity of the subject matter, the description of Gadamer's concept of historical effect cannot proceed in a direct, definitional fashion. Our analysis will instead need to account for the many layers of human historicity, and also take great care in sorting out the terminology available to describe this phenomenon. To begin elucidating the situation in which we are said to belong to tradition, let us first address the elements of prejudice and horizon that fundamentally constitute this situation. What Gadamer means by prejudice is not the negative denotation of a fixed false judgment or belief, but instead the enabling for understanding that we have in our approach to anything. He underscores that all understanding inevitably involves some prejudice, 34, noting that we always peer out from our present situation with some concern, intention, impression, or judgment. Put simply, we do not gaze upon reality from a position of neutral observation. In this sense, a prejudice is everything but false, in that it frames something precisely as we take it to be. Further, our perspective is not attached to any one position. Prejudice is not static and ingrained as commonly conceived, but undergoes constant revision as new experiences and stances inform our views. This may not yet be controversial in itself, for one could still retain a sense of one's own masterful centrality amidst varying experiences and positions. If one had full control of one's understanding, one could determine which prejudices to admit and which to exclude. However, Gadamer stresses that the origin and arrangement of prejudices is not strictly autonomous or rational. Against the Enlightenment notion that we might free ourselves of all unwanted influences, saparaode, and thereby make a clean incision between past and present, foreign and familiar, Gadamer contends that our conceptions, rational or otherwise, are not derived solely from our activity as subjects, and are thus not at our free disposal. 35 Instead, they can be traced to our psychological experiences, our familial and social environment, our education and cultural tradition. 36. We can never expect to begin an endeavor from scratch, as it were. Any behavior of our own takes place in a situation already configured by prior commitments, and even these are responses to factors beyond our control, and often beyond our awareness. Yet this should also not deceive us into thinking that prejudices stem entirely from external, causal forces. Indeed, prejudices are precisely not arbitrary and unidirectional influences. They are not forces at another's whim that cover over or supplant one's own agency, but are instead operative within all subjective acts, and constitute the very medium of our biography. 37 Even if we are not aware of them as such, prejudices are the threads of our agency, woven together into an overall sense of reality that amounts to the scope and depth of one's understanding. It is this fabric of prejudices that Gadamer has in mind when he speaks of one's horizon. As woven together from prejudices, from the specific expectations of a given position, a horizon is by definition limited. However, given what we have already said about prejudices and the kind of subjectivity that goes along with them, this limitation must itself be characterized appropriately. Rather than being the limitations of a fixed entity existing in itself, horizons are limits that can move, expanding and contracting as positions shift and new understanding takes place. In this way, they are as ungrounded, flexible, and revisable as the prejudices that constitute them. Similarly, horizons are also not one's own in the sense that one is in control of their scope. They arise in response to the world, and constitute only a provisional familiarity. One can certainly become more conscious of one's horizon, a point I will develop in more detail below, but if one were to attempt an inventory of one's understanding, one would find much that is foreign. Indeed, one can never trace out the perimeter of what is enclosed by one's horizon, as its origin lies in a past beyond retrieval and in sources that are most certainly unfamiliar. Yet as we saw in the case of prejudice, this strangeness is also not utterly foreign and imposed from outside. The incomplete familiarity of one's horizon, as well as the inability to delimit it, lead Gadamer to call this perimeter open, and this extends to any horizon by definition. 38 If, accordingly, no horizon is bounded completely within and for itself, an encounter with something beyond our horizon is not an experience of utter alterity or strangeness. This other horizon does not exist across a chasm that must first be bridged through transposition into what is foreign, as in the case of Reconstructionist worldview philosophy, or appropriation into the sphere of sameness, as with theoretical historicism or traditionalism. Nor, along perspectivist incommensurabilist lines, is the other horizon sealed off from any understanding whatsoever. Rather, there is always some connection of horizons through which we understand what is beyond our own, and Gadamer attributes this connection to one great horizon. An ancient civilization may have engaged in practices that we consider revolting or immoral, and lived a daily existence that bears virtually no resemblance to our own. Yet there are aspects of life, perhaps not easily indicated, that this ancient culture shares with the present: concerns for shelter and survival, recognition of authority, and expression of meaning. Even more fundamentally, there is the basic historicity and linguisticality of these common concerns. They once took place, and continue to reverberate, in human time and language. The life of this culture need not have influenced the present in any direct fashion for these shared aspects to arise. The elements of shared life stem, rather, from a horizon broader than either the past or the present. 39. This broad horizon is, then, properly conceived as a condition, or medium, of all understanding. 40 Any partial horizons that come into contact with one another are ultimately connected by the higher universality that pervades them both. 41 After all, if every horizon is fundamentally open and ungrounded, it does not stand on its own apart from history, but is a part of this larger whole. Thus, when Gadamer speaks of the fusion of horizons, it is not the meeting and amalgamation of two separate and pre-existing entities, a confluence that would assimilate one side to the sameness of the other. Instead, understanding is always the fusion of the horizons supposedly existing by themselves. 42 And in fact both the difference between the horizons and their unity emerge only in the understanding encounter itself. This is not to diminish difference, but to emphasize that it is something that occurs, and that takes shape differently in each occurrence. What enables these events of difference is the overall horizon of history. It is crucial to note once more, however, that this is the lived, experienced history of shared human life, and not the formal transcendental history of Neo-Kantian Problemgeschichte. Our analysis remains imprecise, however, if we simply account for the movement of difference, the event character of understanding, on the subjective side of historicity, as if it occurred against a permanent backdrop or from out of a stable unity. Even if it is clear that we are dealing with history as an ontological experience rather than a transcendental category, we must avoid reducing self and other to mere epiphenomena of one underlying and fixed totality. To achieve this, one has to pay close attention to Gadamer's description of the whole of history. On the one hand, it is not a structural or formal condition for the occurrence of understanding. The oneness of horizons means more than the simple temporal provision of possibility for encounter. Accordingly, history is more than a container, real or imagined, for shared life. It actively contributes to the emergence of prejudice and the formation of horizons, and does so not just once, but constantly. As I will elaborate shortly, this has decisive consequences for the conception of history's effect. On the other hand, when Gadamer develops his concept of the oneness of horizons, he takes caution not to define its content too precisely. To be sure, this lack of articulation leaves much room for interpretation, and has led to many a misunderstanding of Gadamer's position. Yet this vagueness is precisely intended to eschew any association with a traditionalism that would imbue shared life with a specific content. The ambiguity also helps Gadamer in avoiding such pitfalls as the Kantian notion of an infinite task of reason, the Neo-Kantian formulation of permanent problems, the Hegelian teleology that grasps history absolutely, and the Heideggerian uncovering of a fundamental question that subsumes all subjectivity. Against these conceptions, Gadamer asserts the unity of history to consist not in any definite progression, but in an open, fluid movement that articulates itself from within. 43 The one horizon of tradition ultimately has as little fixity as the horizons it gives rise to. Just as no partial horizon within history is complete, so the horizon of time itself is still open and unfolding. 44. It should therefore be clear why, given the nature of our historical situatedness, we must revise prior conceptions of historicality, including their assumptions of immediacy. We neither stand detached from nor are we completely subsumed by our historical situation, so we are never in a state of pure agency or pure submission to external factors. In fact, we are identical to the situation itself, inasmuch as our understanding at any point is partial, but not constrained to fixed limits. Our position is constantly generated anew in the occurrence of encounter, and this event is itself part of a movement unlike any linear causality that would have a traceable beginning. The situation, then, is an event and not a process. 45 The overall horizon of tradition in which we are situated does not possess the stability of a ground, only the unity of a movement. Gadamer refers to this movement as the occurrence of transmission. Transmission. The analyses of prejudice and horizon have shown that we are situated in a structure that exceeds our individual rational powers. We are both thrown into historicity and carried along by it in such a way that our doing is never entirely our own, it belongs to the greater horizon of the movement of tradition. Yet while I have emphasized that this belonging does not amount to an external determination of our agency, this assertion remains to be substantiated through Gadamer's own concepts. It remains to be elaborated what exactly history's effect amounts to. Whereas we have seen that we do not occur without history, it bears exhibiting how history also does not occur without us. We need not look far for a sense of this reversal. The term Gadamer selects for the transmission of tradition, Überlieferung, denotes a delivering over from the past to the present and concisely indicates an intertwined connection. Gadamer has already dismissed the notion of our autonomy over history, so the subject cannot serve as the sole agent of historical transmission. In ruling out, further, that this process could occur automatically, Gadamer avoids the lawful naturalism of theoretical historicism and the assimilative grasp of traditionalism. Finally, and perhaps most crucially for his determination of historical effect, he also denies that the agency of transmission lies in history itself as if in some higher force, ruling out eschatological teleological explanation and the notion of a quasi-Heideggerian destiny of being, Seinsgeschick. This leaves a chiasmic structure of reciprocal effect as the only alternative. 46. As the reality of history within understanding, 47 transmission indeed brings about one's stance in history, but not as a metaphysical or naturalistic archie. The causality involved is instead one of ongoing effect, working. 48 Gadamer found inspiration for this historical causality in Aristotle's conception of energia as a being at work, and the latter also informs the concept of play in Gadamer's aesthetic analyses. 49 This constant being in effect intertwines both past and present, the affecting and the affected. Gadamer speaks of an interplay between the movement of tradition and the movement of the interpreter, 50 which, given the analysis above, amounts to the fusion of the individual horizon with the horizon of historical transmission itself. Yet this interplay must be something other than an exchange between two distinct entities. 51 We have already seen that the split between purportedly stable subjects and objects is senseless. Not only are the two involved dialectically, the past shapes my horizon just as I recognize the past and understand it anew, but this involvement takes place on an ontological rather than methodical level. The involvement is itself the one great horizon of an ongoing movement. Our belonging to historical effect is thus not so much a situation we are in, and a priori condition we are exposed to, as much as it is a process that we are and enact. If tradition is an ongoing event, and understanding a crucial perpetuation of this, then understanding itself is a historical event. 52. This bespeaks far more generative participation than the term belonging would initially imply. We may belong to historical transmission more than we possess ourselves, but tradition also belongs to us more than it rests on its own apart from us. If tradition is not a brute force like nature that operates without our action, we must somehow be involved in its continuation. Point 53. Indeed, what arises in history never does so without the mediation of those who take part in it. Tradition, the transmission of history, is actually more aptly conceived as the mediation itself, as opposed to the sediment past that is merely carried forward, by either its own or some other's impetus. Point 54. In this way it is far clearer how we ourselves play a role in perpetuating and preserving tradition. Our historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, is not simply conditioned by a permanent effect, Wirken, but itself bears upon transmission as a historicity of effect, Wirkungsgeschichtlichkeit. In the reciprocity that thus obtains between past and present, there is a unity of effect. 55. To speak of tradition is to announce the continual preservation of the past. Put differently, the enactment of history's effect constitutes our very being. To exhibit this more clearly, one need only think of how tradition is in fact delivered over to and through the present. Without human effort, no idea, object, or event retains its significance, and by embracing some things rather than others, we alter the substance of history. Thus, everything we find with us today has in some way been preserved through an act of mediation, and it needs this mediation if it is to perdure. Yet this ongoing transmission need not occur explicitly as a conscious, subjective act. Gadamer underscores that preservation is an act of reason, though an inconspicuous one. 56. It already occurs when we take over the historical horizon we are given, and continues in our everyday social concerns and aspirations. However future-oriented we may be, and however vehemently we might rebel against what preceded us, our participation in transmission will always persist. As an example, Gadamer takes what we consider the classical to embody this mode of historical existence that continues through our involvement, but not necessarily on the basis of a conscious decision, and certainly not due to pre-formulated standards. It persists, rather, on the basis of its ability to speak to us and to compel our continued affirmation. Point 57. Through this exemplar, we can fully uncover and summarize the intertwined structure of transmission. In one respect, tradition cannot persist without the engagement of humans who value and cultivate some things over others. Without our concerns and commitments, enduring preservation would cease. Our attempts to understand the world inherently draw on and converse with, but also revise, transform, and subvert the precedents and prejudices we inherit. In another respect, however, there are limits to this transformation. First, it is impossible to start completely anew, to eradicate all connection to the past. As always engaged in the transmission of the past, we perform its preservation whether we actively choose to do so or not. Second, it is equally impossible to ever complete this mediation, to establish once and for all what is worth preserving, or to know definitively what can be brought forth to endure from history. We can never fully know history, nor our place in it. Since history is itself an incomplete whole, a moving horizon and not a totality, it retreats from our final grasp at the same time as it lies open to our ongoing engagement and interpretation from within. Tradition both gives itself over to our understanding and withdraws from it. This ambiguous nature of tradition, for Gadamer, contributes to the seemingly paradoxical character of our finite historicity. Our existence is an infinite possibility of meaning within a bounded situatedness of limited understanding. Point 58. Yet while we tend to have a blind spot for our own historicity, this finitude need not remain inconspicuous. Point 59. One might wonder, in fact, whether a form of awareness could alleviate the typical opacity of our involvement in transmission. Gadamer's own analyses appear to answer this in the affirmative. After all, his philosophical hermeneutics serve as a higher reflection on our finitude, as a conscious and theoretical description of what occurs in all pre-theoretical situatedness. In this respect, we seem to be capable of rising above our finitude, but it remains to be seen how far this elevation takes us. Reflection, finitude, and openness. When Gadamer introduces the notion of a consciousness of historical effect, Wirkungsgeschichtliches one might be tempted to view this as a step beyond the intertwined nature of transmission to a rational subsumption that enables the proper adjudication of prejudices. The desire for this movement is, philosophically and hermeneutically speaking, quite understandable. Indeed, were Gadamer to assert the opposite, that no awareness of our finitude is possible, he would succumb to the accusation of incommensurable perspectivism, in which a specific cultural tradition absolutely, pre-rationally, and irrevocably determines our consciousness. Contrary to both of these stances, however, the consciousness introduced here amounts neither to a reflective critical distance nor to a realization of perspectival determinism. Rather, this additional step on Gadamer's part serves only to extend the ambiguity and paradoxical finitude already at work in historical effect itself. If historical effect encapsulates both our belonging to tradition and our enactment of it, then the consciousness of this situation, by nature of its double genitive, entails another layering within historical effect rather than beyond it. This is evident in Gadamer's term itself, which is frequently also rendered in English as historically affected consciousness. As a consciousness of historical effect, it is used to mean at once the consciousness affected in the course of history and determined by history, and the very consciousness of being thus affected and determined. 60 This extension of the chiasmic structure of historical effect, while ultimately quite revealing of Gadamer's theory as a whole, is an element that has evoked many misunderstandings of his position. By elaborating in more detail how consciousness relates to historical effect, I aim to correct these errors while accounting for the immense importance that Gadamer attributes to the consciousness of historical effect. One might be tempted to conceive of this consciousness as that which is involved in historical effect. Regardless of this involvement's character of occurrence, then, from this point of view it remains an object of detached interest, or that which was analyzed under the heading of historicity and finitude in the previous section. The term consciousness, then, merely refers to the situated character of any human's existence whatsoever. This third-person perspective, one might say, does not rob the particular consciousness of its individuality. The fact that consciousness has a blind spot for its situatedness, that the latter always retreats from view, does not diminish the specifically conscious nature of historical life, which philosophy in turn can investigate. As already indicated, one need not be aware of historical transmission in order to take part in it, and just because this transmission takes place inconspicuously does not amount to any sort of unconsciousness on the part of the historical human. If, however, the consciousness that is typically involved inconspicuously in historical effect has become an object of hermeneutical investigation, then the results of this analysis constitute another, less detached meaning of the consciousness of historical effect. In conducting its analyses, our consciousness, which is no less historical than the kind being analyzed, has indeed shown that it can rise above that of which it is conscious, the latter being the hermeneutic situation as described earlier. 61 Yet since we are that very situation, this consciousness of historical effect amounts to a kind of self-reflection, and the preposition above loses its seemingly detached objectivity. Given the claims regarding historicity and finitude that are made at this level of reflection, more needs to be said concerning the status of this purportedly elevated consciousness. Gadamer, in fact, denies that this higher-order consciousness can reach a level of atemporal universality, that it can regard history and human existence in a logically scientific manner. 62 Instead he insists that, like situated historicity, even higher-level consciousness is so radically finite that our whole being, effected in the totality of our destiny, inevitably transcends its knowledge of itself. 63 This, Gadamer contends, is a fundamental insight which is not to be limited to any specific historical situation. 64. With this, Gadamer underscores that all reflection upon history, regardless of the elevation it indeed attains, still belongs to the effect of transmission. If the consciousness of this historical effect cannot subsume historicity, then, but instead remains under the universal sway of it, then consciousness cannot detach itself from tradition, nor can it seek unchanging knowledge of historical laws. It cannot make metaphysical claims concerning history's substance or telos, nor can it become the sort of critical reflection typically pursued since the 19th century's discovery of historical consciousness. In short, it does not possess the status or aims of a technical skill, an a priori account of values, or a natural science. This, for Gadamer, actually liberates the concept of reflection from the narrow confines of methodical and teleological procedure, from abstruse academic debates and their concomitant inscrutable systems. Instead, it underlines that the consciousness of historical effect remains an inherent and constant possibility for any participant in history. Such reflection is not confined to the philosopher's theoretical analysis but pervades all interpretive tasks of social life and human conduct. 65. Yet this is not to flatten historical reflection to the point that it becomes indistinct from any other human action. The relinquishment of technical prowess and scientific method is not to deny that historically affected consciousness pursues its reflection in a regulated way. 66. Nor that there are criteria for its successful operation. Indeed, by showing that the consciousness of historical effect is at work in all hermeneutical activity, 67. Gadamer can trace historical reflection to the element of application that is intrinsic to such activity, and by elaborating on what such application entails, also elucidate reflection itself. This avoids the pernicious adversary to scientism in 19th and early 20th century debates on historicism, the relativistic agglomeration of Weltanschauungen. Some of Gadamer's most popular and poignant examples of hermeneutical activity include the interpretations performed by judges, theologians, literary critics, and historians. While varying in their degree of technicality and precision, these interpretations share in common the employment of historical understanding in the grasping of their objects. That is to say, the general object under consideration is never a delimited universal in itself that is subsequently applied, ready-made, to a current situation. Nor, conversely, is that object subsumed as a particular under universal laws of judgment. Instead, the general object, be it law, sacred text, literary object, or historical event, is first understood in and through the conscious formulation of its relevance to the present. The changing demands of the present thus affect the understanding and application of the object. The demanding nature of application therefore lies in the fact that it never consists in mere adherence to fixed standards or rules of interpretation, as if one's situation, or that which is applied to it, were a stable entity. Since the movement of reflection has its place within the context of a beginningless and endless tradition, there is no such stability. 68 Rather, given the fluid mobility of our horizons and of transmission as such, application remains an ongoing activity. Gadamer, once again drawing on Aristotle, finds a further exemplar and conceptual analogue for the ongoing nature of application in the concept of practical wisdom or phronesis. This central insight of the Nicomachean ethics reveals that ethical action involves a continual exchange between one's moral ideals and the given situation one finds oneself in. It requires having an attentive openness to the demands of one's circumstances, while at the same time considering what response to the situation best preserves one's broader commitments. 69 Transposing this ethical structure into the hermeneutical 70 Gadamer thereby underscores that the relation between the universal and the particular is not that of logical subsumption, but rather of codetermination. 71 Taking this circular exchange to underlie all interpretive engagement between selfhood and alterity, Gadamer can clarify the task of application, and thus of historical reflection, as an openness to ongoing, mutual determination. Yet just as one might ask how the phronimos enters into the stance of circumspective openness, one can wonder how the consciousness of historical effect comes to acknowledge the need for, and engage in the practice of, continual historical application. On the one hand, this question could be taken to misunderstand the character of historical reflection, as if the latter were a resolute decision on the part of the subject. A far better conception would be one that takes application to lie among the individual's constant interpretive possibilities. Yet the question of the genesis of application, on the other hand, pertains to the real aspect of application as a task. After all, even though it is always a possibility for us, this reflective exchange arises only if application becomes actualized or necessary for one reason or another. Just as a student of Aristotle's will concern himself only with the ethical potential of his situation if his upbringing has taught him to attend to it, that is, if he is experienced or self-aware enough to apply ethical knowledge. 72, so our reflective concern with our finite situation will arise only out of some form of experience. To become conscious of historical effect, historicity thus apparently needs teachers of its own, or at least an experiential path to reflection. Yet what sort of experience could generate this movement? Gadamer has already ruled out an internal origin, in which application would stem merely from the subject's own resolve to reflect upon her prejudices. Such a conception of experience is entirely too voluntaristic. Our prejudices may be our own, and weave together to constitute our reality, but they belong to a movement that is not entirely within our control, and become visible to us only through engagement with something that provokes them. 73 It bears noting, however, that application does not simply arise on the basis of external influence, either. It is only by putting our prejudices at risk that we experience, and potentially broaden, our horizon. Put differently, it is the experience of negativity, or genuine experience, that teaches us to acknowledge the real. 74. Entering into the activity of application, then, involves the same experience as that of continually engaging in application itself, putting one's position at risk over against something foreign, and allowing each to codetermine the other. The reflection involved in the consciousness of historical effect, therefore, entails hearing tradition's claim to validity, not in the sense of simply acknowledging the past in its otherness, but in such a way that it has something to say to me. 75 Crucially for Gadamer, and for everything that follows in our analysis here, this means that the oneness of horizons described above is more than a mere background condition of experience, it is also an achievement on the part of the individual. 76. The experience that brings forth reflection, while not strictly subjective, is still connected to an individual's activity, and this activity permits of gradations, it can be performed well or poorly. It is by this evaluative standard of engagement that the application of historical reflection can be assessed. Here, Gadamer's notion of truth apart from method becomes more apparent. As a genuine form of Experience-Erfahrung, historically affected consciousness shares the structure of experience as such, and Gadamer conceives of both in decided opposition to the scientific notions of induction, repeatability, and positivity. 77 Rather than seeking the closure of established fact and treating experience in terms of its result, Gadamer contends that genuine experience is a process and knows itself to be contingent. 78 Similarly to the way in which the reflective aspect of historically affected consciousness exceeds the limitations of reflective philosophy. 79 And has no beginning or end, experience has a completely different sense of completion, Vollendung, here than it does in scientific methodology. 80 Drawing on the notion of negativity in Hegel to develop this conception of experience, a concept that Gadamer takes to be one of the most obscure we have. 81. Gadamer concludes that the dialectic of experience has its proper fulfillment not in definitive knowledge but in the openness to experience that is made possible by experience itself. 82. As the result of a dialectic, this openness does not stem from a decision on the subject's part, nor does it constitute a relinquishment of subjectivity in the face of overwhelming experience, it is not an accession to foreign impositions, as some have misunderstood it to be. Instead, this openness can be viewed as an extension of, and now a conscious engagement with, the ontological chiasm that was shown to reside at the basis of historicity. There, at the root of our familiarity with the world, lay a fundamental openness of our individual horizon onto the broader horizon of transmission itself. The two could ultimately not be delimited as subject and object. Now, at the level of consciousness, the same intertwining persists. Even when we retrieve our horizon into reflection, we can never fully envelop our affectedness. The reversibility between self and tradition is thus not a closed circle, but remains open. 83. This constitutes Gadamer's fundamental insight concerning the pervasiveness of finitude, and it has significant repercussions for any conception of historical reflection. The fact that the consciousness of historical effect repeats the chiasmic structure of that effect means that they are not two distinct operations. The conscious reflection merely echoes the historical structure of our existence, it is an experience of experience, an understanding of understanding, and to this extent can be called reflective. Yet since we cannot reflect ourselves out of our situation, this reflection does not stand above history or historical life, neither is it confined, however, within the prejudices of one's time and place, or within a univocal boundary of a specific tradition. To be sure, the openness of historically affected consciousness amounts to a form of humility before the ongoing movement of tradition, but this tradition is not the transmitted endowment of a given culture, nor is it fixed to a given meaning. The meaning of history is, rather, infinitely revisable, and this revision is a continual task. However, such a task cannot become just another Ricartian transcendental value. It arises only once the openness toward historicity has become necessary, and this depends on the experience of negativity or ruptures. To underscore an earlier point, history cannot be presumed in advance to be about any particular meaning or project. Its questionability precludes any formulation of perennial problems. Accordingly, historically affected consciousness is far more a dissentient stance or attitude of lived questionability than a critical logical thought process. It is more being sen than consciousness bewusstsein. 84. Consciousness of historical effect. Despite the limitations that Gadamer extends to the consciousness of historical effect, he nevertheless takes this consciousness to reside in a crucial position apart from traditionalism or perspectivism. Gadamer takes the significance of this position, indeed, the dire need for it, to lie in several connected hermeneutic aspects, namely the cognitive, reproductive, and normative. Emilio Betti had initially distinguished these categories in his general theory of interpretation, but Gadamer takes issue with this distinction and asserts that all three constitute one unitary phenomenon. 85. In the following pages, I will draw out these aspects and demonstrate their unity, thereby arriving at one of the central premises of the present work, namely that the consciousness of historical effect is significant not only for the narrowly theoretical and interpretive application of historical reflection, but, as a universal characteristic of understanding, for social existence as such. On the opening page of Truth and Method, Gadamer asks what kind of knowledge and what kind of truth arise in the understanding of tradition. 86. As we have seen, he takes previous accounts of historical knowledge to be inadequate, and presents his own account of historically affected consciousness as a response to this question. The answer boils down to the claim that historically affected consciousness contributes to scientific knowledge. In a passage that encapsulates many of his core assertions, Gadamer notes that our need to become conscious of effective history is urgent because it is necessary for scientific consciousness wissenschaftlich Bewusstsein. 87. Of course, it should be clear from our previous analyses that Gadamer does not have the narrow, methodical standpoint of natural science in mind here, but instead the broad scope of any inquiry into truth. In stating the necessity of reflection so strongly, he is underlining the universal claim of his insight into historicity. After all, the genuine or dialectical experience that he proposed as underlying historical reflection should not be viewed as a devolved form of rigorous induction, as something inadequate to the high standards of science and relegated to the arts as the antechamber of science. Instead, dialectical experience constitutes the very origin of any insight and principle whatsoever. 88. Furthermore, just as Gadamer shows this origin to lie in a movement of negativity, so too the fulfillment of experience consists only in openness to further experience. Thus, the whole conception of science here is one of ongoing investigation and revision, of movement within an indeterminate whole. Given the limits that Gadamer has indicated, a historically reflective scientific consciousness would therefore proceed along the same path as before, but with the recognition that any absolute fulfillment is precluded. 89. Gadamer's assertion of finitude, then, amounts not to a denial of progress, but to a reconception of it. 90. Gadamer is aware that his reconceptions in general, and this one in particular, ask something unusual of the self-understanding of modern science. 91. Indeed, he asks nothing less than an overhaul of this very self-understanding. The intensity and breadth of Gadamer's demand derives from the fact that our entire engagement with the world tends to be conceived from the side of modern science. The urgency that we should understand ourselves better thus arises from the actual deformation of knowledge that can occur through this skewed scientistic emphasis. Point 92. The cognitive significance of historically affected consciousness, then, lies in its delimitation of what human knowledge is and can be, and in its discovery of a truth beyond method. This consciousness therefore figures equally as importantly in the self-understanding of science as it does in human self-understanding in general. This self-understanding, of course, cannot be equated here with self-consciousness, with absolute self-reflection, or with any rational interiority of modern proportions. Point 93. This is because, as we have seen, no subject exists in complete isolation from its other, so that understanding is understanding of the self and the other at the same time. 94. Further, it is not simply subjects who advance science, but historically transmitted change itself. Point 95. Thus, the sort of self-understanding that historically affected consciousness grants is an insight into the shifting nature of one's horizon and the movement of tradition. It is the point at which understanding knows itself as an effect. Point 96. Yet this sort of adequate understanding of one's situation, and indeed any reflective engagement with alterity, can occur only if one takes account of one's prejudices. Point 97. I have already indicated that, since so much of one's horizon is shaped historically, one need only think of tacit cultural and metaphysical assumptions. The awareness of these prejudices can arise only when they are challenged. A true understanding of oneself depends on the experience of negativity, and this includes acknowledgement of something beyond oneself. Ultimately, then, the recognition of the reversibility of knowledge depends on a fundamental openness. This openness and the dissenting, dialectical experience that undergirds it contribute to what I have called the reproductive and normative significance of the consciousness of historical effect. The reproductive, or as Gadamer would rephrase it, productive aspect of this consciousness is that it recognizes both the forward movement in all understanding and the contribution that distance makes to this progress. Point 98. Taking the nature of transmission to heart, one knows that no outright retrieval of the past is possible. First, it does not exist as a distinct and self-enclosed entity, but belongs to a movement of which we are a part as well. Second, any understanding of the past is a conjunction or fusion of this past with one's lived present, and will always carry with it the task and residue of application. This has the scientific consequence that a detached reconstruction like the history of problematics becomes impossible. Point 99. Yet it also carries with it an implication for any involvement with history, namely that the past cannot simply be appropriated into complete familiarity or kept in place as dogmatic authority. It must be reproduced through a continued conversation. In this necessity lies the normative character of historically affected consciousness. As Gadamer underscored with his assertion of the unity of this consciousness, the normative dimension is not a notion appended to the hermeneutical situation, as if it were the philosopher's demand of what reflection should someday become. Rather, Gadamer's aim is to account for what is given in the structure of human existence itself, and he draws his conclusions strictly from these conditions. Point 100. In this way, the task of historical reflection that I described in the previous section is not a distinct stage added to the structure of historical consciousness, but arises from an adequate understanding of this very consciousness. Our historicity already involves an inconspicuous dialogue with the past, and historical reflection merely raises the ontological factors of this dialogue to awareness. Precisely because this awareness cannot reach the subsumptive and exhaustive perspective of a Hegelian absolute knowledge, the dialogue with tradition bears its own continual, intrinsic hermeneutic demands. Point 101. First of all, the awareness entails seeing that the past is not a silent screen for our projections, it makes its own claims, and these inevitably confront our own prejudices. To actually engage with the past means to put these prejudices at risk and allow them to become questionable. Point 102. In this acceptance of indeterminacy, what was previously called the fusion of horizons here takes the shape of a crossing over or intermingling of questions. Point 103. There are not only the questions that we pose to the past, but also the questions to which the claims of the past are themselves answers. To understand these latter questions means to pose them genuinely for ourselves. Point 104. A further demand, then, is an openness of listening as opposed to a reconstruction of fixed meaning. 105 Crucially, however, this listening and posing of questions does not entail agreement with whatever claims arise. The recognition of a question, after all, does not amount to an embrace of its traditional answer, s. Instead, the recognition requires a form of freedom, the ability to maintain enough distance to even hear the question, the openness of allowing something to become questionable. To begin with, 106 Any acknowledgement of authority that occurs in the crossing over of questions, then, stems not from a blind deferral to the past. 107 But from an act of preservation based on resonance with the questions, a recognition of standards beyond one's historical present. 108 The past may pose its questions to us, and transmission intrinsically involves us in this dialogue, but it is we who, in understanding and living the questions, decide whether or not to keep asking them, thereby indicating, often only performatively, what constitutes a satisfactory answer. It is no coincidence that historically affected consciousness comes to evince a fundamentally conversational character. Even though this character arose here only through the analysis of the normative aspect of historical reflection, it is not difficult to see that it pervades the aspects of productivity and cognition as well. The various hermeneutic dimensions of historically affected consciousness thus appear to find their unity in a transmission that is historical as well as linguistic. This is hardly surprising since, as I mentioned at the outset of the chapter, the equiprimordial counterpart to the universality of historicity is that of linguisticality. Put differently, the transmission of tradition is nothing other than the ever-changing shape and texture of human community and communication. 109. The significance of this unity cannot be overstated. It reveals, on the one hand, that language cannot be separated from the historical core of Gadamer's theory as a realm where his hermeneutical insights merely find application, as if the final third of truth and method were separable from the rest. On the other hand, it makes clear that historicity is not involved only with the historical or historiographical. Even a dismissive response to a given tradition or aspect thereof is a form of engagement that preserves transmission as such. 110 All meaningful social involvement, furthermore, has an historical dimension, even if it does not engage with tradition as such or with a specific traditional content. This is a point that Gadamer himself lamented as remaining underdeveloped in the central sections of Truth and Method. Given his emphasis there on textual encounter in the historical human sciences, it appeared that the general issues of distance and alterity lay beyond his purview, or in another area of hermeneutics. 111 However, it is precisely this social and ethical dimension in which Gadamer takes the ultimate significance of historical effect to lie, and to which he subsequently dedicated more attention. 112. The ethical register. Since my aim in the present work is to establish the significance, it will be necessary in the coming chapters to extend the analysis of historical effect to the structures and strata of social existence. I will conclude this chapter by transposing the discussion of historical positions from earlier sections into social categories. There, I noted that Gadamer's position on historicality has been associated with traditionalism on the one hand, and on the other with a relativist perspectivism that asserts an incommensurability among historical epochs. Having analyzed Gadamer's concept of historical effect, we are in a better position to see both how he navigates away from these positions, and how this shifts his philosophy into a social register. Traditionalism, when viewed from a social perspective, amounts to a denial of alterity. It may admit that the other at first seems distant and foreign, but supposes that some process, be it the psychologism of romantic hermeneutics or the subsumption of Hegelian absolute mediation, is capable of fully uniting self and other. Since nothing and no one, therefore, is outside the reach of one's appropriation, everything is at least potentially familiar. To the incommensurabilist, the opposite is the case. The relativism of views is based on the assumption that there is no common experience, actual or potential, that could unite self and other. The two are separated by an insurmountable strangeness, which is held at bay either through a tolerance of the other's position or through an elevation of the other to a position above the self. 113. While proponents of each of these positions frequently accuse Gadamer of espousing the other, he in fact inhabits a position that eschews both. 114 His is not exactly a mean position between the two, but some sort of middle stance is suggested by his assertion that the true locus of hermeneutics is the in-between of strangeness and familiarity. 115 We saw this in-between in the intertwining of self and tradition, and can translate that here into a recognition of difference without utter division. The fusion of horizons entails a thorough mutual determination of self and other, such that neither exists completely in itself. The introduction of one great horizon is a way of formulating this relation negatively. There are no closed horizons. 116, and does not involve a thorough appropriation on the part of the subject, as some have claimed. 117 Gadamer certainly makes no effort to hide his indebtedness to romantic hermeneutics and Hegelian dialectic, but his defense of finitude supersedes their conclusions. While the ongoing movement of transmission involves mediation, our limitations, as well as the factual ruptures of history, preclude this from ever becoming absolute or complete. If Gadamer thus avoids the danger of totalizing essentialism, the openness that he identifies in historical effect does not, in turn, amount to a social indifference. To claim that human lives are incommensurable through and through would be, as Gadamer puts it, a kind of Robinson Crusoe dream that encloses each in his or her own selfhood. 118 The supposed asymmetry between individuals is negated by our belonging to a shared life, however minimally that may be determined. That this life is perpetuated through the constant movement of transmission and the infinite iterations of dialogue only serves to strengthen the normative characterization of historical effect as an ongoing conversation possessing intrinsic demands. It should now be clear that these demands are not expressible as moral codes or social techniques, nor as any methodology in general, but lie rather in the responsive structure of historicity and linguisticality themselves. One of the deepest demands, then, according to the openness and adherability of these structures, is the acknowledgement of an abyssal freedom, of the fact that we live in a world that is greater than that which we can determine or control. 119. While his overarching social stance may yet remain opaque, we can perhaps already see, in profile, how Gadamer conceives of the historical subject's place in society. To be sure, it is a non-foundational role that eschews the critical theoretical ambitions of either side of historicist debates, but it also intends to avoid the disappearance of the subject in the overwhelming movement of historical epochs. 120 It is, ultimately, a consciousness that recognizes both its boundness to tradition and the fact that in tradition there is always an element of freedom. 121 This chapter has given a glimpse of how Gadamer takes transmission to embody this freedom, in that it is at once a structural inheritance and a constant task, both a presupposition and an achievement of openness. 122 In subsequent chapters, I will amplify the analysis of this ambivalence, and develop further the theme of freedom within tradition. 2. Historical belonging as finite freedom, enactment and influence. As I began to develop in the previous chapter, the openness of the transmission of tradition entails a form of freedom for Gadamer, and this freedom undergirds transmission both as a structure and as an ongoing task. Structurally, it finds expression in the infinite iterability of language, and in the capacity of history to always be interpreted anew. This capacity, when considered from the side of our situatedness in history, brings out the nature of freedom as a task, for it is our inescapable engagement with tradition that evokes the constant necessity of retrieving the past, which is to say, the task of interpreting, applying, and understanding differently. While few studies have dedicated themselves specifically to Gadamer's indebtedness to Martin Heidegger in this aspect of his hermeneutics, it is well known that Gadamer draws from his erstwhile teacher many crucial insights regarding historicity, the structure of historical effect, and the achievement of the past's retrieval. Many commentators point to Heidegger's being and time as the main locus of this influence, and this indeed seems confirmed by an extensive passage in Truth and Method. 2 Yet Gadamer evinces a far more complex and pervasive relation to Heidegger's thought, making a sustained effort to grapple with his teacher's entire corpus, not just with those ideas gleaned during his philosophical apprenticeship. In fact, Gadamer compiled a whole series of essays into a volume on Heidegger, Heidegger's Wedge, now making up part of Volume 3 of Gadamer's collected works. Point 3. What is more, this occupation with Heidegger's thinking is far from a direct amalgamation of his ideas. As I hope to show in the present chapter, Gadamer certainly owes an important conceptual impetus to his teacher, and shares with him similar structural accounts and descriptive concerns, yet he also deals with the issue of history differently than his teacher. He not only differs from Heidegger in his fundamental stance toward historical occurrence, but also draws from this difference alternate conclusions concerning our possibilities of engagement with tradition. Indeed, if on Gadamer's account the transmission of tradition requires a certain kind of freedom, a freedom that will turn out to be both a distance from and an openness toward, then Gadamer himself exemplifies this freedom in his complex relation to Heidegger, and reveals firsthand what it means to belong to the historical effect of a significant thinker. For extending this effect to any historical effect whatsoever, one can see that Gadamer not only formulates his conception of historical understanding as a theoretical position that bears a Heideggerian influence, but that he enacts the process of historical understanding, i.e., fulfills the task of belonging to tradition, in his very account of it. It is ultimately in the confluence of both the performance and conception of this belonging to tradition that Gadamer evinces the greatest distance from Heidegger. As incidental as it might seem, Gadamer's rich layering of the performative dimension on top of the theoretical elaboration of historicity cannot be considered a mere stylistic aspect of his thought, as a feature extraneous to the subject matter itself. Point 5. Rather, it underscores a crucial point already made in the previous chapter, namely that reflection upon historical effect does not elevate one above tradition, but maintains and indeed extends the intertwined relation at work in historical effect itself. Gadamer's stance with respect to other thinkers, especially Heidegger, thereby ranks as exemplary evidence for the universal conditions of understanding that he aims to elucidate, and counts as an essential rather than a superficial feature of philosophical hermeneutics. After all, the great hermeneutic turn that both Heidegger and Gadamer undertake is to view understanding no longer as a strictly epistemological or methodical technique, as a rational process that takes place outside or beyond the realm of situated and prejudicial involvement, but instead as an ontological factor in our being, as the originary form of Dasein's enactment. 6. When Gadamer formulates the historical dimensions of this understanding, he does so not simply from the standpoint of a theorist, but from within the experience of constant historical occurrence and effect. His work at understanding Heidegger, then, is as much an involvement with specific theories as it is an enactment of hermeneutics as such. Accordingly, what I intend in this chapter, and, indeed, in the subsequent chapters on Hegel and Kant, is not a mere tracing of influence from one thinker to another, a comparison and contrasting of ideas, but an elucidation of historical effect in both its conceptual and enacted forms. In order to grasp both of these layers in Gadamer's complex relation to Heidegger, I will need to compare their engagement with tradition both as an object of philosophical scrutiny and as an ontological condition of thoughtful inquiry. An initial investigation of these aspects in Heidegger's thought will prepare a subsequent delineation of his proximity to and distance from Gadamer. Point 7. Ultimately, this delineation will reveal how Gadamer avoids what he takes to be pernicious elements of Heidegger's thought, highlight the practical philosophical underpinnings at work in philosophical hermeneutics, and thereby help in characterizing Gadamer's historical concepts as possessing an inherently social dimension. Historicity and freedom in Heidegger. Two misconceptions typically plague the approach to Heidegger's thoughts on history. The first concerns the breadth or scale of his thinking. Although it is often broadly labeled as an attempt to elaborate the history of being, Seinsgeschichte, neither Heidegger's original approach nor his ultimate stance on the issue is as monolithic, objectivistic, or univocal as this phrasing might suggest. His involvement with and conception of history arises from an oblique philosophical angle, develops over the course of his career, and in this process undergoes many shifts. There is thus little sense in speaking of a philosophy of history in the traditional sense for Heidegger. Nevertheless, there is an inner logic to his development, and as much as the turn, care, of the 1930s can be viewed as a reversal from a prior position, It can also be seen as a deepening pursuit of a series of questions concerning the past. 8 These questions pertain both to the sense of tradition as a historical human phenomenon and to the conceptual content of a specific tradition, namely that of Western civilization and its philosophical underpinnings. Heidegger's quest is, therefore, not for a universal definition, explanation, or overall meaning of history, which he would deride as an impossible metaphysical grounding of the temporal, but instead for the character of meaning's occurrence within history, including its peculiarities and the broader ontology of its movement. Heidegger thus poses himself the challenge of thinking at once about the structure and source of historical occurrence as well as about its basis and effect in significant human attitudes, thoughts, and decisions. The second major misunderstanding of Heidegger's historical thought is related to the first, and pertains to his stance over against his own tradition. This approach takes Heidegger's position to be so enveloping of the Western tradition as to place him in a category completely apart from both his predecessors and his contemporaries, and it makes his work out to be more independent, and, perhaps to some readers, more unfounded, than it actually is. 9 To be sure, Heidegger stood out from debates on historical crisis at the outset of the 20th century. He was no mere Spenglerian prophet of cultural decline, with which German society was replete at the time. Heidegger himself cultivated a certain critical detachment in stressing the radicality of his thought. Indeed, his last published work contains the lecture titled The End of Philosophy and the Task of Thinking, and a superficial reading of his works might compel one to conclude that he really deals only in the great ideas of the West in order to refute, dismiss, or completely undermine them. A problem-historical approach that views Heidegger largely as a critic of the Western tradition, especially of specific historical thinkers like Plato or Hegel, only risks exacerbating this angle. Another reason for the nebulous nature of Heidegger's stance is the indirect path of its provenance. Heidegger's beginnings as a thinker of history are, certainly, situated in the atmosphere of the debates concerning historical meaning that were kindled in the 18th century, were fanned in the 19th, and exploded at the outset of the 20th. This discourse, some basic standpoints of which I outlined in the previous chapter, concerned the role of historicity in human knowing, and the possibility of finding systematic stability or logical objectivity in the study of the past. Heidegger aptly perceives this discourse to issue in a fundamental crisis in general human self-understanding and philosophy in particular, and he succeeds in pushing the debate far beyond its neo-Kantian or Husserlian contributions. 10 Yet it is precisely the way in which Heidegger approaches and appropriates these matters that lends itself to misconstruals of his distance. After all, while he engaged in this discourse in a direct fashion in his lectures, he actually arrived at the thematic far more obliquely, from the side of theology. 11 To understand the development of Heidegger's thoughts on historicity and tradition, on both the structure and task of historical enactment, one must therefore begin very early in his career, and follow his steps into the formulation of being and time. 12 It is beyond the scope of the present work to uncover all of the sources that feed into these steps, and indeed the various angles of this early work need not be fully accounted for here. It will suffice to indicate that the approach taken in that magnum opus of 1927 already represents a culmination of sorts of over a decade of intense engagement with historicist issues. Only with this preparation will it make sense to turn to what Heidegger eventually presents under the label History of Being, Seinsgeschichte. From Verflüssigung to Destruction. While the entirety of Heidegger's thought could be said to be occupied with tradition in one form or another. 13 The role of tradition in his early writings is perhaps most notable for its relatively unquestioned provenance and gradual thematic scrutiny. Heidegger's earliest published essay, On the Problem of Reality in Modern Philosophy, 1912, represents a staunch defense of Catholic doctrines, more specifically, of Aristotelian scholastic realism, against the influence of modern philosophies and attitudes. 14 Taking over the neo-Thomist conviction that no historical modification could touch the core of human reality and its fundamental truths, Heidegger here defends what he calls critical realism as just such a core path from which both Empiricism and Kantianism deviate. 15 Contending that our experience of meaning involves neither psychologically associated sense data nor categorially constituted sensation, but instead meaningful objects as such, Heidegger wants to clear a way to deal with transsubjective reality as we encounter it, and as the unanimity of the realist tradition has conceived of it. If the realism essay intends to show how the tradition of realist thought remains valid throughout time, then the dissertation of 1913, on the doctrine of judgment in psychologism, proceeds closer to a thematization of time itself. 16 Here Heidegger elaborates the problem of thinking the relation of logic, which is static, general, and timeless, to reality, which is genetic, particular, and temporal. The way out of this impasse, Heidegger asserts, is to locate the ideality of meaning not in either the mental act of judging or the object judged, but in the conjunction of judgment and its real situation. Heidegger continues to pursue this line of investigation in his Habilitationsschrift of 1915. In this work on Duns Scotus's doctrine of categories and meaning 17, Heidegger aims at a making fluid, flüssig machen, of scholastic ideas in order to underscore the relevance of Catholic thought for modern philosophy. 18 This relevance lies in medieval philosophy's ability to account for logical essences, which Scotus takes to be a priori ideal meanings entirely separate from history, yet which in his conception do also not exhaust the particularity of reality. Heidegger sees in this account a prefiguration of Husserl's concept of intentionality, which elaborates our connection to real objects while at the same time grasping what is ideal in the act of intending. Scholasticism and phenomenology together, then, allow philosophy to move beyond epistemology to an account of the unity between meaning and the acts that express it. Further, since intentionality resides in a living spirit, a being that is itself real, particular, and temporal, it is the meaning-expressive act of this being by which universally valid meaning is formulated. 19 One can distinguish between the history of expressive acts, the real constitution of meaning, and the philosophy of the truth of these expressions, their ideal validity. 20 There thus hypothetically exists, according to Heidegger, the possibility of tracing the history of truth, the complete and systematic account of which would involve seeing truth as if from a timeless perspective. Even with this pure possibility of systematization, however, Heidegger insists that the truth will not be found by attending to univocal terms in history, or by tracing law-like patterns. 21 One must rather attend to living speech, lebendige Rede, in the peculiar mobility of its meaning. 22 In the process of making past ideas fluid, Heidegger thus gradually deals not only with tradition as a content on which he draws, but with this tradition's own inherent structure, movement, and truth. In what amounts to the initial reflective turn of historical consciousness, he recognizes what makes his own liquidation, Verflüssigung, an application of history possible to begin with. The reality underlying our concepts is itself flowing and inexhaustible, and there is no univocal basis on which meaningful expression rests. To encounter truth, one must turn to life in its enactment, Wahlzug, not to the terminological sedimentations of, perhaps poorly, inherited traditions. 23 Heidegger is here taking his first steps toward an embrace and elaboration of historical life, and away from the transcendental value system of his neo-Kantian teacher, Heinrich Rickert. Such systems, in Heidegger's view, broadly include the dogmatic assertions of church truths, and it is not long before Heidegger's philosophical development affects his belief in Catholicism. In 1919 Heidegger writes that his epistemological insights, extending to the theory of historical knowing, have made the system of Catholicism problematic. 24 As his course on the phenomenology of religious life indicates, he continues to struggle philosophically with the lived character of Christian consciousness, but his adherence to the institution has foundered. 25 This shaking of foundations was of course not unique to Heidegger at the time, nor was it the only area of his life affected by historical insights. Combined with the broad cultural and scientific disenchantment that took hold in Europe after World War I, Heidegger in fact wishes to distance himself from any systematized truths, including those of his philosophical contemporaries. In his annotations to Karl Jasper's Psychology of Worldviews, a highly critical and proto-programmatic piece written between 1919 and 1921, Heidegger underscores his desire to distance himself from various schools of thought and to think through philosophical matters directly. He seeks liberation from pursuits that are too theoretical and distant from life, and wishes to elaborate the original motives, Ursprungsmotiven, from which the truth ideals of philosophy were derived. 26 To his student Hannah Arendt, this seemed at the time like a rending of the continuity of tradition, an absolutely contemporary problematic that could nevertheless precisely focus on the cultural treasures of the past and make them speak again. 27 This turn to historical truth also signified a turn toward human life in its historical dimension. 28 In accepting the radically historical character of human life, Heidegger stresses that neither these human concerns, nor those thinkers presently engaged with them, are stable entities. The self that forms intelligible meaning is not itself a fixed being or a formal structure, contra Rickert and Husserl, but an enacted subjectivity involved in particular situations. Life itself, furthermore, is an historically enacted phenomenon, Volksgeschichtliches Phänomen, and its historical dimension is not a correlate of an objectively historical, theoretical observation, Objektgeschichtlichen theoretischen Betrachtens, an aspect that is gleaned by simply looking to the past through its universally interpretable accretions, contra Dilthey. 29. Already convinced of the significance of the past for present philosophical progress, Heidegger adds that this past will make philosophical sense only if viewed accurately in its structure of enactment. Yet Heidegger is not after a definitive theoretical position from which to view history as an object, however fluid this object is taken to be. The historical is not of purely objective interest, but of what Heidegger here labels responsible concern or conscience, Gewissen, and by which he means to invoke an historical mode of self-experience. 30 After all, any stance we inhabit is itself enacted in the stream of history, and requires a recognition of the same fluidity on our part that Heidegger has sought to uncover in the turn to tradition. 31 As if to emphasize the conjunction of these aspects, he notes that the historical is what we ourselves are, that which we bear. 32 It is worth underscoring, in this phrasing, the inceptive connection between the structure of historical enactment and the task of carrying it forward. One basic characterization of this connection is that, since life is constantly being enacted, it must also always be reinterpreted anew. Any rigidly systematic philosophy that neglects, eschews, or prevents this ongoing interpretation is, in Heidegger's eyes, fundamentally misguided. Further, since the tradition of such systematic philosophy, which includes a large part of the history of the West and which offers a false continuity and accessibility, 33 can thus be a hindrance to the proper self-understanding, and enactment, of the present. Heidegger concludes in his notes on Jaspers that a dismantling, destruction, of this tradition is necessary, especially of traditional modes of interpreting the self and its experience. 34. Heidegger's first dedicated formulation and extensive explication of this dismantling approach occurs in the 1922 Natur Purport, a programmatic essay composed hastily in application for a position at the University of Marburg. As a prefatory clarification of his newly developing approach to Aristotle, and thus as a demonstration of what an adequate approach to historical sources might look like, Heidegger here elaborates a methodological framework for any historical research in philosophy. However, this seemingly narrow focus is quickly broadened to include a hermeneutics of facticity, which amounts to a reflective interpretation of human existence by human existence. 35 Such an initial approach is necessary, Heidegger insists, due to the philosophically pernicious tendency to neglect our own historical movement in researching the past. He has already lamented that, in systematically objectifying history, we distort the objects under investigation, and risk taking over blindly what has accrued in the development of tradition. Yet we also, as he now explains, objectify and lose track of our own enacted being by interpreting ourselves in light of traditional conceptual objectifications and involvements with things. Any adequate philosophical research, therefore, must begin with an elucidation of ourselves and of our present situation as interpreters of historical being. The official title of the Natur Purport embodies this intention, it is to serve as an indication of the hermeneutical situation. 36. If Heidegger's approach until now has fallen under the general rubric of making fluid, he is now adding to this the task of making transparent, durchsichtig, of reducing the opacity in which the present finds itself, and applying the resulting transparency to an interpretation of history and its sediment concepts, in this case, the ontology and logic of the ancient Greeks. 37 While taking aim at the presuppositions and perspectival determinations of the present, this transparency, nevertheless, does not involve their elimination from philosophical research. Instead, the goal is to elaborate the way in which we live our situations through these, often unconsciously inherited, factors, and to thereby gain an explicit yet proximate understanding of the enactment structure of human life. For Heidegger, this is precisely the meaning of entering the historical realm, and it explains his assertion that philosophical activity is itself merely an extension of the fundamental movement of human life. 38. By operating in and through the present in this way, Heidegger hopes that his analyses might affect both our general attitude toward the past and our specific dealings with concepts in the history of philosophy. History itself, the past that is appropriated in understanding, grows in its comprehensibility with the primordiality of the decisive choice and the development of the hermeneutical situation. 39 The pointed purpose of his clarification is to show that philosophical research cannot be borrowed wholesale or transmitted purely from one age to another, and that such research can also not deign to take away from future ages their own need and responsibility of radically questioning their concepts. The fluid movement characterizing our present, and indeed all transmission of history, erodes the fixity of philosophical concepts as past results that are merely handed down, and reveals a primordiality of questioning Fragersprunglichkeit 40 that can, and indeed should, always be made present again through an act of retrieval or primordial repetition. 41. It is precisely such a repetition that Heidegger seeks through the formulation of his destruction approach to history. He notes that it is a normal tendency for humans to make things easy for themselves and to cover over the difficulties of life, a process he calls falling. Preferring curiosity to wonder and habit to upheaval, we are typically quite unhistorical in our engagement with our traditions, in the sense that we do not acknowledge the past as what it is, as the other and as a recoil against the present. 42 Instead, one tends to take over the past undecidedly, without an awareness of this appropriation or of its role in the present. Since philosophy is just an extension of factical life, this tendency reaches all the way to philosophical concepts and paves over their questionability. Yet just as factical life, by reacting against its fallenness, can gain an awareness of its underlying and enacted existence, so an approach of radical understanding can lead one to recognize the past as constitutive for the present. This entails retrieving past concerns as issues not just for the past, but for the present as well. Thus, Heidegger contends that the history of thought is objectively present for philosophical research in a relevant sense if and only if it provides not diverse curiosities, but radically simple things worthy of thought Denkwertigkeiten that force the present back upon itself in order to increase questionability. 43 To reach these Denkwertigkeiten and develop this forcefulness, it is necessary to loosen up the handed-down and dominating interpretedness in its hidden motives, unexpressed tendencies, and ways of interpreting, and to push forward by way of a dismantling return toward the primordial motive sources of explanation. 44 The demand, in other words, is to stand within the tradition differently, to finally rootedly, Wurzelhaft, possess what we have not yet taken over explicitly. 45. Destruction in the nature purport, then, is the present's path to its own fundamental and hidden movements. Through this approach, history comes to confront the present with the constant question concerning the extent to which the present is worried, bekümmert, about its appropriation of radical possibilities of fundamental experiences Grunderfahrungsmöglichkeiten and their interpretations. 46 This radical self-possession with regard to history echoes the authenticity that Heidegger describes as a possibility for factical life's overcoming of its fallenness, and this parallel represents more than a structural similarity. Heidegger in fact asserts the identity between the object of destruction, the traditional concept of human nature, now termed factical life, and the conditions of destruction's possibility, its rootedness in factical life. Through this identification, the character of philosophical research is bound inherently to the self-interrogation of human life. To clarify any part of life requires a movement through prior history, and to retrieve any part of the history of thought is to participate in the retrieval of one's own being. What is more, the necessity of destruction, and therefore the need of philosophy in the present, is thereby intensified, for to neglect the primordial interpretation of factical life means consequently to renounce the possession of oneself, to neglect existence. Point 47. Given the weight of these points, and the critical tone with which Heidegger treats the averageness of the general public Öffentlichkeit, 48, one cannot help but glean that the task of destruction is a radically individual one, rather than that of a community. This focus on individual human existence formulates in nous what will become the core issue of the existential analytic of being and time. There, among other developments, Heidegger will expand the investigation of life's historical involvement under the rubric of Daseins historicity, analyzing in detail the possibility of choosing one's fate over against the tradition. However, in this major work that constitutes a veritable leap in Heidegger's career, new aspects of the problem of history emerge. If the Natur purport is mostly about the conditions under which we are to engage with certain texts in the history of philosophy, being and time deals with the possibility of historical being as such. Yet just as the Natur purport fixes the involvement with tradition upon lived human experience, so being and time, while broadening onto its expansive ontological theme, also restricts the frame of questioning from the multitude of pursuits in the history of philosophy to the question of the meaning of being as this meaning is lived in Dasein. In the following section, I will account for this development of the historical thematic with regard to both its overall ontological purview and its narrower description of Dasein's historicity. I will focus on the introductory sections of the work, as well as on the later sections concerning temporality and historicity. Dasein's finite freedom. What is immediately apparent about being and time is its advancement beyond the rather narrow programmatic scope of the Natur purport, and indeed beyond any of Heidegger's previous works. Rather than taking aim at an interpretation of specific texts or concepts, Heidegger is here concerned, from the outset, to raise the question of being in all of its profundity and perplexity. This is certainly related to his prior intentions to make the structure of life transparent, to increase questionability in the present, and to pay heed to a venerable tradition. 49. Yet the move is nevertheless novel and surprising in its scope. This novelty may derive in part from the fact that we tend to take being to be the most general, indefinable, and self-evident of concepts, having little to do with the concreteness of human existence. Heidegger takes this reaction itself to reveal a lack of perplexity on our part regarding the meaning of being. Without this perplexity, the present also lacks any explicit question concerning being, and since his question has today been forgotten, Heidegger sees the need to revive it. 50. It will become clear as we proceed that this need is more than a philosophical project, in Heidegger's eyes. This revival of a question, one that Heidegger takes to have been first posed by the ancient Greeks, takes the same general form of repetition that Heidegger outlined in the Natur purport. Just as the aim announced in that text was to describe present life more adequately by means of a dismantling return through a conceptually formative history, so here the task is to uncover the question of being by way of a destruction of the intervening and forgetful tradition. If the question of being is to have its own history made transparent, then this hardened tradition must be loosened up, and the concealments which it has brought about must be dissolved. We understand this task as one in which, by taking the question of being as our clue, we are to destroy the traditional content of ancient ontology until we arrive at those primordial experiences in which we achieved our first ways of determining the nature of being, the ways which have guided us ever since. Point 51. Thus, Heidegger is still engaged in the project of destruction, though on different terms than before. While being and time might indeed appear as a mere broadening of the approach, its aim is actually more focused than that of the Natur purport. This focus has three concentric aspects. First, as the passage above shows, Heidegger seeks to uncover a singular meaning of being, a concept that actually possesses far more definition than the vague possibilities of fundamental experiences mentioned in 1922. Instead of dealing with many possible primordial questions and the concepts to which they gave rise, Heidegger now centers on just one question and its experiential ground. In addition to being targeted, it is also foundational and necessary, for the meaning of being is what guides the production of the categories and logic of countless regional ontologies. In a telling example concerning one such region, the study of history, Heidegger underlines that what is philosophically primary is neither a theory of the concept formation of historiography nor the theory of historiographical knowledge, nor yet the theory of history as the object of historiography. What is primary is rather the interpretation of authentically historical entities as regards their historicity Geschichtlichkeit. 52 That is to say, it is the being historical of entities, their belonging to the transmission of history, that most fundamentally discloses and determines their meaning within the positive investigations of historiography. The subsequent delineation of methods and accumulation of knowledge merely builds on the disclosure of this primordial belonging. The example is telling, because it hints at the thesis of the entire work, that the meaning of being is time, that being itself is temporal. I will elaborate what this means in more detail below, and the explanation will in fact take us, as it took Heidegger, far beyond being and time. In the meantime, this example concerning historicity invokes a second point of focus of the work and takes us to a narrower thematic concern, namely Heidegger's increasing determinacy in the characterization of history. Whereas his 1922 text designates history as the realm of diverse original questions through which we access what might be called the transcendental structure of life, being, and time, defines the philosophical history of the West fairly directly and narrowly as the forgetting of the question of being. This diagnosis rests on the more fundamental conclusion that temporality, which undergirds our historicity and thus gives rise to conceptions of history, has been misconstrued and indeed covered over by the Western tradition. This concealment has therefore also hidden our ontological, self, understanding. 53 To recognize and uncover the structure of temporality, then, requires more than an investigation of a conceptual development. It is the history of Western thought itself, its unquestioned conceptuality and not just a concept within it, that is in need of destruction. To reach this conclusion regarding tradition and temporality, however, requires a long analysis, and it is this analysis that forms the third, innermost point of focus, and the actual substance of being and time. This perspective no longer sets its sights upon factical life as the general enactment structure of human existence, or as the historical concept of this structure's movement, but upon Dasein as the being which we ourselves are and which has questioning as one of its possibilities of being. 54 While maintaining many themes from the Natur purport, Heidegger nevertheless moves from a concept, factical life, in need of present hermeneutics to the so-called fundamental ontology of a concrete being, Dasein, whose everyday activity will disclose and clarify the meaning or temporality of being. It is as if the identification of method and object previously formulated in 1922 were now simply pushed deeper to the level of being. Since Dasein, in its being, already bears itself concernfully and understandingly toward its own being, to raise the question of being is precisely to radicalize Dasein's own being. 55. It is through the detailed investigation of the everyday, average activity of Dasein that Heidegger wishes to discover not only the temporal meaning of being, but the reasons for the inevitable forgetting of the question of being, and the possibility of this question's retrieval. I argue that this possibility, which as we have seen constitutes the broadest aim of the work, lies latent in Dasein's historicity, the condition of its capacity to have a history to begin with, and of its ability to authentically appropriate its past, to choose its own fate. Accordingly, I will turn to 74 in the second to last chapter of Being and Time to see how Heidegger analyzes this historicity. First, however, some background is necessary. Prior to this chapter, Heidegger has already established that Dasein has temporality at the root of its everydayness. Temporality is the meaning of the being of Dasein. 56 That is to say, the whole of Dasein, contrary to past substantializations of subjectivity, has been determined as an ecstatical temporal movement with an incomplete character that is nevertheless complete in that it is ineluctably becoming 57. The incompleteness stems, first, from our facticity or constant prior determination of who we are, on both our part and others. Secondly, it arises from the fact that our possibilities are always limited, circumscribed by the situation we are in. Finally, and most definitively, it is rooted in the continual awareness of mortality. It is only on the basis of temporality that we are exposed and present to the world, be it in the inauthentic variant of everyday absorption in things or in the authentic, eigentliche, variant of anticipatory resoluteness. 58 The latter is the capacity to accept one's limited conditions, and amounts to the ability on Dasien's part both to choose its actions as its own, eigen, and to gain a constancy for its being. This being a whole of Dasien is thus to be viewed as a connected occurrence, Geschihen, that stretches along between birth and death, rather than as a substantive entity or focal point in the present that runs a long time in a distinct sequence of nows. 59 Heidegger notes the need to examine the historical structure of this occurrence in more detail, for as the ground of all historical meaning, it represents the true locus of the problem of history over against such secondary phenomena as historiography or its historical objects. 60 The key issues to resolve in 74, then, are how historicity is grounded in the more general structure of temporality, and how historicity factors into historical Dasien's constitution, or authentic life. These could be rephrased, respectively, as the questions of historicity's ontological structure and that of its ontical task, or the ability to choose one's fate and the actual resolute decision of doing so. 61. Regarding the first issue, Heidegger underscores that anticipatory resoluteness does not merely guide Dasien's existence in a futural direction, as a being toward death, but that it turns Dasien back upon its situation, upon its factical thrownness. Put differently, Dasien's futural self-understanding in terms of its own possibilities, resolute being toward death, entails at the same time a return to its own fact that it exists, for it is from this facticity that Dasien's possibilities arise to begin with. These aspects are combined in Heidegger's description of Dasien as a throne projection, Entwurf, Entwurf. 62 Through this broad description of temporality, then, we arrive at the central role of having been, Gewissenheit, in historicity, for while mortality might disclose one's own most and inevitable possibility, the factical, present, possibilities one chooses in resoluteness are not to be gathered from death but stem from the alreadiness of one's thrown situation. 63. If having been or alreadiness is the ontological condition that makes possible our existential factical histories, both individual and social, 64 then the source of the concrete possibilities of existence lies in the world into which one is thrown. Heidegger calls these possibilities one's heritage, Erbe, noting that it is both something received and something to be taken over. 65 This heritage is the always already configured realm of disclosure that shapes and limits Dasien's possibilities. Heidegger considers these limited options under the labels of individual fate, Schicksal, or of collective destiny, Geschick, in order to emphasize the ineluctable character of being thrown into them. Yet this emphasis also risks misconstruing Dasien's relation to its heritage. It is not as if fate and destiny exist apart from Dasien as a mere medium in which it passively resides. One of the crucial culminating insights of being and time is rather that we are our fate and destiny, and have the option of being them in various ways. 66 The whole development of the book has in fact prepared the distinction between authenticity and inauthenticity for this purpose, making clear that it is up to us how we take up our ontological structure, how adequately we fulfill the task of being what we are. We thus turn to the second main issue of 74. Following the distinction of falling and authenticity, Heidegger notes Dasien's capacity to take over its heritage either inexplicitly or explicitly, unconsciously or consciously. The course of explicit inheritance involves several interrelated aspects. First, it entails a resolute acceptance not only of one's mortality but of one's finite place in time, meaning that one inhabits the present in such a way that it becomes a situation or open space of possibilities. It means to regard one's present not as strictly determined by the heritage, but as open to being chosen authentically. To thus be one's fate entails having a clear vision for the accidents of the situation, and to thereby sort out what is actually open for choice beyond these contingencies. 67. This discernment of what is open for authentic choice introduces and makes possible a second aspect, which is the freeing up, Überlieferung, of the heritage for one's own lived possibilities. In more conventional translations of the term, it would commonly be rendered merely as tradition. One could say that it is a handing down or taking over of the heritage, and there is indeed a necessary continuity between the heritage and one's choice. However, these renderings risk characterizing the heritage as something that is adopted uncritically or wholesale, and thus miss the fundamentally liberating aspect of authentic historicity, for the crucial element is precisely Daseins' resolute decision to choose at all. 68. It is, as Heidegger puts it, an exercise of finite freedom. 69. This freedom is further borne out in a third aspect, namely the transformative appropriation that Heidegger, in silent homage to Kierkegaard, calls repetition, Wiederholung. 70. It is here that Dasein explicitly exists as fate. 71. And becomes its history, for it gathers its possibilities precisely as having been already given, and delivers them over to itself as a ground for resolute decision. As much as it is an explicit decision, however, repetition does not amount to a selective cognitive process. It does not require any actual knowledge of the origin of Dasein's possibilities, and is thus not an archaeological step. Heidegger therefore considers it a retrieval not because anything is actually brought back from the past into the present, nor because one crosses over to the past from the present, but because Dasein must respond to a given possibility of already open existence. 72. In further allusion to Kierkegaard, Heidegger insists that this response always occurs in a present moment of insight, underscoring that repetition does not have a telos outside itself. It neither abandons itself to what is past, nor aims at some sort of progress. 73. It is, in its momentary choice, both free from these concerns and free for its own chosen possibilities. The freedom of retrieval is thus an enactment of meaning that disrupts continuity. 74. A question arises here as to what shape this repetition is to take over a human lifetime. On the one hand, it would seem coherent with Heidegger's position to conclude that authentic Dasein must make these momentary decisions as continually as possible, so as to limit the risk of ever taking anything over blindly. This would then be the meaning of resoluteness, in Sklosenheit. 75. On the other hand, while certainly espousing a protreptic approach here and in later works, Heidegger rarely describes or instructs about such moment-by-moment detail of authentic existence. This stems, on the one hand, from the difficulty of providing such instruction. After all, given Heidegger's distinction of the existential and existential, no such prior knowledge is possible, as the problems of existence only get worked out through existing. On the other hand, it might also remain unaddressed because of the many contextual particulars that would need to be clarified. Until now, after all, we have only considered Dasein's historical freedom in its fate and individuality. Yet Heidegger has also indicated that authentic Dasein, in being its collective destiny, is social or communal. Here, then, we should find the account as to how the individual life of momentary free decision sustains itself as part of a larger whole. However, Heidegger's indication is notoriously difficult to follow, both since he does not spell out its content here, or ever, in much detail, and because, prefiguring on some level his later involvement in National Socialism, it is intertwined with political issues far beyond the scope of my analyses here. Nevertheless, given the theme of social existence that I wish to develop in this chapter and in the present work as a whole, it is worth inspecting what Heidegger has in mind with destiny. It may initially appear that authentic Dasein would stand in conflict with any collective existence, both based on Heidegger's descriptions of publicness and the they, das Man, and because anticipatory resoluteness depends so crucially on Dasein's facing up to its own most personal mortality. However, This apparent conflict relies on a conception of collectivity and its destiny as an amalgamation of individual fates, a conception that Heidegger explicitly rejects. 76 Instead, he asserts that Dasein is equiprimordially a being with, Mitsein, such that the involvement with this dimension of life cannot take away from Dasein's individuality, but rather constitutes a broader region of Dasein's own existence. 77. In terms of history and destiny, this region is that of a people or Volk, and it directs fate by shaping the space of possibility of heritage. This influence, according to Heidegger, occurs through two basic events: communication, Mitteilung, and struggle, Kampf. The former is the articulation of the existential possibilities contained in the given present situation, while the latter denotes the tensions involved in interpreting this situation according to its hidden possibilities. The authentic occurrence of Dasein, then, amounts to both a resolute personal choice and a choice that aligns with one's generation. 78. While it is extremely difficult to comprehend how Heidegger conceives of social life and the interaction between fate and destiny. 79. It is even more difficult to conclude that Heidegger favors any sort of radical individualism in being and time. In a much later lecture course of 1951-52, he in fact criticizes the narrow individual conception of freedom in Western modernity. The whole West no longer possesses those instincts out of which institutions grow, out of which a future grows. Nothing else, perhaps, goes so much against the grain of its modern spirit. Men live for the day, men live very fast, men live very irresponsibly. Precisely this is called freedom. The thing that makes an institution is despised, hated, rejected. Men fear they are in danger of a new slavery the moment the word authority is even mentioned. 80. I will have occasion to return to the matter of freedom and authority in more detail below when relating Heidegger to Gadamer. For now, it suffices to see that Heidegger's elaboration of the structure of historicity and the task of enacting it point to two crucial conclusions: first, that authentic history can no longer be conceived in terms of a past or pastness that binds and determines the present, and second, that freedom in relation to history does nevertheless not entail a new beginning or expulsion of one's heritage. Instead, only those who dwell in the finite freedom of situated retrieval, finding the moment to perceive and interpret anew, are capable of resolutely choosing and thus authentically enacting history. This authenticity of existence, individual and collective, becomes the measure of the adequate appropriation of history. The significance of these conclusions, and the reason for our detour into 74, should be clearer now. On the one hand, these conclusions help justify Heidegger's stance in the work as a whole. From a methodological perspective, the entire possibility of destruction, of leaping into the circle of present understanding in order to further explicate being and potentially retrieve its questionability, turns out to be grounded in Dasein's ability to free up its tradition and authentically grasp its having been. The freeing up of heritage indeed resembles quite clearly the liquidation and loosening of the tradition that Heidegger has sought since his earliest essays. The need for articulation and the struggle of freeing up an adequate interpretation of the situation that Heidegger elaborates in his analysis of Dasein, therefore, is itself a parallel to his own approach to the tradition, to his attempt to speak with and to his generation, and to his desire to wrest free the question of being from its forgottenness. On the other hand, and on the basis of this reflexive performative significance, the analysis of Dasein, beyond its methodological significance, also serves to advance the actual freeing up of the question of being, and thus plays a crucial role in Heidegger's broader philosophical development. After all, the involvement with tradition that he has described in 74 is not limited to historical or theoretical projects, but belongs to the being of human beings. If being remains forgotten or unquestioned, however, then our historical nature remains unfulfilled, our freedom stifled. The issue of freedom, therefore, is not confined to the ontical realm or to regional ontologies, but informs the possibility of retrieving the question of being itself in all of its ontological profundity. 81 Repetition is thus the name not for a strictly philosophical task, but for the task of authentic existence that everyone faces. The Dasein analysis culminates in the conclusion that, Since Dasein's being, which is occurrence, is rooted in temporality, and the understanding of being thus also occurs temporally, then the horizon for the meaning of being is time. As noted above, given the radically of this conclusion, its elaboration necessitates a repetition and reconception of Western ontology on an entirely new basis, which amounts to a retrieval of an unthought possibility buried within the tradition. 82 It was this effort that was to constitute the unpublished remainder of being and time, with the third division of Part 1 that would work through the history of ontology, and an entire Part 2 that would conceive of being within the horizon of time. Yet Heidegger struggled with his attempt to formulate these ambitious sections, not for merely terminological reasons, but because he lacked the language, the grammar of being, that would adequately describe the inner possibility of the tradition without making this dimension out to be a grounding ideal structure, another temporal being, or a mere alternate historical option, a path not factually taken in history. 83. The difficulty in finding the proper language is that temporalitat is not an entity at all. It is not, but it temporalizes Zeitgeist itself. 84 Thus, Heidegger needs to find a way to describe the fact, givenness, or occurrence of temporality without objectifying it and thereby either turning it into a being, a subjective or objective process, or an ultimate causal ground for being or beings. The transcendental terminology and Dasein-centeredness of being and time, according to Heidegger, remains too close to this metaphysical danger. He now wants to investigate, along a more historical path, 85 the primordial fact, Urfictum, of temporality, and how this fact might have its own primordial history, Urgeschichte. 86 This involves inquiring how this primordial history, equatable perhaps to being and time's temporality, is the most originary temporalizing of temporality. 87 Or put differently, how time swings itself into being erschwingt. Sich selbst. 88 The question of the formulation of the temporalizing of temporality thus includes a nascent demand that we conceive of the question of the meaning of being differently, which also entails that we reconsider the role that Dasein bears in the posing of the question and, indeed, in its forgetting. Heidegger's revision of his ontology therefore requires a virtual destruction of being and time itself, almost as if it were an already sediment text of the tradition. Beyond Dasein, Seinsgeschichte and Aranis. This line of inquiry already begins for Heidegger as soon as Being and Time is published, and continues in some form or another for the remainder of his career. Perhaps the most condensed and thorough version of this development takes place in Heidegger's second major work next to Being and Time, the Contributions to Philosophy. 89 The latter, written in 1936–38 but never published in Heidegger's lifetime, is a central text in the period of what he called his turn or care, which amounts to a kind of switchback in his thought. 90 Just as, when ascending a steep slope, one doubles back in order to proceed, so Heidegger now doubles the question of the meaning of being, for it is not just being in its temporality that has become, or always remains, questionable, but the very eventful character of this temporality. Thus, while the prior developments, both in Heidegger's thought and in the history of philosophy in general, remain important steps in philosophy, they constitute the guiding question of being. It is not sufficient to merely state that being is understood by reference to time, and is done so historically by entities that we ourselves are. Indeed, the ongoing nature of such understanding, the very persistence of the tradition in the form of the guiding question, a persistence that Heidegger now calls the history of being, Seinsgeschichte, turns out to be what spurs Heidegger into his doubling of the question. The ongoing nature of this history of being itself, including the history of philosophy within it and the obliviousness concerning its grounding, needs to become thematic and questionable in order for a transition to occur from the first beginning of the guiding question to another beginning. This other beginning is to inquire into what allows for both historical understanding and the forgottenness of being to begin with, thereby asking the more fundamental question as to the occurrence or holding sway, Wesen, of the history of being. 91. In an attempt to navigate out of metaphysical language, Heidegger now archaically labels the ground of the history of being as Bein, seen, in order to highlight an originary dimension that is both beneath historical occurrence and distinct from being as understood by the Western tradition. The thought that investigates this being is accordingly called being historical, sehnsgeschichtlich, and bears its own peculiar traits. 92 In a shift from Heidegger's prior engagement with history, this stance does not aim at dismantling the tradition for the sake of uncovering something else in history, be it an origin of experiential or conceptual character. Put differently, it seeks to grasp not the historical transition from one conception of being to another, but the unity of both of these, the jointure, Fugen, of the history of being, in a greater event. In brief, the aim is now to see the past, along with the present, as belonging to being. This all-enveloping, seemingly trans-subjective dimension does not entail leaving human agency behind, however. Despite common misreadings to this effect, it is not as if history is now simply conceived as issuing from a higher power or a metaphysical source. Indeed, Heidegger takes seriously the nihilistic challenge that Nietzsche poses to the tradition, the task to engage in a serious struggle with that event erroneous, God is dead. 93 Being is thus not an actual ground of history in terms of an origin, but neither is it just the absence of a source. It is not an event in time, but neither is it an ideal, atemporal entity. Most of all, it cannot be a uniform, undifferentiated event. From what we already know of temporality from being and time, its occurrence involves all particularity in its momentary detail. Heidegger's attempt to think being is therefore not concerned with a mere erasure of such metaphysical terms as presence and cause, nor with establishing a past or future telos. Stating that the contributions are neither a theory of history nor a philosophy of history, 94 Heidegger focuses instead on describing the attunements that might bring about and make up this being historical form of thinking. 95. Heidegger's text, of course, aims at far more than mere description. Intensifying such questions as those that open being and time, his philosophy has shifted quite drastically from being grounded in hermeneutic and phenomenological endeavors, to the point of taking on a decidedly protreptic style and occasionally polemical tone. The aim of Heidegger's care is more than conceptual revision, while it certainly is focused on concepts and their history, it ultimately seeks to show that an adequate conceptualization of being requires that we also transform ourselves. However, just as being and time remains on a descriptively general level, the contributions do not spell out the exact steps of this transformation or displacement. Verrucken, 96. After all, philosophy for Heidegger can only indicate and never directly effect change, and accordingly the fundamental attunement of the other beginning is intimation, Ahnung. Heidegger nevertheless provides a glimpse of what he now takes the role of the present historical subject to be. Being historical thinking is conceived as a reticent stance that deals with being as an appropriative event, eireinus. In recognizing its belonging to this event, thought occurs in the enactment of its own passage. 97 While this perhaps carries the connotation of a reflective position, it is actually the circulating movement of a double genitive, both a thinking of the event as if of an object, and thus still remaining to some degree historical, as well as a thinking from the event as if it were brought about by the latter, and thereby relinquishing all historical determinations. 98 Such thinking therefore bears the paradoxical task of dwelling so intimately with the event that prior historical determinations, unified here under the concept of the history of being, lose their force, yet of nevertheless seeking this belonging to the event as a current historical position. It is a way of loosening, and ultimately of freeing, the conditions of understanding history from the broader historical process itself. One of the key lectures of Heidegger's later career elaborates on these problematics, and extends his critique of a concept of temporal continuity that would rest solely on intrahistorical development. In Time and Being, delivered in 1962, he takes yet another major step in revising his ontological focus from being and time, redefining the history of being from that of a univocal forgetting of being to an array of different ways that being has been conceived in the Western tradition. This abundance of transformations 99 of the notion of presence, he now concludes, does not entail that being has one meaning that was covered over at a certain point in time, nor that it is one concept with a linear timeline of mutually exclusive perspectives on it. Such univocity of the history of being would prevent any discourse from assessing the actual questionability of ontology and from discovering unthought possibilities in history. Instead, then, based on the minimal phenomenological observation that there is being and there is time, es gibt Sinn und es gibt Zeit 100, a linguistic attempt in German to avoid both a definite grammatical subject as well as the use of the verb to be, Heidegger speaks of being having been given or sent in different ways, and notes that these ways overlap, affect, and obscure each other in history. 101 This heterogeneity is intended to guard against an ontologization of history and to secure the stance that Heidegger had long been seeking, namely a position by which to speak of, and ideally free up and access, past possibilities in the present. Heidegger believes to have captured this heterogeneity by treating history in terms of epochs, though not in the usual sense of the term. Since the history of being, Seinsgeschichte, is here conceived as a history of sending, Skicken, Heidegger also speaks of a destiny of being, Seinsgeschick, in the sense that it is the sending itself that determines, destines, the various historical conceptions of being, instead of the latter stemming from any individual and contingent historical occurrences. The character of each sending, as a whole, includes both what manifests itself in history and what remains unmanifest, namely the process and origin of sending itself. Since, with each different manifestation of being, there is accordingly also a distinct form of holding back, Greek, epoche, in each case, each concealed sending constitutes an epoch in the destiny of being. 102. As they are not themselves temporal divisions, these epochs are also not traceable to necessary causes. However, neither is the source of the sending of being simply accidental or haphazard. Rather, the epochs of the history of being evince a belonging together, Zusammengehören, that can still be uncovered through a process of destruction, though this is no longer the same procedure as Heidegger had pursued in Being and Time. 103 It is, however, still conceived phenomenologically, attending now to the manifestation and withdrawal of the meanings of being. The new result is that Heidegger uncovers a unity beneath all sendings of being, the unity of presencing, and Wesen, that allows for the past, the now, and the future all to be present in their own way. 104. This unity can certainly not be characterized as temporal in the sense of in time, for it does not arise or disappear within time. Yet it is also not atemporal, in the sense of existing eternally in the same way. Thus, it would be inadmissible to say that future, past, and present are before us at the same time, as if presencing were an ideal object. 105 Heidegger therefore construes the unity of presencing as an opening up, or clearing, Lichten, of time-space, underscoring that time is not a product, and that we as humans are also not products of time. 106 In a further step toward explaining this opening, Lichtung, and our place in it, Heidegger defines it as the delivering over, Überregnen, of being and time to each other, employing with even greater force the concept of the appropriative event, Awareness, that he had developed earlier. With the appropriative event as that to which all being and time belong, it is also the ultimate yet abyssal ground to which we as humans belong, or, as Heidegger also puts it, are assimilated, Verignet. 107 For this reason, we can never step out of its occurrence and treat it as something over against us. Yet this circumstance poses a dire challenge to any philosophy that seeks to think about or describe it. In fact, such an account cannot rest satisfied with a propositional description. The language by which one speaks of the event would need to adapt to its withdrawing manifestation, and somehow think and speak from within the appropriation itself. 108. Even if Heidegger never took himself to have achieved this stance, he nevertheless conceived of its possibility, and combined with what he already stated in Time and Being, this possibility lends some definition to what would constitute a philosophically adequate interaction with history, that is, the fulfillment of our task as historical beings. In a seminar following the Time and Being lecture, he conceives of thinking in the event as a potential end to the history of being. Thinking then stands in and before that which has sent the various forms of epochal being. Metaphysics is the history of the formations of being, that is, viewed from the appropriative event, of the history of the self-withdrawal of what is sending in favor of the destinies given in sending. The entry of thinking into the appropriative event is thus equivalent to the end of this withdrawal's history. 109 In belonging to the appropriative event, the thinking that Heidegger describes here takes on a phenomenological rather than ontologically dismantling stance. In its uniquely rarefied view of history, it permits and adheres to the diversity of phenomena, allowing them to appear from out of a fundamental withdrawal. Rather than treating epochs as historically determined, it treats them as matters of thinking, Sachsen de Denkens, whose meaning bears upon thought regardless of historical situation. Despite superficial appearances, however, this seemingly extra-historical stance is in fact nothing like the neo-Kantian survey of problematics that we encountered in the previous chapter. Far from seeking objective distance from history, the thinker of the event, recalling the crucial double genitive from the contributions, acknowledges her continual belonging to time, yet recognizes this character of all other historical entities and positions as well. This recognition puts an end to metaphysics and the history of being only to the extent that it precludes any definitive closure of the question of being. 110 While perhaps later in a vulgar sense of time, its interpretation of history is not a subsequent application of something already extant and waiting to be grasped, rather, thinking in the clearing of the event first discloses what is there to be grasped at all. It takes a momentary leap or new beginning on our part to achieve this thinking. It has to reach the very questionability of being, remain there, leave undecided the meaning of the matters of thinking, and thereby necessitate a continual return to these matters. This stance in the event, which Heidegger distinguishes from philosophical inquiry and, here we again glimpse the broader protreptic impulse, labels the task for thinking, is that of freeing itself and keeping itself free for what is to be thought in order to receive its determination from that. 111 It is conceived as a freedom both for the phenomena that show themselves in and as history and from the philosophically laden modes of perception that plague even such phenomenologists as Hegel and Husserl. 112 Heidegger thus intends to stave off the temptation to speak of historical progress or of human self-overcoming, as if either of these processes had a determinate telos and were even conceivable from within time. For Heidegger, the inherent finitude of human historicity prevents any talk of such absolutes, and therefore also eliminates the idea of condemning the history of being as a decline or deviation. Thought cannot stand outside of history and judge it, and the recognition of the sent character of history does not imply such a stance. Rather, this recognition stands at the cusp of prior history and reveals the as yet unthought space of the clearing. The finite freedom that thought is to inhabit, and that in its phenomenological stance has revealed itself as the root of disclosure. 113, can at the same time be equated with the open clearing of the event itself. However, as this openness is not a static container for history, but a continual source, so any thought that engages this openness should come to realize that our destiny has not yet been decided. 114 The task that Heidegger outlines for thinking is therefore not just a shift in philosophical perspective upon history, but a transformed way of belonging to history. One might say that, despite his conceptual shifts, Heidegger was after an elucidation and invocation of this transformed belonging over the course of his entire career. Though not usually phrased as such, one of his ongoing concerns is that of defining the freedom of thought within history, whether this takes the form of a responsible retrieval of tradition, an authentic choice of one's fate, or the leap beyond a history of being with the attendant reticence of dwelling in the event. Throughout these conceptions, there is a strong sense that the transformed belonging remains an individual's task rather than a collective endeavor. Heidegger appears to underscore this when, in the seminar on Time and Being, he denies his ability to mediate or bring about erroneous thinking, and states that his aim in the lecture was instead to merely prepare listeners for their own experience of the appropriative event. 115. Yet apart from such seeming relinquishment of collective agency, Heidegger nevertheless frequently speaks of the transformative task in the first person plural. He speaks of our need to transform our relation to language, of our potential escape from technologized existence, and of changing the way we live among everyday things. Though frequently read in light of Heidegger's own failed political activity and his nostalgia for Heimat, these urgings on his part stand independent of any specific political identity or agenda, making it very difficult to ascertain their intended effect. 116 Rather than contradicting the individual focus we highlighted above, however, these calls to collective agency seem to presuppose, and indeed require, the more personal struggle of an initial freeing up of tradition. This can also be conceived as a temporary estrangement from history. It is only on the basis of this leaping and dismantling departure, Heidegger believes, that one can return and belong more rootedly to history. Gadamer at the end of philosophy. As we already saw in Chapter 1, Gadamer too conceives of our relation to tradition as one of belonging. Yet despite Heidegger's influence on Gadamer, this conception of belonging cannot be considered a mere appropriation of Heidegger's notion. For one, Gadamer directly studied under Heidegger only as the latter was beginning to formulate the hermeneutics of ontology and destruction, and even here developed his own interpretation of Heidegger's ideas. One thus cannot speak of an inheritance even of the same problematic. Secondly, while Gadamer certainly followed closely the development of his teacher's thought, and incorporated many of Heidegger's insights into his own work, his incorporation bears the complexity appropriate to such a relation. On the one hand, Gadamer's hermeneutics, in what is often problematically labeled a stunting, moderation, or urbanization of Heidegger's position 117, certainly entail a deviation from Heidegger's long-standing focus on being. On the other hand, Gadamer is equally concerned to draw out and bolster ontological and social aspects of historical understanding that remain disappointingly underdeveloped in Heidegger. One might say that Gadamer achieves a Heideggerian repetition of tradition that Heidegger himself, focused intently on the singular question of being, did not pursue. It is extremely difficult to interpret this failure or decision on Heidegger's part, and a full analysis is beyond the scope of this investigation. Here, I only wish to show that, while Gadamer's approach to tradition might align with Heidegger's in its broadest assertions of finitude, there are considerable differences in how Gadamer conceives of historical situatedness and the ongoing task of historical understanding. In the remainder of this chapter, after presenting some of the commonalities, I will therefore investigate how differences in conceptuality, tonality, and performativity inform Gadamer's distance from Heidegger. I will also note why this distance demands a turn to Hegel on Gadamer's part, a theme that will form the subject matter of the subsequent chapter. Frenetic historicity. Gadamer and Heidegger share a common rooting in Aristotelian concepts, particularly those of the Nicomachean ethics. Gadamer's first encounter with Heidegger, in fact, took place in a 1923 Freiburg seminar on Book 6 of the Ethics, through which Gadamer came to recognize the importance of phronesis. 118 While differences soon arise as to how each thinker interprets this importance, there can be little doubt as to its centrality in both being and time as well as truth and method. For the early Heidegger, phronesis, as a practical form of knowing, accounts for the true movements of factical life, movements that remain hidden to Sophia or episteme. It therefore plays a central role from the hermeneutics of facticity onward into his fundamental ontology. The description of Dasein circumspective concern, Umsicht, for instance, is a tacit account of the perception involved in phronesis. For Gadamer, as already noted in the previous chapter, Aristotle's concept of practical knowing amounts to the fundamental form of experience, the true locus of human finitude. 119 This is because, as situationally determined and characterized by application, it envelopes cognitive as well as affective and practical dimensions. Heidegger's indication of the hermeneutical situation helped Gadamer in recognizing this universal character of phronesis. By sheer coincidence, Gadamer was able to read the Nater purport at the time it was submitted to the Marburg faculty, and Gadamer recalls the text striking him like an electric shock. 120 Heidegger's stated aim in that text, to make everyday human existence transparent to itself, to philosophically grasp one's possibilities despite being conditioned and finite, was a welcome reprieve to Gadamer from the abstraction and distance of Neo-Kantian debates on epistemology. 121 Since Heidegger, here, and in his subsequent development of a hermeneutics of facticity, first draws attention to the fact that we are typically blind to our own activity, and since this insight aligns with the importance of reflection upon historical effect that we saw in Chapter 1, Gadamer rightly sees in this text the seeds and strains of his own hermeneutics. Gadamer's years in Marburg in general confirmed for him the importance of history and historicity. Heidegger's destruction approach, after all, sought a thorough investigation of how and what we take over from tradition, and this provided Gadamer a strong ally in his eventual fight against detached historical methods that seek theoretical stability, as well as against historicist positions of incommensurability. With Heidegger's emphasis on facticity and enactment, one could include all human activity in the investigation of meaning, including art, play, and religion. Taking enactment to heart as a constitutive basis of meaning, the approach of destruction, furthermore, entailed treating the past not as mere historical sediment, but as an ongoing potential source of contribution to the present. Philosophy thus becomes characterized as a repetition of questioning and questionability, amounting to a constant self-interrogation of life. The interpretations borne out by philosophy are thus not subsequent practical applications of something that is first grasped separately and theoretically, but an incipient disclosure of what is graspable, and practically livable, at all. This reflexive conception of philosophical activity, which embodies and intensifies the role of phronesis, greatly influences Gadamer's later elaboration of application as central to the consciousness of historical effect. 122. Having had this early and thorough exposure to Heidegger's ideas, Gadamer was able to comprehend why Heidegger's project of fundamental ontology had to place the problem of history in the foreground. 123. Heidegger, after all, not only sought distance from prior epistemological and methodical paradigms, from historicist conceptions of time and subjectivity, rather than presenting an alternate stance within modern presuppositions, Heidegger was revising the very framework within which modernity and its concepts could be taken to arise in the first place. He subverts the notion of a fixed grounding of meaning in selfhood, emphasizing instead the temporal occurrence of meaning, the character of being as time. In undertaking this ontological rather than epistemological description of truth and subjectivity, Heidegger takes himself to have to uncover an aspect of existence that had been forgotten throughout the Western tradition, namely understanding, the original form of the realization of Dasein. 124. In the fundamental and pervasive enactment of understanding, Heidegger has identified something characteristic of life itself, not a mere process beneath our idealities or a methodical structure of our theoretical knowledge. In contrast to theoretical historicism, which takes understanding to be the methodically secured perspective from which we view and grasp life, Heidegger now shows that life is understanding, and that it is fluid in its temporality. This identity and fluidity have the effect of joining understanding to its source. In its historicity, knowledge arises out of the forestructure of understanding, its having been, such that the knowing and the known belong together. However, this jointure of belonging does not imply a sameness of the two as if they were identical objects. Both Dasein and its world are historical, are thus not objects at all, and can therefore not be equated as one would objects. 125. What is more, while sharing the same historicity, Dasein can never encompass or subsume its world. Belonging is thus another term for the fundamental historical finitude of Dasein. As Heidegger puts it, we are thrown projection, and far from being a barrier to historical knowledge, this mode of existence is our very means of access to it. These insights have such a profound effect on Gadamer that he later undertakes an investigation of their significance beyond the purview of Heidegger's thought. Indeed, Truth and Method is largely dedicated to the task of drawing out the consequences of Heidegger's insights for the human sciences, which entails investigating how the historicity of understanding actually plays out concretely. In the course of this investigation, Gadamer aims to assess whether Heidegger's ontological radicalization can contribute to the construction of a historical hermeneutics. 126. Gadamer affirms this possibility, citing the transcendental ontological interpretation of understanding that Heidegger has outlined in Being and Time. This interpretation allows for a properly universal conception of hermeneutics, which can then be concretized in historical understanding where tradition has its effect. 127 Another way of phrasing this is that historicity, in its frenetic character, can be raised to the position of a universal hermeneutic principle. In taking over Heidegger's premises concerning understanding, finitude, and enactment, and seeking to concretize these concepts in the human sciences, Gadamer tasks his own hermeneutics with demonstrating the belonging of the interpreter to his or her object. He does this with such culturally rich examples as art, history, and language, but also demonstrates it performatively through his own works. While remaining in close conceptual proximity to Heidegger, Gadamer's aim and execution could thus nevertheless be viewed as a departure from his teacher's position, inasmuch as the latter never sought any particular historical ideal of existence, and Gadamer conversely wishes to speak of precisely such particular content in his account of belonging, and to rehabilitate historical authority. 128 Toward this end, moreover, Gadamer is comfortable retrieving concepts from the tradition that Heidegger insistently eschews as metaphysical. As it turns out, however, Gadamer locates the possibility and medium of this retrieval partly in Heidegger's own concepts. Gadamer underscores that it is not just Heidegger's early thought that influences his hermeneutics, but instead that Heidegger's progression into the care, as well as what comes after, greatly affected Gadamer's own development of the concept of the consciousness of historical effect, that which then led Heidegger, in his thinking, to the care, I for my part attempted to describe as a liminal experience of our self-understanding, as the consciousness of historical effect that is more being. Sen than conscious SBO us sane. 129 The connection lies in the fact that in both accounts of historicity, it is deemed impossible for subjectivity to comprehend exhaustively the basis of its own thinking. 130 It is a matter of incorporating a more pervasive finitude than that expressed in being and time. Through the great switchback of the care, Heidegger comes to temper both his own transcendental ambitions and his conception of what kind of retrieval is possible on Dasein's part. He comes a long way from his early goal of making transparent, Durchsichtigmachen, recognizing that an ultimate opacity makes up the actual essence of history and of human destiny. 131 This opacity is that of the appropriative event, which in its abyssal character cannot be traced to any permanent or metaphysically stable origin. In a certain sense, this aspect of finitude had already played a central part in Heidegger's thought from the outset. The challenge then, as we saw, was to find the proper attitude and vantage point from which to describe it. Yet finitude now comes to infuse and infect the very possibility of speaking philosophically about it, for language itself bears the marks of the tradition's quest for fixity and transparency. The event, to recall, is neither temporal nor atemporal, it exceeds our available categories. The phenomenon, as it were, retreats as one tries to describe it. 132 Rather than simply treating finitude as a phenomenon to describe and account for, then, Heidegger locates finitude in language itself. This localization represents a common stance for Heidegger and Gadamer, as they both emphasize the linguistic situatedness of all understanding. Language is where, for Heidegger, being and not being open themselves, where everything receives its meaningful determination for us. 133 For Gadamer, similarly, language is the middle that all human discourse traverses, and is indeed the center that first unites us and makes any dialogue possible. Yet because of this primordial position, as a projection of sorts that has always already occurred, language is also extremely difficult to articulate, impossible to merely point to, as one can never step out of it, and each thinker develops his own way of dealing with this problem. 134 As we have seen, Heidegger attributes our envelopment in a certain kind of language to the sustained historical sway of the forgetting of being, Seinsvergessenheit, the unacknowledged failure of philosophy's attempt to render being intelligible by analyzing entities from within and through what he calls the language of metaphysics. 135 To acknowledge our failure and obliviousness would be the first, preparatory step out of this forgetfulness, but Heidegger's critical aim is set higher than mere awareness. There remains, as always, a transformative element in his thought. He famously turns to the poets, and especially Hölderlin, in search of a different language and approach that would, if not entirely eschew the metaphysical baggage of Western philosophical concepts, at least remain sensitive not only to being as it manifests itself but to being's withdrawal, that is, to its radical finitude. 136 He comes to find, enacted in poetry, an originary relation to language that is attuned to the erroneous and that seems to promise another beginning for thought. 137 It would be a beginning that, through a leaping Verwindung with tradition, has freed itself of metaphysical structures and returned to the eventful, that is, always ongoing, source of language. The ethical turn. It is in this leap and its necessitating vain historical context that Gadamer ceases to follow Heidegger's lead. While Gadamer's concern for an adequate account of language aligns with his teachers, and even though he shares Heidegger's astonishment at the eventful exemplarity of the poetic word, he takes issue with the way in which Heidegger characterizes our relation to the conditional structures of linguisticality and historicity. 138 It is not that Gadamer wishes to diminish the power with which Heidegger felt his dire need about language, sprach not, 139 nor that he seeks to temper a position that he takes to be too radical on Heidegger's part, but rather that, within the structures of language and history, one can shift one's emphasis in various directions, and Gadamer seeks to uphold this plurivocity. 140 At the core of language and history lie the tasks of repetition and retrieval, and the historical situation in general is one in which Gadamer chooses to underscore the possibility of openness over the apparent destiny of forgetfulness and the concomitant necessity of dismantling the metaphysical tradition. Some read this critique as a basic assertion of hermeneutic continuity over against Heideggerian rupture. 141 Yet that does not seem to capture the relation. If anything, it is in treating the forgetfulness of being as an eschatological force that Heidegger lends the past a seemingly stable continuity of meaning that, while it eschews the language of Hegelian teleology, nevertheless makes a similarly pervasive claim. For Gadamer, such a claim to transparency concerning history is impossible. History has no goal, regardless of whether it is defined as progress or nihilistic decline. Instead, the hermeneutic stance is a matter of performing the transmission of history within and through our situation, not leaping or twisting free of a forgetfulness. For Heidegger, the destruction approach, which originally sought an underlying diversity of questions, gradually turns into a pursuit of the fundamental question, first concerning being, then its more originary formulation being. It eventually becomes the search for the source of questionability itself, the pursuit of an arche, however abyssal it may be. Gadamer likens this approach to a logical construction of necessity, not a teleological one, as in Hegel's case, but one deriving from the beginning vom Anfang her. 142 Though not entailing, as some have maintained, a longing for the primeval. 143 The singular focus on the inception of the forgetfulness of being still inherently tasks itself with a futural questioning distance from the tradition, and even when formulated as a present phenomenological engagement or Verwindung with epical matters of thinking, nevertheless seems overly determined and risks becoming a formal framework. 144 As Heidegger's distance from the particulars of tradition grew, in other words, it was bound to turn into a diagnostic approach that leveled thinkers or texts down to a single statement or idea. 145 Gadamer does not fault Heidegger for his focus on the question of being, but rather responds to this direction by underscoring instead the ongoing historical conversation, the one great horizon to which we belong. 146 He does not believe that a dismantling distance from tradition is actually necessary or possible. He in fact asserts the unreality of any purported forgetfulness of being, and instead advocates a dialogical approach to tradition's transmission. 147 If the past continually addresses us, after all, our task is to respond, and there is no predetermined way to do so. Against Heidegger, Gadamer denies that metaphysics is tied to a specific grammar or language, noting that ongoing dialogue excludes the need for a new language or a debilitating sprachnot. 148 In pointing to the living virtuality of language, an openness exemplified in, but not limited to, genuine conversation, Gadamer conceives of an ontological openness that is akin to an ongoing dialectic. 149 Heidegger would certainly respond that the notion of dialectical progression is a metaphysical one, but Gadamer claims that, by labeling certain ideas as metaphysical from the outset, Heidegger predetermines the possibilities of present understanding. 150 Indeed, the notion of a monolithic language of metaphysics seems to violate Heidegger's own earlier ideas that there is a living speech 151 in history and that all moments of history carry within them a primordiality of questioning. Fragersprunglichkeit. 152 Even the later Heidegger concedes that an eventual remembering of being would not constitute a different historical story from that of forgetfulness. In Time and Being he appears to recognize the ongoing conversation in tradition, seeking to lead a contemporary audience toward an open dialogue with this. 153. Not denying the validity of this futural outlook, but also not attempting a mere reversal into historical remembering, Gadamer turns his attention toward our inherent already belonging to the ongoing conversation. I did not attempt what the later Heidegger was after, forcibly recasting language, so to speak. This is not language anymore, I said to myself. True, one always searches for the right word in language. Yet it is not the word which is decisive, but the whole process of communication. I told Heidegger that language is not the powerful word, language is reply. 154 Gadamer takes Heidegger to reveal the idea, but not pursue it, that language could be the infinite possibility of making oneself at home in the world. 155 By eschewing Heidegger's concept of authenticity, Gadamer insists on the impossibility of preparing a real living on earth with a new, non-metaphysical language. 156 Rather than outright dismissing dialectic, or any concept in the Western tradition, for that matter, Gadamer attempts to recuperate it as the non-metaphysical center of his own phenomenological project. 157 His position is that, if we not only engage with it dialogically, but conceive of it as inherently dialogical in its structure, so-called metaphysical language can deconstruct itself and gain the fluidity that Heidegger once sought, and demonstrated to be possible, in his earliest hermeneutic ventures. 158 Gadamer thus contends that no conceptual language represents an unbreakable constraint upon thought. There is no such thing as a language of metaphysics, only of dialogue and transmission. 159 He thus continues Heidegger's project of overcoming metaphysics in the dynamics of language, not of metaphysics, but which we speak with others and to others. 160 Twisting free of metaphysics, or becoming twisted up in it, is thus not something we can decide to do all at once, but must rather happen in an ongoing dialogue that attempts to hear what tradition already has to say. It is, in this regard, a social and ethical as much as an ontological task. Here one can witness the greatest difference emerging between Heidegger and Gadamer with regard to historical belonging and our freedom within it. If the past contains the resources for its present retrieval and productive continuation, indeed, if it is a conversation to which we always already belong, then there is no need of a patient waiting for a new epoch's arrival, no need of a drastic transformation of the human into a reticent being that may someday authentically belong, or listen, or correspond, to the unspeakable appropriative event. Gadamer certainly takes Heidegger's notions of waiting and arrival to express something true about how we are to approach the future, but understanding is not primarily futural for Gadamer, it is inherently bound up with the past and our present situation, and it is in our carrying that situation forward that history transforms itself. 161 Gadamer stays true to Heidegger's insights in that he refuses to engage in metaphysical speculation out of recognition of the fragmentation of language and of the tradition, and yet it is precisely from this Heideggerian stance that Gadamer embraces the plurality of dispersed forms. 162 In refusing to treat history as an abyss of forgetting, Gadamer's hermeneutic openness eschews the necessity of a leap beyond our present circumstances, of a disavowing distance from the past that would prepare a new beginning. Rather than locating freedom in such a decisive disavowal, a location that Heidegger arguably undertook in 74 of Being and Time, Gadamer finds freedom at work in the ongoing self-transformation of tradition. Freedom arises when one risks one's having been in the intertwined interrogative of tradition, being questioned by it, but also uncovering its utter questionability. While Heidegger certainly deserves credit for introducing the problem of freedom into the ontological heart of historicity, and while the thematic finds its way into elements of his later thought, it nevertheless loses the immediate social dimension that it had in Being and Time. 163 Indeed, even in that work the concept of finite freedom remained greatly underdeveloped with regard to its social aspects. Although, as noted above, Being and Time's authentic historicity does not necessitate an individual narrowing of freedom or a relinquishment of social ties, Heidegger avoids exploring the particulars of what a finite freedom entails. Despite Heidegger's insistence that pejorative-sounding terms in his account of everyday life are descriptive rather than evaluative, one can still argue that more description would be required for a full interpretation of factical life. Gadamer goes so far as to say that the concepts of authenticity and decision, in their predeterminations, entail a shattering of existing culture and Bildung. They circumvent a more nuanced engagement with the transmission of tradition. 164. Gadamer connects this attitude to another phase of Heidegger's thought, pointing out that even in the earliest lectures Gadamer attended, Heidegger placed less emphasis on Aristotle's practical philosophy than on his ontology. 165 The Nature purport, with all of its focus on the enacted situation of human life, fails to even mention ethos, and where Heidegger does give treatment of the concept, it is in a pejorative sense of habit, not in a rich sense of habituation and cultivation. 166 Even here, but especially after Being and Time in such works as the Introduction to Metaphysics, there is a priority of ontological questioning in Heidegger's thought, the pursuit of the source of being over its ontic manifestations. Yet the descent to the archie, by including and affecting all other realms of human existence, is to signify for Heidegger the originary ethics, meaning that there need be no separate field of ethics, and presumably no engagement in traditional terms. 167 Despite this assertion, however, it remains the case that Heidegger did not adequately attend to the full, originary ethical ramifications even of his own ontology. Gadamer finds this treatment deeply lamentable, as he takes historical understanding to be intimately connected to human formation and the cultivation of social life. The questions uncovered by Heidegger's thought, after all, pertain precisely to finite freedom as it is enacted in a community that belongs to tradition. Among its confluence of sources, then, Gadamer's hermeneutics takes up what remained ethically unaddressed in Heidegger. 168 One can locate this in Gadamer's particular treatment of concepts like phronesis and historicity, but also in his broader stance on such themes as art, history, and language. In short, it is in the Geist des Wissenschaften that Gadamer paradigmatically locates our ability to recognize and respond to the task of historical belonging, in all of its social and ethical dimensions. To be sure, these disciplines required Heidegger's stinging rebuke of their scientistic sedimentation at the outset of the 20th century, and Gadamer's approach is certainly emboldened by Heideggerian protreptics. However, just as these lead to differing evaluations of language and art between Gadamer and Heidegger, they also divide the thinkers' stances toward the humanistic tradition. Rather than treating freedom as a distance from that tradition, and instead of neglecting freedom altogether, as some have claimed, Gadamer identifies it with the continual engagement in transmission itself, and that means listening to what the humanistic tradition has to say. Gadamer's relation to Heidegger on the theme of historicity is thus more nuanced than a simple relation of stunting or moderation, let alone an assertion of continuity over rupture. 169 To be sure, Gadamer gives a less destructive impression, but only because he opts for a different emphasis within a similar conceptual structure. 170 To be sure, Heidegger was a radical thinker inasmuch as he sought out the root, radix, of our historical existence. In this regard, however, one could argue that he is in fact more diagnostical than revolutionary. He seeks an understanding, not an overthrow, of tradition. Gadamer formulates our task of historical belonging quite differently from Heidegger, not because he takes tradition to be something entirely different, but because he sees a more dialogical way of engaging with it, a potential for cultivation where Heidegger sees nihilistic danger. Heidegger's account of our linguistic historical belonging, in other words, takes Gadamer only so far. Since part of Gadamer's difficulty is that Heidegger remains too Hegelian, Gadamer must engage in an attempt at retrieval from that angle as well. 3. The infinity of the dialogue. Accepting Hegel's challenge. In refusing to follow Heidegger's assumptions concerning historicity to their diagnostic and dismantling conclusions, that is, in eschewing any language of forgetfulness or leaping, Gadamer wishes to make room both for a less circumscribed conception of historical transmission and for a more discursive involvement with it. This accounts, on a broad level, for Gadamer's description of his philosophy as undertaking a dialogical or ethical turn. He seeks a conception of historical involvement that addresses more frontally the potentially discontinuous experience of social life, that accounts for all manner of questionability within tradition, including that of specific traditions themselves, and that is thus more adequate than seems jeschic to our reflective capacities as historically situated beings. On the level of specific thinkers, this turn away from Heidegger also helps explain the importance that Hegel, despite all distance, still has for Gadamer. In one sense, this might not be considered a turn away from Heidegger at all, for Gadamer sees in Hegel a project similar in positive effect to Heidegger's, namely of overcoming the aporia of modern subjectivity by moving to some higher, or ontologically more fundamental, determination. Just as Heidegger's care uncovered a predominance of being over consciousness, a predominance that resurfaces in Gadamer's concept of the consciousness of historical effect as being mer sen als Bewusstsein, so Hegel situates self-consciousness in objective spirit, and thinking as such in the logical. Given this relation, then, Gadamer leaves it ambiguous whether his move toward Hegel represents a step ahead of or back behind Heidegger. Point 1. After all, this turn is not intended as a wholesale refutation of Heidegger's insights. Another side of the ambiguity is that Gadamer turns to Hegel in spite of Heidegger's critique of reflection in metaphysics. Indeed, if Heidegger ultimately sees our position today as being twisted up within metaphysics, and if Gadamer agrees with this assessment yet denies its purportedly immobilizing or silencing results, then Hegel's determinations must become a prime object of our involvement. Point 2. This engagement is not a problem for Gadamer, since he does not simply view Hegel as the epitome of metaphysical reflection. To be sure, there are provocative metaphysical claims in Hegel that must be revised in light of the end of modernity. Gadamer views himself as taking part in this process, and posing an insurmountable limit to reflective philosophy through the concept of historicity. What remains, however, are several interrelated aspects in which Hegel's insights remain pertinent and challenging to hermeneutical thought, and especially to the issue of historicity itself. Hegel's recognition of historicity as central to the practice of philosophy, his conception of dialectical movement and mediation, his description of objective spirit as an intersubjective medium, and his account of the openness and continuity of history. It is indeed Hegel's lasting achievement to have solidified the entire modern concern with historical understanding, including the realization of our inherent historical situatedness. Point 3. The crucial point here is to see in Hegel a complementary influence to Heidegger with regard to Gadamer's concept of historicity and historical effect. If, through his Heideggerian appropriation of finitude and phronesis, Gadamer stresses the continual and event-like application at work in all understanding, then Hegel's dialectic serves to bring the aspect of interwovenness, of mutual participation or Platonic methexis, to the forefront of hermeneutics, for it is through this thematic, as I hope to show in the present chapter, that the notion of dialectic, with all of its logical, ethical, and historical ramifications, comes to influence Gadamer's concept of dialogical historical understanding. Another way to frame this contemporary significance is to raise a fundamental philosophical issue to prominence. The core challenge that Gadamer takes Hegel to pose to us is to thoroughly think through the concept of experience. Point 5. This concept, as I have already had occasion to elaborate in Chapter 1, is frequently misunderstood as belonging solely to the realm of scientific reflection. It is taken for granted as the amassing of cases that allow one to formulate more general rules and contrive methods for the future application of past experience. Yet experience has a more original dimension, one that is rooted in human life and that accordingly extends beyond methodical strictures, and this is why it plays such a central role in Gadamer's hermeneutics. It entails knowing oneself in relation to one's situation, and accounting for the possible changes on either side of this relation. Experience is thus another term for what occurs at the heart of historical effect. In Gadamer's view, it is one of Hegel's great achievements to have formulated, in dialectical movement, a philosophy that acknowledges the negativity of experience as the driving force of insight and that presents the movement of experience as a form of mediation between the subjective and the objective, history and truth, the knowing and the known. Since dialectic, as unconditioned or presuppositionless, always takes place from within this mediation, and permits no external determinations of its course, Hegel can be taken to underscore the importance of recognizing one's situation and being open to phenomena that one cannot determine methodically in advance. Despite the significance of Hegel's thought, however, his proximity to Gadamer's hermeneutics remains tension-filled. 6. There are elements of his method that, for both internal and external reasons, do not hold up to scrutiny. Hegel's influence thus remains complicated and tempered by critique. From Gadamer's point of view, therefore, our task is not so much a matter of renewing Hegel's perspective as it is of learning something from him, of preserving some truth from his thought. As Gadamer puts it, today there is no question of Hegel discipleship, but of interiorizing the challenge that he represents. 7. Throughout Gadamer's works, this interiorization of Hegel takes the form of a transposition of the concept of experience, a translation of absolutizing dialectic into the ethical dimension of the dialogue. 8. Put differently, Gadamer wants to release Hegel's dialectic from the straitjacket of systematic grammar into the openness of actual living dialogue, into what he calls the logic of question and answer. 9. As this indicates, and as I aim to elaborate in the present chapter, this translation or release is intimately connected with Gadamer's notion of an openness at the core of hermeneutic experience, and is therefore commonly taken to entail an opening of Hegel's purportedly sealed system of thought. According to this notion, Gadamer would be taken to agree with merely the process, not the result, of Hegel's dialectical approach. If, as one tends to believe, Hegel's philosophy accounts for the necessary fulfillment of dialectic in absolute knowing, in logical totality, and in freedom at the end of history, then this correction on Gadamer's part would amount to simply the infinite postponement of this fulfillment. It would constitute an unfolding of the absolute into the infinity of incompleteness, while remaining committed to a metaphysical conception of progress. 10. It would also, and fatally for any hermeneutics of alterity, commit Gadamer to a dialectic of consumption, in which the other cannot remain other but is always eventually appropriated to oneself. This is the reading that John Caputo, among others, gives of Gadamer's position. 11. However, this description does not adequately capture the aim of Gadamer's transposition of Hegel, and in fact runs contrary to what openness means for Gadamer. To be sure, he takes himself to open what seems to be the reflectively closed circuit of Hegel's system. He indeed espouses his own version of bad infinity, even using Hegel's term, that intends to run counter to dialectic's totalizing claims and temper them by means of the finitude that he gleans from Heidegger's influence. Yet the ways in which Gadamer achieves this opening are frequently misunderstood. It cannot be conceived as a mere assertion of open-endedness in contrast to reflective comprehension, for Gadamer critiques the notion of aesthetic or propositional starting point as well. Furthermore, far from having to pry the system open from the outside and force the logical into the concrete, Gadamer indeed denies that any such external toppling of absolute idealism is possible. He shows ways in which Hegel's thought itself anticipates and requires a grounding in the finite realm of language and historicality. Gadamer in fact believes that Hegel is ultimately concerned with the same thing as we are: the historical dimension in which the problem of hermeneutics is rooted. 12. Thus, his release of Hegel's dialectical grammar into living language entails making explicit something already tacitly contained in the speculative system, and if Gadamer seeks to transpose the system into the infinity of the dialogue, 13. One needs to emphasize and elucidate the notion of dialogue as much as that of infinity. I will take up both of these tasks over the course of the present chapter, and thereby attempt to account for the challenge that Hegel poses and that Gadamer accepts. My analysis will proceed from broad determinations into greater detail. I will begin, in the next section, with Gadamer's evaluation of experiential movement and situatedness in Hegel's dialectic. This will require distinguishing between the movement of the phenomenology of spirit and that of the science of logic, accounting for the general angle of Gadamer's critique, and thereby delineating the ways in which Gadamer nevertheless finds Hegel to be hermeneutically significant. This will result chiefly in the question concerning the character of historical openness in Hegel, which I will address by turning to Hegel's philosophy of history and right. There, I will demonstrate the closure of history to be an unfounded reading of Hegel's philosophy, but also underscore that Gadamer still conceives of bad infinity differently than Hegel's historical open-endedness. The final section will gather and summarize the prior delineations, and give a clear picture of how Gadamer ultimately distances himself from Hegel. Movement and substance in Hegel's conceptuality. Chapter 1 presented the notion that the consciousness of historical effect entails an awareness of one's belonging to the transmission of tradition. When we understand anything, in other words, we can simultaneously become aware of the ontological fact that our understanding is situated. There is thus a potentially reflective element to all historical understanding, in that consciousness knows itself to be part of the effect of history. While we have seen that this knowledge constitutes an ongoing task for any consciousness, we also saw that the relation between this knowledge and the effect of which it is conscious bears a chiasmic structure, that is, the two sides are always already in an intertwined relation to each other. In characterizing historical understanding in this way, Gadamer has already revealed a significant feature of human existence, but this feature raises important questions. It remains to be clarified what the precise relation of consciousness to effect is, how knowledge and effect belong together, and to what extent any awareness can rise above that of which it is conscious. 14. Two concerns that lurk behind these questions are, on the one hand, the danger of the impossibility of reflection due to an utterly perspectivized situation and, on the other, the notion of an absolute or total reflection, a stance in which knowledge and effect, self and tradition, would become fully mediated and transparent to each other, thus pretending to virtual omniscience over finite existence. Chapter 1 sought to address both of these positions in a conceptual manner, but Gadamer takes the latter risk to be especially prevalent in modern philosophy. To him, it is the metaphysical danger represented by Hegel's absolute idealism, the full exigency of which Gadamer hopes to steer clear of with his hermeneutics. The only way to achieve this, he believes, is by uncovering limits in human experience and setting boundaries to absolute transparency, thereby conceiving of a reality that limits and exceeds the omnipotence of reflection. 15. However, it is precisely Hegel's thought itself that leads toward the possibility of this conception. In the movement of his dialectic, Hegel has already thought through these limits, and Gadamer takes it as his task to resuscitate their validity from within this movement. It is the possibility and character of this resuscitation that therefore requires delineation here. When dealing with Hegel's dialectical movement, Gadamer notes that one needs to distinguish between the movement of pure thought determinations as presented in the science of logic and the movement of phenomenal experience in the phenomenology of spirit. Though both works deal with the immanent necessity that constantly drives the experiencing consciousness forward into further determinations, they differ in what they present to us. The phenomenology shows opinion coming to full congruity with what exists beyond it, and thus demonstrates ordinary consciousness coming to absolute knowledge, whereas the science of logic deals strictly with knowledge itself, where no distinction obtains any longer between knowing and content. 16. I will turn first to the phenomenology and elaborate its movement before analyzing that of the logical as such. Phenomenology of spirit. Above, I already touched upon the significance that Hegel's dialectic bears for a reconception of experience, the concept that is so fundamental to the elaboration of philosophical hermeneutics. Yet in reality, so Gadamer insists, prodded by an insight of Heidegger's, the order of significance is the reverse. Hegel does not think of experience dialectically, but conceives of dialectic experientially. 17 It is the negativity of all true experience that drives dialectical movement. This negativity is productive, or determinate, insofar as it does not merely negate prior knowledge, but determines this knowledge more deeply and thus raises it to a more comprehensive level. It is not a refutation of one's consciousness that would return one back to an old starting point, but a reversal within consciousness that presents a new perspective. 18 On the one hand, Hegel thereby takes something within us to undergo change through experience, or rather takes experience to amount to a changing grasp of ourselves. In the reversal brought about by the negativity of experience, we not only learn something, we become different. On the other hand, the reversal of consciousness also entails a change in the object known. What we took to be one thing, or one kind of thing, has turned out to be of another sort, or another being altogether. Hegel's phenomenology describes a long series of these reversals, presenting to the reader's observing consciousness the learning experience of a situated subject. Beginning with the immediacy of pure sense perception, this subject gradually learns of its own role in shaping the determinations of its objects, and thereby gains an absolute perspective upon its own rationality or intelligibility. Despite the critique that Gadamer levels at this outcome, he nevertheless takes Hegel's account of the movement of consciousness in the phenomenology to be quite fruitful for a conception of hermeneutically situated reflection. Indeed, he finds in Hegel an ally in the account of post-transcendental subjectivity and a prefiguration of the finitude that he himself espouses. Before attending more closely to this broader allegiance, however, it will help to first analyze several basic, significant elements of Hegel's phenomenology. One of these elements is the characterization of consciousness's movement as a mediation. What is peculiar about mediation as Hegel conceives it is that it cannot be predicated of, nor attributed to, any particular being, but instead represents the mode of the world and of the self, consciousness and the in itself, in their mutual relation. From a logical or epistemological standpoint, the mediation expresses the necessity of moving beyond inadequate forms of knowledge. 19 Viewed ontologically, in terms of the subject's finite historical existence, it is a mediation between the subject's experience of history and history as an objective force that carries subjects. The two stand in an infinite relation, whose terms are not given. 20 The result is that there is no fixed being that then subsequently has movement. Mediation is the process of the whole, and Hegel's description of the elemental fluidity, Flüssigkeit, 21 here in fact bears some resemblance to Heidegger's early aims presented in the previous chapter. It is also not amiss to find here a parallel to Gadamer's sense of historical transmission. After all, as intertwined with history, we inherently move, we must also intrinsically mediate between our past as it is handed down and our present situation and concerns. Mediation is thus not a suprad aspect of our historicity, but characterizes the medium in which, or better, the substance as which, all historical transmission already moves. I will treat this substantiality in more detail shortly. This brings Gadamer to the element that drives the whole transmissive process, to the motor of historical mediation. He locates at this level the synthesis of reconciliation, Versöhnung, which he labels the secret of Hegelian dialectic. 22 In showing this process to lie at the heart of consciousness's experience, in the overcoming of alienation on its path to knowledge, Hegel underscores his bold and optimistic claim that thought, through difficult work, can make itself at home in the world. Yet it is presumably secret, in Gadamer's view, because it is easily missed or construed to be something it is not. Indeed, there is much room for misunderstanding Hegel here, and Gadamer takes a clear position in his defense. 23. On the basis of what we have already stated about mediation, Gadamer notes that reconciliation need not be viewed as a dominating envelopment of alterity by a logic that would appropriate and supersede the other, and that would accordingly possess the capacity for the supersession in advance. It is not the caricature, typical of many Marxist readings of Hegel, that depicts a reason bent on subsumption under concepts. Rather, what Hegel aims to capture with this notion is the experience of historical consciousness engaging with its particular situation and coming to terms with it. In this sense, transposed into Gadamer's terminology, reconciliation embodies the task for each individual to understand what is happening to us, and thus speaks to the finite, ethical, and hermeneutical aspects of human life. 24 When we confront history in this way, our past is encountered as if it were an external nature to which we must reconcile ourselves, and this will mean to some degree determining and appropriating it. 25 Even if one can still debate to what extent this appropriation can or should occur, it should now be clear that even in Hegel, this arises from the initial indeterminacy of the situation itself. What this understanding of reconciliation thus reveals is that the awareness which Hegel takes to eventually result from this task, namely the insight that what is rational is actual, and what is actual is rational, 26 is not declaratively posited in advance. This would excuse a fatalism that Hegel could never espouse, but one through precisely those difficult reversals that consciousness experiences. Nevertheless, Hegel's characterization of this rationality quickly raises some of the core difficulties of his concepts, and the point at which Gadamer distances himself quite clearly. Hegel takes the path of the experiences of consciousness to culminate in an absolute knowing. He also takes the philosophical engagement with history to yield insight into its internal necessity and telos. Thus, for Hegel it is conceivable that one could fulfill or complete experience and, while not halting the advance of time, still cease actually experiencing in the full sense of the word. One would come to rest in the highest knowledge of what is and is not possible. Yet for Gadamer, the very notion of experience reaching a culmination is antithetical to its nature. The dialectic of experience has its proper fulfillment not in definitive knowledge but in the openness to experience that is made possible by experience itself. 27 This claim is based on Gadamer's insight, drawn from the work of Francis Bacon, that experience cannot be made into an actual science. It bears its own universality that is required for, but not identical to, that of science. 28 The fact that experience bears scientific results is overshadowed and continually put in question by the occurrence of new experiences. Thus, the fulfillment of hermeneutic experience would amount to the insight into one's own finitude and limitations, that all foresight is limited and all plans uncertain. 29 To truly think dialectic experientially, therefore, would mean to situate it within those limitations as a stance that is both already brought about by indeterminate experience and always open to further indeterminacy of this sort. This latter point challenges any notion of fulfillment as actual completion. Gadamer's notion of something like completed experience is thus still thought in accordance with Hegel's ideas of reversal and negativity, but this result of openness is not a closure or a final transparent conception that consciousness has of itself. Crucially, however, Gadamer's openness does also not simply assert an infinitely ceaseless experience in a futural direction. Instead, it is an open relation to the alterity of experience in both its provenance and its futurity, and herein lies the hermeneutic inflection of bad infinity. To be truly experienced, for Gadamer, accordingly entails inhabiting a fundamental ethical comportment sit like in Grunaltung of openness for the other and what is foreign. 30. As central to Gadamer's notion of an infinite dialogue, this openness bears further examination. Yet even here, Hegel remains useful. Despite holding his conception of hermeneutical experiential openness over against dialectic's teleological force, Gadamer detects, even in Hegel's account of how absolute knowledge takes shape, a strong account of this ethical comportment. He finds this most clearly in Hegel's description of ethical life in the Spirit chapter of the Phenomenology, where logical categories play out in the realm of intersubjectivity. While Gadamer does not ever present a singular, sustained interpretation of this chapter, it is possible, by recounting some key aspects of Hegel's description, to piece together and clarify the various positive assessments that Gadamer makes concerning objective spirit throughout his works. Prior to the Spirit chapter, Hegel has already shown, largely through the dialectic of master and slave, the necessity of mutual recognition in the life of ordinary consciousness. We are never merely self-related, and indeed require others in order to function as individuals to begin with. In a further contextualization of self-identity, Hegel now demonstrates that the norms and principles by which we organize our relations and that we initially take to stem from within our consciousness actually have a life of their own. 31 The overall trajectory of the analysis is therefore a movement away from an established ground to a situation of subjective ungroundedness. 32 As Hegel describes it, the course of this development is essentially the movement of the self to set aside the abstraction of immediate existence, and to become conscious of itself as a universal, and yet to do so neither by the pure alienation and disruption of itself and of actuality, nor by fleeing from it. Rather, it is immediately present to itself in its substance, for this is its knowledge, is the intuited pure certainty of itself, and just this immediacy which is its own reality, is all reality, for the immediate is being itself. 33 To get to this point, however, spirit must uncover this immediacy. At the beginning of the chapter, the ground has already partly receded. We find consciousness in a world that is already organized, a situation not brought about by the subject's own judgment, but where the subject is rather submerged in the formal universality of legality or law. 34 This realm, which Hegel labels the ethical order, Sittlichkeit, is still grounded inasmuch as it is dominated by a strong communal sense of custom based on the preservation of what are taken to be given universal laws. The individual puts her trust in this communal ethos, performing her role as duty prescribes it. Duty, here, is something that is accepted as a divine precept or a law of nature, something simply perceived, rather than being a will choice derived from a sense of obligation. Yet, as Sophocles points out and Hegel underscores, one can perceive various and conflicting duties, to bury the dead or to obey the king. In this divergence, the individual cannot resort to mere trust in the ethical order. Even being granted a legal status is not enough to stabilize the ambiguity. The empty unity of the person is, therefore, in its reality a contingent existence, and essentially a process and an action that comes to no lasting result. 35 The ethical order accordingly turns out not to be natural at all. The duties that form the ethos arose historically and are subject to the contingencies of custom and desire. Given their now evident insufficiency to determine the subject's actions, she must resort to her own will and commitment to action. Yet having recognized that the actual or given, even in the form of the self as will, is not sufficient to determine what should occur, the next move is for consciousness to embrace the artificial nature of obligation and commitment and to seek out an alternate context for subjective life and social development. This is found in the realm of culture, Bildung, where one participates in the formulation and cultivation of higher ideals. By choosing these ideals, one undergoes a conversion from immediate existence to better judgment, and takes on an identity that, though universalized, one now treats as the actual self. Since one is responsible for this choice and cultivation, but takes the ideals themselves to apply universally, one can hold others accountable to the same standard, for they are equally free and responsible. Here, then, is another form of binding communal or spiritual life, yet one that is enacted consciously rather than blindly, and that therefore resides at the level of universal rationality rather than compulsive immediacy. This equality with everyone is, therefore, not the equality of the sphere of legal right, not that immediate recognition and validity of self-consciousness simply because it is, on the contrary, to be valid it must have conformed itself to the universal by the mediating process of alienation. 36 Through this elevation to the universal, however, the specificities of individual existence are radically reduced in significance. The self loses its particularity in raising itself to the level of culture, or at the very least finds itself continually overshadowed by the ideals it has yet to reach. Culture thereby acquires the significance of an objective being which lies beyond the consciousness of the self. 37 Yet Hegel's point, as always, is that the universal must become concrete. After demonstrating these shortcomings of the ethical and cultural positions, then, Hegel describes the situation in which he takes this concretion to actually be possible, and calls this the realm of morality, Moralitat. To live in morality, according to Hegel, is to embrace one's social situatedness, not the purportedly natural givenness of ethics or the idealistic, and alienating, inculturation of the individual, as the beginning and end point of any universal determinations. This situation of concrete moral spirit amounts to a type of finitude, a limitation of how the good can be conceived or come about. 38 Since it is not considered established or given in advance, it is something that must first be accomplished. Hegel is thus describing spirit's recognition of its own activity in establishing its community. He names this recognition conscience, Gewissen, the common element of two self-consciousnesses. The substance in which the deed has an enduring reality, the moment of being recognized and acknowledged by others. 39. To be sure, the entire sphere of spirit is a situated world that exists prior to one's will, first as law and custom in the ethical realm, then as universal ideals in the realm of culture, and then as intersubjective responsibility in the moral realm. Yet as much as this seems to take the emphasis off individuals' achievements, it does so only to place this power within a truly social context. Far from being an externally enveloping, destabilizing, or ungrounding force, spirit is recognized by the individual as his own inherent coherent element and ongoing project. The we that is accepted here is one that needs to be performed through the singular actions of particular selves. 40. Even in this coherence, however, Hegel acknowledges an important limit. Despite being certain of its embeddedness in social existence and its commitment to a life of recognition, the self situated in the moral sphere has no guarantee that its relation to others will be adequate, nor that their actions will properly recognize the self. The only option, then, and what amounts to a concrete necessity, is to attend and respond to particulars in the full awareness that perfect relations are impossible. 41 This amounts to a recognition on consciousness's part that it actually is spirit, that it belongs intrinsically to an intersubjective world and, in order to be at home there, must reconcile itself with the entirety of this world. Here the goal of absolute knowing, of complete self-knowledge, surfaces again. For in spirit's reconciliation of its behavior with its inner necessity, it knows what it must do and can realize its aim of becoming fully self-determined. One could say that history enters into full force in this chapter of Hegel's phenomenology. To be sure, the entire book presents history and consciousness as linked inextricably. History is precisely the path of spirit's gradual self-comprehension. Yet up to this point, the historical was a category of consciousness's seemingly blind subservience to its past, as in the natural ethical. Now, it is the realm out of which the moral society lives out its futural intersubjectivity. Through this presentation, Hegel demonstrates nothing less than the fact that the substance of knowing is history. 42 That is, history is acknowledged not just as the medium through which consciousness is mediated and achieves its aims, but as the very texture as which consciousness recognizes itself. The self-knowledge entailed in absolute knowing is, among its other determinations, a self-recognition of spirit as historical enactment. Gadamer takes this recognition of spirit's intrinsic historicality to be Hegel's foundational insight. 43 His allusions to Hegel's Spirit chapter tend to focus on this historical ethical substance, gleaning wide-ranging implications from it. To begin with, Hegel serves as an indispensable hermeneutical ally here, for he presents a revision of transcendental subjectivity that accounts for broader a priori structures that nevertheless are, in effect, historical. 44 In helping account for subjectivities belonging to the higher dimensions of objective spirit, Hegel is highlighting something that we are not accustomed to, nor particularly good at, recognizing today, that objective spirit is something we all live out of, and that, among other things, this refutes the tenability of inward and abstract moralism. 45. In following Hegel by stressing that spirit is a collective achievement, 46 Gadamer underscores the communicative and dialogical character of ethical substance, indeed identifies spirit with language itself. 47 This solidifies Gadamer's intention to transpose Hegel's thought into the finite historical and linguistic realm. Yet here we have seen indications of this finitude in Hegel's own concepts. Hegel himself, after all, makes the identification of language and spirit. 48 He even extends this, effectively equating spirit with the entire intersubjective transmission of tradition, when he states that spirit is the substance of history. 49 Gadamer makes a similar connection when he speaks of a form of tradition, namely that of the written word, as pure spirit. 50 It is presumably pure because its ideality cannot decay in the same way that buildings and artifacts can. It would mean, however, that these latter works, too, are spirit. This underscores that spirit, in Hegel as well as Gadamer's conception, is not only a collective conversation of which we are inevitably a part because of our situatedness in the same world, it is also, and perhaps foremost, an ongoing presence that addresses us and demands our continual involvement. 51. In characterizing the demands of the historical situation as a task without guarantee, Hegel prefigures much of Gadamer's own account of experiential finitude. Indeed, by formulating the possibility of spirit's recognition of these boundaries, Hegel comes close to capturing something akin to Gadamer's notion of the consciousness of historical effect. The latter, after all, recognizes its unity with the transmission of history, yet through the awareness of prejudice and horizons understands this unity to be an intersubjective task that is irretrievable and ongoing. The difference from Hegel here, and it is indeed a significant one, is that Gadamer denies the possibility of full reconciliation between self and tradition, and thus eschews the finality with which absolute knowing seems to grasp its infinite situation. In Gadamer, there is thus at work an infinity with a different direction, an inner infinity or deeper finitude, than Hegel is willing to admit. Instead of merely dwelling in the open-endedness of unpredictable intersubjectivity, spirit is more fundamentally opened and ungrounded. It has always already been situated and affected, and cannot retrieve this origin. Whereas absolute knowing can attain certainty as to how it must think and act, Gadamer stresses that we arrive too late in the event of understanding if we want to know what to believe. 52. Science of logic. Gadamer, perhaps surprisingly, draws very similar conclusions from his reading of Hegel's Science of Logic. It is surprising, since Hegel takes the logic to operate at such an advanced and sealed level of knowledge that no opening or human grounding of the system seems possible. However, if one considers the logic not as a further development of Hegel's thought that runs sequentially subsequent to the phenomenology, but instead as a parallel to it, Gadamer's conclusions make more sense. 53 The logic thus merely makes the metaphysical assumptions of the phenomenology explicit on their own. Given that no strictly subjective experiences are at work here, however, this raises the question as to what sort of movement this dialectic actually undergoes. 54 In pursuing this question, Gadamer notes first that the logic is not a posited, solid totality. Unlike the sense certainty with which the phenomenology sets out, the logic does not begin by positing immediacy, but instead simply allows an indeterminate immediacy to present itself. Like the phenomenology, however, the stages that follow are not necessary in any universal sense, they are necessary with respect to dialectical self-articulation and the stage at which thinking finds itself. 55 The movements are correct, but not exclusively so. The science of logic could be rewritten from another rational standpoint, and still cover the same concepts. 56 What is more, the entirety of the logic's movements culminate in a reality that exists only as self-communication. That has the mediation of its sides as its very substance. 57 Although some read this as a statement of complete and final reflectivity, Gadamer draws the conclusion that, while the logic is a dialectical whole, it represents a science that cannot be completed. 58 Gadamer's deeper reasoning for this conclusion lies in his assertions that the logic's self-communication is rooted in the movement of language, and that human linguisticality is thus the carrier of speculative content, coextensive with reason. 59 His stance amounts to a Hegelian critique of Hegel's own dialectic. He shows that the propositional form, while advancing beyond the predicative, still remains one-sided and ultimately incomplete as long as it fails to take account of its own linguisticality. 60 To be sure, Hegel acknowledges the significance of language throughout his philosophy, but he takes it to possess an exteriority that makes it an expression of thought rather than a region coextensive with it. This entails that consciousness could, in theory, withdraw from language as from a chosen medium for thinking. Language, then, would merely be a casing for thought. Yet even when placed in the shell of a propositional statement, Gadamer asserts, the linguistic valence exceeds this supposed container. For language to carry in this way, and to extend past propositional terms, means that it moves at a level beyond grammar, dialectic, or concepts. Thus, while Hegel on occasion refers to the instinct of language, he still thinks the movement of language as tied somehow to statements. 61 Over against this, Gadamer emphasizes our situation within a movement of language that is not completely illuminable, that remains infinitely out of reach. 62. Therefore, just as an absolute knowledge of the historicity of consciousness is a hybrid notion for Gadamer, so he deems it impossible to give an account, in thought, of what gives or carries thought. 63 Even though dialectic attempts this, as an attempt at escaping finitude, it can never succeed. Citing both Heidegger's concept of the Lichtung and the indistinguishability of philosophy and sophistry in Plato's Sophist, Gadamer notes that language will always conceal as well as reveal. 64 Thus, Hegel's logic is not as closed as many think. Hegel even seems to tacitly acknowledge this finite character of logic when he names its realm the logical. In Gadamer's reading, this is not the totality of all conceptual thought, but the dimension that underlies all thought. 65 If this dimension cannot be subsumed in thought, then reflection cannot come to be at home in any permanent way. The logical resides in, or is simply equatable with, the word, and since the word occurs as a conversation over time, the logical, just as the dialectically experiential, has its seat in the transmission of tradition. 66. In spite of Gadamer's critique, then, there remains a deep parallel to Hegel here, and it concerns the notion of experiential movement as such. For Gadamer, the movement of human linguisticality, of conversation, is immanent and carries itself out, just as the concept communicates, with, itself throughout the logic. Thus, analogously to the way in which Hegel's speculative proposition is suspended within the logic through the unfolding of the concept, so for Gadamer linguisticality unfolds as the ongoing questioning of matters at hand in our historical situation, and is suspended, so to speak, in the universality of our hermeneutic finitude. This suspension, as we have begun to see, is conceived by Gadamer not as monological or propositional but precisely as dialogical. It is the continued logic of question and answer between self and other, or self and text. Gadamer nevertheless refers to language as a speculative middle, though, since it relies on the self-movement of thinking that relates to beings as a whole and simultaneously brings this whole into language. 67. These are the core means by which Gadamer aims to transpose Hegel's dialectic into the historical and dialogically ethical realm, and to resuscitate limits to reflection from within the movement of Hegel's dialectic. Gadamer's adaptation of Hegel's conception of experience, in both the phenomenology and the science of logic, would necessitate an openness for the differential meanings of language, for the continued effect of the past, and for being put in question by others. It is, then, an openness constituted in part by its futural indeterminacy. Gadamer, in fact, finds within Hegel's own thought several indications of this indeterminate anticipatory limit. The movements of the phenomenology and the logic have revealed a hermeneutical ethical dimension where the ceaseless self-communication of the absolute idea finds its counterpart in the intersubjective but unguaranteed recognition of spirit. Despite all of Hegel's emphasis on spirit's culmination in self-transparency and free self-determination, then, there remains an openness within his system. Whether this openness amounts, in Gadamer's eyes, to a hermeneutically adequate acknowledgement of our historical situatedness, remains to be seen. I have already indicated that he takes Hegel's stance to only grasp part of the truth, aside from a futural or outer infinity. Another aspect of openness concerns its irretrievable inner infinity, and this is something that Hegel leaves unaddressed. The full extent of Gadamer's critique, his conception of infinite dialogue, will become clear only after dealing more extensively with Hegel's conception of history itself. In the next section, I will therefore turn to Hegel's description of the historical project of freedom, coming to a better understanding of both his and Gadamer's stances with regard to the openness of historicity. self-knowledge, freedom, and the openness of history. History, as philosophers have liked to point out, has an ambiguous meaning. It can denote, on the one hand, the chronological succession of past events, the totality of such a process, or even the ongoing datability of occurrences. 68 In short, it envelopes everything that is considered as having been. On the other hand, the word history indicates the description and study of this past totality, and as a discipline is labeled historiography precisely in order to distinguish it from its historical subject matter. From a philosophical standpoint, however, it is unclear what this discipline teaches us, what truths are attained through historical investigation. 69 It may therefore be quite understandable that much of the philosophical engagement with history has limited itself to an assessment of historiography itself, investigating past accounts and deliberating about their sequence, accuracy, or completeness. 70. Yet Hegel's philosophy of history represents an interesting critique of this restriction, and he challenges it by calling into question the very dichotomy on which it is founded. He notes that our understanding of history is ambiguous for the very reason that its two meanings share a common inner principle. 71 This principle finds expression in the facts that history, as the totality of human achievements, includes all past historiographies, and that any account of history, no matter how contemporary, is at the same time also a product of history. This apparent unity of history, the interrelation of inquiry and its object, raises the question as to its overall character, as well as to what we can learn from history taken in this unified way. Seen from the perspective of the concept of historical effect, which also entails an intertwined unity between self and tradition, it poses the question as to what sort of reflection upon history is possible. Gadamer's response is to speak of an infinite dialogue, whereas Hegel's answer, stated far too succinctly, is that a philosophy of history reveals the history of historical consciousness, that it therefore shows spirits coming to know itself, and ultimately fulfills the Delphic dictum know thyself. 72. In what follows, I will investigate what this highly condensed answer means, and how it relates to Gadamer's position. The first step toward clarifying what Hegel means by history as self-knowledge is to grasp how the question of history even arises for him, and to elaborate what role it plays in his investigation of spirit in the philosophy of right. This initial task will lead to a closer scrutiny of the notions of necessity, freedom, and contingency, through an analysis of several key passages in the world history section of the philosophy of right. From here, I will be able to assess Hegel's and Gadamer's positions concerning the infinite character of historical openness. History as self-knowledge. Hegel prefaces his philosophy of right by elaborating the role that philosophy plays in the present, especially with regard to the establishment or justification of law. By delineating several positions that he views as untenable, he gradually uncovers the need to engage philosophically with history. Near the end of the preface, a complex analogy summarizes these distinctions and notes the significance of a truly philosophical position in, and toward, the present condition of the state, as true philosophy is said to bring one to God, thus avoiding the mediocre path that in fact leads in the opposite direction, so philosophy also provides a warmer peace with one's time, distinguishing it from the respective alternate stances of approximation and cold despair that by implication would lead away from the present, although a third alternative might still entail a compliant peace with actuality. 73. The first position that Hegel rejects here is that of knowing as an approximation of truth. 74. A phrasing that clearly targets Kant's doctrine of regulative ideas. According to this notion, human reason posits ideas that, although not concretely instantiable, nevertheless approximate the unity that is possible empirically. 75. Regulative reason thus seeks, as far as possible, to bring unity into the particular cognitions, and thereby to bring the rule close to universality. 76. In this conception of truth and morality, the present is always only on the way to complete knowledge or perfect justice, the practical ideal will never be experienced concretely. Indeed, as Hegel suggests in his analogy drawn from Bacon, such a philosophy would be perpetually moving away from the present, as the true could only be a problem yet to be solved. 77 From this standpoint, truth and freedom are found in thinking alone, in abstraction from the present, in a formalism that is unable to make a link with the actual development of ethics as practiced. 78 In this stance, thinking then knows itself to be free only insofar as it diverges both from communal experience and from matters of the state. 79 It is precisely this cool detachment from concern with the actual, the satisfaction with one's thinking even in the bleakest confinement, that Hegel criticizes as enabling a cold despair. Hegel notes that the atheism of the ethical world entailed in formalism risks opening a gap in worldly experience in which any practically oriented rationality must devise its own theories. 80 This is evinced in the romanticism of Hegel's contemporary Jacob Friedrich Fries and his liberal adherents, which, in a certain sense, seems opposed to any formalism, precisely by embracing the spirit of friendship and the sensus communis. There is an apparent warmth to this stance, not least in its evocation of bonfires and Bruderschaft. However, there remains an equal lack of any thought-out ethics in this realm as well, and as with abstractive thought, every practical rule has the same null value. The most comfortable of all methods, this path of more natural freedom views any law or custom as a burden to subjectivity and willfulness, and one gives oneself at ease with asserting ideas as facts of consciousness. 81 Though this position might already be said to embody the acquiescence that makes peace with actuality, Hegel seems to be addressing an even less radical crowd in the third alternative of his critical analogy, those who are unconcerned with the present, and eagerly accept publicly familiar truth as valid. 82 In his introduction to the philosophy of right, Hegel underlines that the familiarity of positive law is precisely its validity, but he notes further that, since such law cannot be natural, in an absolute sense, any acceptance of positive law is irrational if it cannot, or will not, account for the reason why one follows certain customs over others. Hegel emphasizes this point by taking issue with the traditionalist excuse that the law is right simply by virtue of its consistency over time. It is the nature of law, rather, to be contingent and to adapt and change. 83 Challenging the notion, then, that the truth and right of a law can be grounded in either its pragmatic or traditional justification, Hegel initially points out that historical developments are not necessarily just. Even if these developments prove to be just, however, traditional or practical explanations of existing laws are not philosophical justifications. Knowing all of the genetic explanative reasons for a rational law does not amount to a grasp of why it is right. Drawing on Montesquieu's claim that justification stems from viewing laws as part of a larger framework, such as a nation's character, Hegel intends to show why we must seek the basis for our familiarity with positive law, the reason for accepting a law as true and right. 84 In his own philosophical project of showing the rational basis of the present, he thus seeks a warmer peace, a reconciliation with actuality. 85 This reconciliation not only involves looking to national identity, including economy, religion, geography, as the horizon of the law, but also entails orienting oneself toward the past, trying to find the necessary developments leading to what is rationally valid in the present, and grasping all of this in a reinterpretation of the state that already exists in the world. We must, according to Hegel, come to see our own development as part of the larger project of free thought and make a home here and now for the concepts of freedom and right. This is precisely what Hegel means by achieving the idea of right, and also explains his allusion to Goethe's sonnet, Nature and Artifice. 86 In order to understand ourselves, we have to enter the circle of philosophy in and through our own time. As present laws and rationality are products of history, however, grasping the present inherently means turning to the past, and engaging with its own rational development. If the task at the outset is to find what is rational in our history, however, this seems to indicate a metaphysical stance on Hegel's part, and a priori presupposition that history operates rationally. Indeed, he states as much in his introduction to the philosophy of history. He thought that reason rules the world, and that world history has therefore been rational in its course. Is a presupposition in regard to history as such. 87 Hegel immediately rescinds and explains his demand for this assumption, though, stating that it will actually first arise as a result of an empirical philosophy of history, one that he has already undertaken and can therefore already view as a totality. 88 We should briefly inquire into this philosophy of history, then, to glean how it understands reason and takes itself to remain presuppositionless. One can see Hegel's philosophy of history as the dialectical culmination of several other methods of historical inquiry, the last of which are a critical history and a specialized history of ideas. Critical history, which Hegel describes as a history of historical writing, entails an important step beyond naive, universal history, for it is aware not only of the subject's inherent role in shaping historiography. This was already emphasized by the pragmatic history that sought to appropriate historical facts or consistencies for moral instruction in the present, but also of the historical narrative itself as an event in the totality of history. 89. It is of crucial significance that this critical stance takes the historical consciousness, the spiritual content, of past ages into account, for here it becomes evident that human history is an involvement of spirit with itself on at least two levels. First, the initial historian's account was already either a self-representation, original history, or an engagement with one's history as such, universal history. Second, the critical historian can now survey and reflect on these self-conscious involvements. This heightening of historical awareness, albeit a static elevation that does not yet provide a sense of development, gets one closer to understanding what a discovery of reason in history might mean. It would be the consciousness, on the part of the historian, of a spiritual, historical, stance that pervades all of human history, and that she herself takes part in. However, since the critical historian is still at the center of this interpretation of history, her account risks simply being an idiosyncratic survey of past positions, a narrative that Hegel warns is susceptible to subjective fancies. 90 Therefore, we must find a broader, objective scope for history, as well as a thread internal to its development. Even an objective history of ideas that traces developments of specialized areas of thought throughout time, however, risks becoming mired in a certain externality if it does not attend to what is precisely historical in its subject matter. It would not suffice to state that one idea followed another. A fully rational account of history would instead have to show the interconnections between ideas and ages, their historical, even conceptual, relatedness. 91 Though Hegel, in the philosophy of history, mentions only in passing the histories of art, law, and religion, the history of science provides a perfect example of this relatedness. An externally historical account of mathematics, for instance, might state that calculus was developed later than geometry or algebra, and that it represents a deeper mode of mathematical formalization. However, there are reasons internal to its temporal genesis, reasons having to do with the very historical iterability and perfectibility of mathematics itself, and these must be accounted for in its history. 92 The ideas in this history are thus developmental, moving, in the case of science, toward aims of higher formalization, and more precise prediction. Hegel gleans a similar internal development from the standpoint of world philosophical history that he synthesizes out of the critical and specialized histories. Just as science has an idea of its goal and moves progressively closer to it, so historical consciousness appears to progressively objectify or concretize its matter as well. It attends to the way that spirit's self-consciousness has developed, and seeks the reasons why this has occurred. The material of historical consciousness, as we have seen through the critical lens, is precisely human self-consciousness of their historical situation, and Hegel takes the self-consciousness to necessarily increase over time. This means that in history, unlike in art, religion, or philosophy, spirit is both internality and externality, and that reason comes to know itself in its spiritual actuality, rather than through imagery, feeling, or pure thought. 93 To find reason in history, then, means for Hegel nothing other than to discover empirically the common inner principle of history mentioned at the outset of this section. Through its dealings with history, spirit comes to know itself, and consciously shapes its identity over time. If this empirical account of reason's history dispels the charge of metaphysical presuppositions, Hegel nevertheless characterizes the progress of self-consciousness quite strongly, noting that it is bound to happen when people start shaping their lives and taking the future into account. This can be misunderstood as the claim that there is constantly and everywhere progress in humanity, and that Hegel espouses a deterministic or mechanistic view of history. What it means for Hegel, instead, is that there is progress in spirit's vantage point, progress that becomes evident as soon as one looks to the actual development of historical consciousness, from private assessment of one's immediate life, original history, to the inclusion of distant historical lessons in one's own social situation, pragmatic history, to an awareness both of history's own self-conscious and self-determined development and of being a product of that very development, world history. From this development, it seems possible to conclude that historical consciousness seeks and eventually attains full self-consciousness. Against the metaphysical claim that history runs according to the plan of a hidden providence, then, Hegel asserts that we can know the force that shapes history, since we are that very force. 94. Far from being an exterior force upon history, the progress leading to the world historical perspective that Hegel views as the crowning achievement of historical consciousness is really a conscious and self-determined gathering of various historical insights developed over the course of human civilization. That this stage of historical awareness was reached through consciousness's own determination seems itself a refutation of the notion that Hegel believes history to have a naturally determined course and telos. To be sure, the self-knowledge that Hegel sees on a global scale already occurs naturally within every society, and might therefore perhaps be said to be a given starting point. The rise in self-awareness, however, is anything but automatic, and two culminating points of the philosophy of right help establish this. First, the progress of historical self-consciousness has its source solely within consciousness itself, more precisely in consciousness's freedom. Second, every culture struggles toward self-consciousness in and through their own historicity, and only world history allows a perspective broad enough to draw complete self-knowledge from these struggles. In order to clarify these points, I will next elucidate Hegel's conception of world history as the necessary development, out of the concept of spirit's freedom alone, of the moments of reason and so of spirit's self-consciousness and freedom. 95. The project of freedom. As the discussion of Hegel's phenomenology above showed, consciousness develops because it is never simply immediate to itself. Drawing on Fichte's insight that the self is its activity, Hegel concludes that for consciousness to know itself as active, its object must not be able to be fully subsumed under consciousness, to become static. This also means that self-consciousness always involves mediation, be it through objects, through other consciousnesses, or through history itself, which, as we saw, is for Hegel the substance of knowing. That this mediation and development is nevertheless self-determined, and not simply given over to the objects of consciousness, rests on the fact that consciousness always returns to itself, albeit in a changed way. By continually understanding itself differently, consciousness changes itself, and produces itself over time. 96. Because of this, Hegel claims that any consciousness that experiences history must necessarily advance. Yet how does this advance occur out of the concept of freedom? Hegel underscores that right is rooted in the freedom of the will, which is as basic to human nature as gravitation is to bodies. As such, it is the foundation on which consciousness can even first begin to determine itself. The process of actualizing freedom, of mediating it from a natural state of being in itself to also being for itself as a second nature, is a movement of specification, and therefore also one of limitation. 97. After all, a freedom that is purely negative and unspecified has not been mediated through anything, has no identity, and therefore no grasp of itself. To be fully free, however, is to grasp oneself completely, and Hegel's account of the movement from personhood to the sovereign state in the philosophy of right conveys spirit's apprehension of itself in its self-limitation. Thus, though nature may be the foundation for freedom, it is not until a people consciously takes up a purpose and enters history that freedom becomes a concrete project for consciousness. With the story of freedom and the story of history overlapping in this fashion, it should be clear that a culture can be historical and free only once it knows itself and understands its unity throughout all of its endeavors. The modern constitutional state represents for Hegel an advanced form of social organization that possesses the self-awareness on multiple levels. It embodies the point of realization when spirit has come to know that it has itself over against itself as an external world whose determinations are none other than spirit's own determinations. 98 The state is thus conscious both of its historical origin in its struggle for freedom and of the historically significant effect of its actions. Analogous perhaps to the sphere of morality in the phenomenology, it is the objective will, the free individual, a self-contained and self-determined product of reason. However, the state is not the ultimate horizon for self-understanding. At most, it is an important moment within the broader perspective of world history. If we follow the necessary progression of freedom, we find that, contained in the concept of state sovereignty itself, there arises the issue of relationships among self-sufficient states. 99 While the state epitomizes the self-knowing entity, then, it is nevertheless present with others on the world historical stage, and it must grasp itself within this sphere. The difficulty in this demand, however, is that the realm of international relations is a maelstrom of external contingency and the inner particularity of passions, interests, aims, of talents and virtues, of power, of wrong, and of vice. 100 The lack of any possible arbitration at this level, Hegel denies the possibility of a Kantian League of Nations due to the lack of a universal will. 101, seemingly exposes the state to sheer chaos. Yet simply because there is no law at the international level does not mean that all is given over to arbitrariness. To understand oneself as an individual nation on a global scale means to view oneself under the higher praetor of universal spirit that is in and for itself, the spirit of the world. 102 It means to view humanity as a whole as the proper horizon of action, to see the finite concerns of nation-states as moments in the course of world history. By inhabiting this stance, spirit knows itself as a total human project. 103 It is only within the world historical horizon, then, that the claim concerning reason's rule within history finds full explanation and validation. In fact, it is world history's character of self-knowledge that justifies its position, else all would remain pure contingency. World history is thus less a designation of sheer chronological succession or a detached perspective on human development than it is the intersubjective standpoint of spirit toward itself. As a kind of theodicy, a justification of the path of history, the vantage point of world history reconciles spirit with the necessity inherent in its prior development, and with the contingencies that remain in the present point. 104 This reconciliation is fully achieved only when, through a philosophical historical investigation, one becomes aware that history had an implicit goal, and that this goal, spirit's self-consciousness, has been made explicit and actualized. One can see in this reconciliation Hegel's reason for insisting on a historical dimension to the investigation of right. Far from being a mere traditionalist justification of contemporary practices or a complacent demand for resignation in light of world events, Hegel's inquiry intends to demonstrate that self-understanding has practical consequences. 105 Just as the phenomenology sought to demonstrate that the substance of knowing is history, so Hegel's philosophy of right conveys the possibility of knowing oneself on a world historical level, indeed, that the time has come for such knowledge, and underscores that this knowledge is self-justifying. As crucial as it is for a state to possess an awareness of itself as a free whole within the world, it must also know the limits of its freedom and understand the character of the content of the ethical world that is now present and actual. 106 Having reached this culminating level of spirit, the so-called end of world history, the task of philosophy would seem to be complete. Echoing the status of absolute knowing, consciousness has become fully aware of its position in the world, of its reach, duties, and limitations. Indeed, because of these limitations, since the self-knowledge involved in this completion is itself historical, since any code is incomplete, 107 and since the reality of justice can always be overturned if enough individuals choose to do so, the history of freedom is an open one in practice. 108 Not merely a recollective stance in the present, The orientation toward right is thus also a futural one, and although Hegel does not make any claims about the future, it is clear that any further developments will be part of spirit's self-determination. Modes of openness. We thus have an account, in Hegel, of a consciousness that is aware of both its past development and its present situatedness, and is committed to a potentially infinite future evolution, to the ongoing project of freedom. It should now be quite clear that this awareness, though reached at a certain point in time by a given state, does not in any sense constitute an actual end of history, a ceasing of historical existence. 109 It is, instead, the recognition of an open-endedness, an infinity, inherent in self-determination. Contrary to many of his detractors who see a metaphysical imposition here, the absolute standpoint that Hegel claims to grasp is thus actually rather thin, and pertains to history rather than existing above it as the purported knowledge of our destiny. The claim is, quite bluntly, that we have no fixed identity, we are free to be who we want to be, and will always struggle in living out this desire. 110 Some have taken this stance to involve an actual achievement of infinity. Freedom is then nothing but the living out of an already attained totality, the boring perpetuation of economic calculation, the endless solving of technical problems, environmental concerns, and the satisfaction of sophisticated consumer demands. 111 Yet this reading assumes the level of state consciousness to be final and fixed, and Hegel himself seems to have something more adventurous in mind. While he does emphasize the necessity of binding oneself to some community that carries out the project of freedom, this is not a bond imposed from without. Indeed, against this rather conservative reading of Hegel, he clearly asserts the inevitability of change and the necessity of adapting to history in the pursuit of freedom. 112. With these assertions concerning the open-endedness of history, Hegel seems to stand in some sort of proximity to a hermeneutical position. At least, the notion of an infinite project of freedom seems not to violate any concepts that Gadamer has put forward. Gadamer, after all, stresses the ongoing conversation in which human sociality is embedded, and lauds Hegel for his recognition that freedom, even as the acknowledged core principle of human history, will always need actualizing. 113 Spirit will always be in the process of making itself at home in the world, residing in what Gadamer calls its space of freedom, the indissoluble contradiction between what is real and what would be rational. 114 To this extent, there can be agreement between the two thinkers concerning one aspect of bad infinity, on concrete human existence as a futurally directed, infinite dialogue. However, there is another aspect to bad infinity, its inward attention to a finitude that can be grasped as an infinity in the sense of inexhaustibility. In response to Hegel's adamant rejection of this aspect, Gadamer underscores the irretrievability of our origins in language and history, and underscores the necessity of always again facing the demands of the past to be interpreted and applied. This may indeed sound quite futural, and can easily be conflated with the external direction of bad infinity, but something more immediate is at stake. The inner infinity concerns the very familiarity through which one stands in continuity with tradition. That is not to say that one cannot to some extent comprehend one's historical situation and situatedness. Gadamer indeed takes our present space of freedom to be filled with reality by prior familiarity. 115, but it excludes any complete grasp of this familiarity. Thus, whereas for Hegel there can be a total mediation of the past that surmounts its prior alienation and at the very least solidifies its meaning for the present, such a finality, however temporary, is not possible in Gadamer's view. We may achieve momentary mediations with regard to objects, as when grasping the truth of an artwork, but with regard to transmission as such we must always re-enter the process of understanding anew. No interpretation is final, and there will always be revision because the unitary horizon of historicity cannot be subsumed. 116. Hegel's notion of completion, and of any absolute pastness, thus remains an insurmountable issue for Gadamer. Even when defined as an open-ended project, the recognition of self-determination that absolute knowledge entails on spirit's part remains a difficulty for any adequately hermeneutical description of our situation. While the substance of knowing is history for Hegel, he still sees this substance as an object that can, in theory, be fully grasped, it is spirit that can know itself. And while this self-knowledge does not entail that history itself would cease, it involves a surpassing of our finitude through the sublation of our historical ground, our becoming conscious of what we are by becoming conscious of the whole process whereby we produce ourselves. 117. As related as this might sound to Gadamer's concept of the consciousness of effective history, he denies the possibility of ever grasping our historical situatedness with this level of finality, clarity, or determinacy. Concerned to maintain an accurate conception of our historical involvement, that is, one that accounts for the openness of experience, he simply cannot follow Hegel in this one-sided direction. With all of his emphasis on negativity, limitations, and unpredictability, Hegel still takes consciousness to accrue in the course of history. He views the determinate negations of spirit as engendering constructive progress in the long term. For all the emphasis he places on concretion in this developmental dynamism, he still seems to neglect the fact that historical engagement, as a precursor to any level of self-consciousness, would be the task of every singular individual. Perhaps this helps explain Gadamer's less than optimistic outlook concerning the progress of historical self-consciousness. He is aware of the eminently ongoing task of understanding not just as an anonymous historical process, but as a highly individual demand. 118. Continuity and rupture. Gadamer thus seeks to transpose Hegel's thought into a hermeneutically open position that is rooted in the concrete experience of transmission. Because it is a transposition, there are ways in which the stance still remains close to Hegel. The latter's insights into historical mediation and its movement represent crucial foundational points for philosophical hermeneutics. Indeed, the relation that Hegel describes as the unity of substance and subjectivity bears important similarity to what Gadamer describes as the intertwining of understanding and tradition in historical effect. This relation accounts both for the continuity that we inherently share with the transmission of tradition and for the fundamental interpretive and intersubjective task of grasping the continuity in more explicit and reflective terms. This proximity to Hegel explains Gadamer's remark that his philosophical hermeneutics aims to retrace the path of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit until we discover in all that is subjective the substantiality that determines it. 119. It might initially sound far too deferential to Hegel, with its passive language of seemingly external determination. However, if one recalls the sense of negative determination, or determinate negation, that Hegel espouses, one can see that Gadamer is here locating, in substantiality, the continuity that constitutes the movement of transmission. In other words, through his account of dialectical movement, Hegel is urging us to acknowledge and reconcile ourselves to our ongoing historical situation. It is precisely in the characterization of this situation, however, that an irreconcilable tension divides Gadamer and Hegel. The tension concerns the nature of tradition's continuity, and our relation to it. Since we belong to the movement of tradition, it is a question of self-relation, and Gadamer reads Hegel as a thinker who intended to overcome, but always remained embroiled in, the problems of self-consciousness. 120. While recognizing our historicity, Hegel also states the criterion of experience to be transparent self-knowledge or the full awareness of the assured continuity of tradition, thereby positing something that does not do justice to hermeneutical consciousness, and that does not account adequately for our historicity or our finite experience. 121. Gadamer's concept of the consciousness of historical effect thus shares similarities with absolute knowing, but stays open or undecided in crucial ways that, as we have seen, are only hinted at in Hegel. Despite the validity of the structure and even the open-ended direction of dialectical movement in Hegel's analyses, then, Gadamer emphatically stresses the need to admit of an openness in another direction, an experience of inner infinity that exceeds the omnipotence of reflection. 122. This experience is precisely that of a limitation at the heart of our historicity. To be sure, as the mere recognition of the necessity of further experience, this would sound strictly future-oriented and like a demand for open-ended interpretation in the style of Hegel's historicity. However, the limitation is far more than a project that, once begun, would remain uncertain in the precise manner of its development. It is really the assertion of the impossibility of immediate orthetic beginning, an insurmountable occlusion in temporal becoming. 123 While we can become aware of and grasp our situatedness within an ongoing historical transmission, we can never retrieve the pure outset of this embeddedness. Furthermore, our certainty of belonging to history is an ongoing task rather than a one-time achievement. There is thus discontinuity even within the present of our historical belonging, and when we go through a transition from one epoch or age to the next, this does not involve a complete mediation of the old and the new in the present. What defines the maturation of time is, instead, the real undecidedness and open infinity of the event itself. 124. Gadamer sees clear limits in the extent to which we can be conscious of historical effect, and his conception of historical continuity thus includes an aspect of opacity or discontinuity that Hegel fails to consider adequately and that he denigrates by labeling exteriority or bad infinity. In Gadamer's view, what Hegel calls bad infinity is a structural element of historical experience as such. 125 Philosophical hermeneutics aims to resuscitate this infinity, but with a decisive modification. 126 It is not some unknown force that, in contrast to reason's internal development, would determine our historical movement from the outside. Rather, it is a course that we all follow, yet that can never be lifted into total presence. Gadamer calls it the path of language. 127 It is this path that he has in mind when he considers tradition as language and as a thou. 128 The way that it supersedes our reflection is not through overt domination, but through the sort of alterity that happens to us through experience and demands a response. The most adequate response that one can give is to listen and remain open, for the inexhaustibility of interpretation and the inability to contain the other prohibit any finality. This inconclusiveness, unobjectly entails that our understanding will always remain a dialogue, rather than a dialectical progression. 129 Far from allowing us to formulate regulative ideals, it actually rules out, as I will underscore in the next chapter, any conception of historical understanding as the engagement in infinite tasks of Kantian or neo-Kantian inflections. Yet the fact that historical understanding is tinged with discontinuity does not mean that we should not seek for a type of reconciliation of pluralization and differences without ignoring or repressing the otherness of the other. 130 As already stated in Chapter 1, Gadamer does not proscribe identity or continuity nor assert their opposite, he merely claims that one cannot presume continuity or rupture in advance as directives of experience. It is only in the finite, particular experience of historical effect that one can claim to find continuity or discontinuity. In my concluding chapter, I will show how this experience of tradition is central to, and constitutive of, the historical human sciences. In describing the past's occurrence to us as an inescapable address that deserves an open ear, Gadamer's formulation of our irretrievable belonging to tradition opened him to accusations of conservatism. Later in his career, perhaps in light of these reproaches, he elaborates on the opaque core of historical effect and decisively broadens his conception of tradition's alterity. Far from demanding our acceptance or deference to a specific tradition, Gadamer could now be said to embrace the withdrawal of heritage as the very source of new meaning and experience. 131 Thus, it is not the specific Western tradition in which we are situated that constitutes our conversation and undergirds the occurrence of history. After all, traditions fade and lineages break, as he already underscored with respect to our individual lives, there is discontinuity and rupture. Gadamer's point is that we do not need a unified or univocal heritage in order for transmission itself to be effective. The rupture of the Western heritage is itself a new opening for historical understanding, shedding new light on ways to engage with and interpret the past. This is a form of freedom, a space in which the artist, for instance, can distance himself from the pregivens of substantial content in order to present everything that the human being at all has the capacity to inhabit. 132 Here we see that Gadamer is not dogmatically attached to a formulated past, to a given social structure or heritage. Even, or especially, the breakdown of a tradition reveals a solidarity that reaches beyond cultural entrenchments to the essence of human historicality as such. Contrary to many anti-Hegelian critics who still operate with the notion of a singular history, then, Gadamer disputes the idea of a unified tradition in this sense. Yet even in this notion Gadamer still remains partially indebted to Hegel, for he gleans his notion of communicability across ruptures from Hegel's discussion of the pastness of art in the lectures on aesthetics. We thus see how Gadamer continues to accept the challenges of Hegel's thought. Gadamer's engagement thereby perfectly embodies what it means to let tradition address us, and how this occurs not once but continually. Robert Pippin is indeed correct in stating that Gadamer's appropriation of Hegel is historically situated and that we cannot encounter Hegel in the same manner today. 133 Yet this is precisely Gadamer's point: we will always understand differently. 4. New critical consciousness. Reflection and judgment. The previous chapter elaborated how, in turning to Hegel, Gadamer hopes to alleviate the ethical gap he finds in Heidegger's conception of historical involvement. Hegel's elaboration of ethical substance offers Gadamer an attractive vision of concrete, lived freedom, emphasizing the historically transmissive, intersubjective character of this project. Yet Gadamer's reading of Hegel is far from deferential even on this point. On the one hand, it echoes and intensifies the angle of critique directed at Heidegger, pushing even further into the realm of situated social life and of ongoing historical interpretation that diagnoses of Seinsvergessenheit and aspirations of absolute knowing intend to finalize or overcome. In this respect, both dialectic and Dasein analysis must still be translated into the infinite ethical dialogue, that is, into the task of hermeneutic historical transmission. On the other hand, the bad infinitization of dialectical movement, the crucial uncovering of irretrievable historicity, occurs by way of the finitude gleaned precisely from Heidegger, and constitutes an application of this concept to intersubjective existence. From this angle, the trajectory of Gadamer's that I have laid out thus far can be read as an attempt to elaborate what an originary ethics, first mentioned by Heidegger in the Letter on Humanism, might be. One, it is a matter of understanding the different senses and possibilities of freedom that arise from a historically hermeneutical interpretation of human existence. While thus indeed rooted in a common concern for the elucidation of what Heidegger had called finite freedom in being and time, Gadamer's path of developing this ethical dimension, as one might expect, takes its own course. It draws from vastly different sources, and is connected to the thematic of humanism that Heidegger not only eschews, but intensely condemns as belonging to the metaphysical tradition. What is more, since Hegel provides Gadamer with only an ambiguous relation to freedom, a stance that is at once both behind and in front of Heidegger, Gadamer draws on another thinker who confronts this issue with thorough systematic force. This thinker is Kant, who for Gadamer represents both a figure of great significance for the description of our finite historical nature and a missed opportunity in the full interpretation of this description. Much as with Hegel, then, Kant is significant in terms of both his contributions and his shortcomings. In one sense, Gadamer's involvement with Kant continues the assessment of reflective consciousness in which Hegel played such a pivotal yet ambiguous role. The issue is not, after all, whether or not reflection as such is possible. The matter lies in characterizing this reflection, in pinpointing the degree to which we can elevate ourselves above our situation, and while Hegel ascribes a mediated and intersubjective aspect to this process, he also asserts the possibility of its completion. Gadamer, through the concept of the consciousness of historical effect, denies this possibility, underlining instead the task of a continual and revisable, indeed, fallible, interpretation that can be considered both historical and critical. The fact that Gadamer stresses the need for a new critical consciousness too as part of the hermeneutic task signals his indebtedness to Enlightenment thinking on this issue, and he even explicitly states that the Kantian warning retains its justification precisely here, where the question of our historical reflection is at stake. 3 The warning, of course, is Kant's caution against reason overstepping its bounds, and Gadamer applies it directly to Hegel's absolute knowing. Elsewhere, Gadamer compares his overall aim in truth and method to Kant's project in the Critique of Pure Reason. Philosophical hermeneutics inquires how understanding is possible in all human experience, for it is in part through this broad, critical relevance of Kant that we can expect to find out more about how Gadamer characterizes historical effect as a hermeneutic universe. 5. And how the consciousness of historical effect amounts to our task within this universal element. Yet there are more minute pathways through which Gadamer takes Kant to contribute hermeneutically significant insights. In his third critique, Kant recognizes the unique role that judgment plays in our cognition, ascribing it a place beyond the truth of laws and concepts. His descriptions of how we experience beauty do much to prepare Gadamer's own account of aesthetic experience, which in turn plays an exemplary and expository role in the latter's account of hermeneutical truth as a linguistically and historically situated occurrence. Moreover, Kant also alludes to the social and moral import of beauty, touching upon thematics that align closely with Gadamer's own concerns. On the whole, however, Gadamer laments that Kant retreats from the most powerful implications of his insights, both in matters of aesthetics as such and in terms of historical situatedness. While Gadamer's approximation of certain Enlightenment positions is less well known, he certainly cannot be accused of following in Kant's footsteps. 6. To Gadamer, Kant's relevance seems more that of an impetus for further inquiry into the power of judgment, a supplement to Aristotle's insights on phronesis, and a signpost toward more radical conclusions regarding the cultivation of judgment and historical sensitivity. As these conclusions form the focus of the next chapter, my presentation of Gadamer's involvement with Kant will prepare for the subsequent discussion of those topics. The present chapter will begin by situating Gadamer's concern for Kant both within the trajectory of truth and method and within the context of Gadamer's work as a whole. Here I will describe the hermeneutic and humanistic issues that drive Gadamer toward an involvement with Kant's third critique, and how the latter work is thought to aid in the resuscitation of those issues. In order to assess this possibility, I will next analyze those concepts and passages from the Critique of Judgment that pertain most proximately to Gadamer's reading. In the subsequent presentation of this reading, I will treat Gadamer's interpretation both through his own writings and by means of recent debates on the issue. On this basis, I can return to a broader alignment of hermeneutics with Enlightenment thematics and to the humanistic concerns that form the subject matter of the next chapter. The necessity of Kant. There are at least two interrelated reasons why Kant's philosophy is of necessary concern to Gadamer. 7. First, from the broad perspective of contemporary hermeneutics in an age of plurivocity and mutual suspicion, there is simply no getting around the question of reason's reflective capacity, the status of its freedom with regard to its historical situation, and in relation to various forms of authority and coercion. This is an issue arising eminently from Kant's conception of enlightenment, which announced the need for a free and public examination aid of religious and political claims to authority, and which subsequently developed the rational grounds and methods for this examination. As already elaborated in Chapter 1, Gadamer responds critically to such accounts of autonomous reason, which he considers an implicit demand for complete historical detachment, and which he takes to embody an overall prejudice against prejudice, that is to say, an attempt to inherently discredit any claims arising from tradition or potentially authoritative sources. Nevertheless, Gadamer's relation to Enlightenment aims, and to Kant specifically, is not strictly antagonistic. In fact, while criticizing the epistemologically limiting framework, Gadamer sees a fundamental proximity to Kant's inherently liberating intentions, claiming that what Kant calls enlightenment in truth corresponds to what hermeneutics has in view. 9. There is thus a parallel to be traced between Kant's announcement of the social project of Sapere and Gadamer's account of the task of engaging dialogically with historical effect. Since such a reading of Gadamer's proximity to Kant runs contrary to typical interpretations of Gadamer's position, it will need further justification over the course of this chapter. To even arrive at this level of explanation, however, we must concern ourselves with the thematic of judgment and reflection, and this requires addressing the second of Gadamer's reasons for engaging with Kant's thought. This second, narrower reason pertains to Gadamer's overall aim, in truth and method, of elaborating and reviving a form of truth not captured by the methodical strictures of modern natural science. In previous chapters, we have seen how this truth beyond method bears a historical, linguistic character, and pertains to the practices that one might gather under the term ethical life. Historically speaking, this conception of ethically pertinent truth was quite pervasive prior to the development of modern science and, connected as it is to practical concerns, has strong roots in the humanist tradition, especially in that tradition's ideals of cultivation, Bildung, tact, judgment, and the communal or common sense, sensus communis. Drawing on sources such as Shaftesbury and Vico, Gadamer aligns common sense with phronesis, stressing that it is a knowing that shapes moral existence, and therefore has its place in the social ethical realm. Put in Hegelian terms, it is a sense, acquired and honed in communal life, that is crucial to reconciling oneself with the substance of this community. Looking both to the communal and historical ideals for guidance, common sense gains and sustains a sense of what is right, and it thus also reflects the situation of the human sciences over against the natural sciences, for the object of the human sciences, moral and historical life, is precisely determined by the sensus communis. Gadamer underlines that taste, too, possesses intrinsic moral and social dimensions, and was characterized prior to Kant as its own mode of knowledge. Capable of evaluating the particular in relation to a whole that is not preg-even, it applies even beyond the confines of aesthetics. Indeed, all matters of morality and law demand this approach, and taste thus operates in a community as something central, but not subservient, to it. Taste in this social sense entails having the proper distance from things in order to make good judgments, and is thus not a merely private or subjective stance. Gadamer elucidates the history and interconnection of these concepts very early in Truth and Method as an outline indication of what he seeks to retrieve. Yet since a rupture has occurred with regard to the tradition of these concepts, since they no longer shape our lives to any decisive extent, their sense of truth no longer finds much, if any, purchase in the present. On the surface, this discontinuity might not seem problematic, and Gadamer's aims of retrieval not that difficult to achieve. After all, by describing the reasons that a past age had for employing the experiential notion of truth, Gadamer is seemingly already allocating these reasons a place in present discourse. One might therefore consider it merely a matter of adequate argument, strong evidence of their value, for instance, to revive these particular ideas and this specific conception of truth. At another extreme, the rupture would not be problematic if one could envision, as Heidegger does, a new beginning with regard to truth. It would be a matter of leaving the past tradition, as well as the present's problematic technological scientific conceptions, behind. Even further along these lines, it might not even strike one as imperative that a philosophical project aiming to describe the truth of practical life has to deal with this truth's historical existence at all. It need only be proven to exist on logical or argumentative grounds, perhaps even by appeal to transcendental structures. Gadamer's entire point concerning these approaches is that they are not adequate to the presentation, let alone the grasp and retrieval, of experiential truth. They apply foreign standards to that concept of truth that he is trying to delineate and that he believes makes its own convincing claims. To ameliorate our presently impoverished or limited situation with regard to the understanding of truth, then, it cannot be enough to simply announce the adoption of an older truth conception. This would amount to antiquarianism, an importation of the foreign into the familiar without a clear understanding of its provenance, relevance, or mode of existence. The entire issue, as the previous chapters have helped to illustrate, is that this humanist conception of truth entails recognizing an alternative human ontology to modern subjectivity. It entails taking finitude as one's starting point, and engaging the ruptured tradition from this vantage point. With historicist options ruled out, Gadamer's solution is accordingly to engage with, and performatively retrieve, the very experience of truth that he wishes to resuscitate. He will return to the humanist ideals, but only by retracing the way in which they lost their traction and were relegated from the realm of truth to that of art and subjective feeling. It is only through this retracing, Gadamer believes, that we can experience and understand their claim to truth, which is also the truth of ethical life and the human sciences as a whole. 11. The retrieval of these ideals can, in addition, serve to define and delimit the capacities of Enlightenment reason. Gadamer therefore needs to address the subjectivization of truth, which occurred largely through the field of aesthetics in the past 200 years and lives on today. Kant ends up being the most important figure in this regard, for even if he is not directly responsible for the development of aesthetic consciousness, he nevertheless prepared its way as the initiator of what Gadamer calls aesthetic differentiation 12. While still tied intrinsically to the concepts of taste and genius, this abstraction, indeed an uprooting of art from its social and hermeneutic soil, ultimately stems from Kant's narrowing of the sensus communis to a domainless and therefore truthless judgment of taste. By employing and narrowing the scope of the central humanistic ideals, then, the critique of judgment presents a direct connection back to that earlier tradition. Thus, given what we have said about the type of retrieval that occurs here, Gadamer's analysis of Kant is a bridge that connects Gadamer's own project with the project of humanism. 13. In order to grasp this bridge function of Kant's third critique, I will first elaborate its key concepts that are relevant to Gadamer's analysis. Uprooting taste in the third critique. The judgment of taste, as Kant delimits it in the Analytic of the Beautiful, can be described as homeless or uprooted insofar as it has no legislative domain, nor even, like its close relative the empirical judgment, a residence, domicilium, in nature. However, although it does not rest on concepts or sensations, taste is nevertheless taken to be valid for everyone, and resides in all judging persons in the form of a subjectively universal principle, the concept of purposiveness. The judgment's universality is rooted in the idea of a common sense, an ideal standard that serves as the condition for communicating the pleasure felt in the free play of cognitive powers. Thus, though Kant's account delimits a place for taste, it is at most a transcendental one. Gadamer ultimately wishes to press Kant on whether his conception of the sensus communis, displaced as it is from the historical linguistic realm of tradition and sociality, is enough to account for the understanding experience of art, in which the artwork reveals a connection to the world and to our place in it. My inquiry in this section, then, takes place in two steps. First, I will clarify where Kant takes taste to reside, inquiring in more detail about the universality of the judgment of taste, its voice, and its grounding in a common sense. On this basis, I investigate the commonality that Kant takes taste to establish. Here I am concerned with questions regarding the cultivation of taste, its moral dimensions, and the activity of the genius. Domains and powers in Kant's critical system. In the second, revised introduction to the critique of judgment, Kant delimits the respective domains of the cognitive powers, the separate fields for which they are legislative. These domains had already been securely established in the first two critiques, and Kant here merely indicates cognition's different orientation with respect to these areas. The understanding, we are reminded, gives laws to the domain of appearances by supplying these appearances with the concepts of nature. We are limited in our theoretical endeavors to the natural domain of the objects of all possible experience, since the understanding's legislation restricts itself to phenomena. 14 Reason, on the other hand, gives laws to the practical sphere, the domain of possible human action, by means of the concept of freedom. 15 We are free in this domain, as nature does not determine us to act in any certain way. In our practical pursuits, we are detached from nature and think of ourselves as belonging to the intelligible, supersensible realm. The legislation that reason exercises here takes the form of the categorical imperative, the law by which the will ought to be determined and which each rational subject gives to himself. Despite these differing legislative orientations, however, Kant points out that the domains of understanding and reason rest upon common ground. Both cognitive powers can be logically thought as being operative within us, as the first critique has demonstrated, and thus both may inhabit the territory of possible experience. Moreover, this territory is itself situated within a larger realm, the unbounded realm of the supersensible. Yet this realm is inaccessible to the legislative grasp of either cognitive power, since within the territory of possible experience, the cognitive powers mutually inhibit each other's complete, i.e., theoretical, knowledge of the unbounded realm. Understanding's concepts permit of intuition of appearances without knowing their supersensible substratum or noumena, and reason can think things in themselves without any hope of intuiting them. While remaining the basis of all possible experience, then, the supersensible realm cannot become a territory or domain for cognition. We can occupy this realm with practical ideas, but no permanent, theoretical advance from the knowledge of the sensible world to that of the supersensible is possible. Nevertheless, as already indicated, the cognitive powers share the same territory of possible experience. The supersensible concept of freedom, reason's legislation to the domain of human action, is precisely intended to have an effect in the sensible world. In acting, we step purposively into nature. If this is to be the case, however, it must be possible to think the laws of freedom harmonizing with the a priori lawfulness of nature, to imagine our practical purposes as compatible with, and feasible in, the sensible world. Thinking this harmony of freedom and nature, supplying a basis uniting the supersensible that underlies nature and the supersensible that the concept of freedom contains, practically 16 entails, for Kant, judging nature as if it were itself purposive. The concept of the basis, the principle of purposiveness legislated by such a judgment, would not possess its own domain, however, as it reflectively gives its a priori rule to itself rather than to nature or to freedom. As we will see in more detail below, reflective judgment thus determines the subjective feeling of pleasure, which unites the cognitive power with the power of desire, instead of imposing any concepts on nature. Judgment of this kind accordingly falls completely outside the bounds of cognition, as it merely mediates between nature and freedom, and makes a movement between the two possible. In order for the harmony between nature and freedom to arise, we not only must think of nature as being purposive, but must experience it that way as well. Indeed, one always already treats nature as if it possessed a higher unity, one intends it as purposive. When this intention is fulfilled, when purposiveness appears, the experience gives rise to pleasure. This pleasure, while remaining a subjective feeling, also makes a claim to universal validity. To understand this a priori validity of reflective judgments, it is necessary to clarify precisely how purposiveness is experienced. As I am concerned here only with matters of taste, I will restrict the investigation to reflective aesthetic judgments regarding beauty. Judgments of taste. As already stated, the aesthetic judgment makes no cognitive claim. Whereas cognition of objects requires sensory intuition and its subsumption under concepts, the aesthetic judgment apprehends the object only in its intuitive form. Furthermore, it takes no interest in the object's existence, and even someone on an uninhabited island should be able to declare something beautiful. 17 In this formalistic stance, there is not even reference to the sensory content, the material aspect of the appearance. Since the judgment ignores objective presentations, the apprehension of the object's form is singular and relates solely to the subject. 18. In a movement of simultaneous receptivity and active detachment, the imagination takes up the form of the object and compares it to the power of understanding. In this comparison, which entails a relation to, but not an activity of the understanding, the form is set in accord with the subject's cognitive powers. The resulting free play of imagination and understanding is the source of the experience of subjective purposiveness, since it appears as if the form had been tailored, as if on purpose, to our cognitive powers. This purposiveness, Kant stresses, is furthermore felt as pleasure. Pleasure is thus not simply the consequence of the conformity of the object's form to the cognitive powers. To feel the free play is to feel pleasure. Kant defines taste as the ability to judge by such a pleasure, and hence also with universal validity. 19 Indicating on the one hand that taste is not a merely private capacity, and on the other that pleasure, and the purposiveness involved in giving rise to it, plays some role in this validation beyond individual limits. To say that some object is beautiful may indeed merely be a claim regarding the object's form and the subject's singular apprehension thereof, but this judgment nevertheless asserts a bindingness for everyone. It is worth recalling, on this note, that the necessity of the judgment of taste is not a conceptual universality. As a singular judgment, it does not identify anything as true, nor does it make any cognitive claims concerning the object. The question, then, is how it asserts its validity. Wherein is its universality grounded? In describing the second moment of a judgment of taste, Kant reiterates that its universal validity is not objective or logical, but rather subjective, for although it does not connect the predicate of beauty with the concept of the object, considered in its entire logical sphere, yet it extends that predicate over the entire sphere of judging persons. 20 We may, therefore, not be able to logically prove an instance of beauty or give a rule as to its judgment, but we go beyond private sensation in pronouncing a judgment of taste. We speak it in a universal voice that applies to all people capable of judgment. 21 Shortly, this voice of taste will turn out to rest upon an even deeper ground, a common sense that constitutes the very possibility of communication, and thus grounds taste's universality. Noting that any communication must somehow pertain to cognition, that universality is impossible if not tied to knowledge in some way, Kant suggests that the universal communicability of taste is nothing but the mental state in the free play of imagination and understanding, insofar as they harmonize with each other as required for cognition in general. 22 Put differently, because one's imagination and understanding are in harmony in the judgment of taste, in that proportioned attunement which we require for all cognition, one has the capacity to communicate universal validity in the judgment of taste. 23 As Kant puts it, since cognitions are to be communicated, then the mental state required for cognition in general must also be universally communicable. 24 The paradox in the judgment's universality, however, lies in the fact that the subject cannot reflexively know his or her mental state as one that is required for cognition in general. There is no conceptual, objective view that one can take to ascertain one's position with regard to knowledge as a whole. Rather, stressing again the character of aesthetic judgment as reflective, we must sense the necessity of the judgment of taste from a subjective standpoint. The unity in the relation between the cognitive powers in the subject can reveal itself only through sensation. Empfindung. 25 In order to be able to speak with a universal voice, therefore, we must be able to sense the validity of judgments of taste. Kant locates this ability to compare our own judgment with human reason in general. 26 In a common sense, which he takes care to distinguish from the conceptual, though frequently obscure, common understanding Gemeinan Verstand that is sometimes also called common sense sensus communis. 27 When the object's form accords with our cognitive powers, and the form proves to be harmonious with the free play of imagination and understanding, common sense allows us to feel the harmony of the cognitive powers in their universal relation as a universal relation. By virtue of this sense, we can reflect on our own judgment, take into account the merely possible judgments of others. 28 And judge a priori the communicability of the feelings that are connected with a given presentation. 29 The common sense is thus the condition of the possibility of feeling the unity of powers, and the condition of communicating anything about them. Explicating the fourth moment of judgments of taste, and drawing the analytic of the beautiful to a close, Kant describes judgments of taste as exemplary instances of this common sense. It is a sense that serves as the basis for communication, but that cannot itself be communicated, for we cannot state it as a rule or a concept. The binding necessity of judgments is thus a necessity of exemplarity. All we can state are the judgments, not the condition underlying them. The singular judgment thus serves to exhibit vocally the universality of the common sense, while the latter remains a presupposed ideal standard that is exemplified in these instances. As Kant grounds taste on, indeed identifies it with, the common sense, it bears investigating what kind of commonality the sense establishes. This involves such issues as the cultivation of taste and its connection to morality, nature, and genius. The ideal of taste. In the final paragraph concerning the fourth moment of taste, Kant raises the question whether common sense, and therefore taste, is an original and natural ability, or only the idea of an ability yet to be acquired. 30. Though he defers an immediate response, and nowhere supplies an outright answer, various indications point toward the latter conception. Manfred Kuhn reads the matter this way, noting that common sense as taste is intimately connected with practical reason and can ultimately be understood only in relation with it. 31. The passage that supports this thesis most strongly is found in the closing sentence of the Critique of Aesthetic Judgment. Here Kant speaks of an unchangeable form of taste that will take shape only upon the propedeutic cultivation of our moral feeling. 32. As the culmination of our moral development, the universal human sense 32 of taste is something that ought to be brought about. It is thus tied intrinsically to practical reason. One can find similar indications of taste as an ideal much earlier in the Critique of Judgment. A thematic and structural shift, indicative of Kant's view, already occurs in sections 16 and 17, in which Kant leaves pure judgments of taste behind in favor of fixed or accessory beauty. He describes the ideal of taste, by which we model our own ability of taste, as an archetype 34 that we ourselves generate. Yet, as rational, this idea can neither be intuited nor, since it pertains to judgment, be conceptualized. Only an ideal of beauty, therefore, can present this idea. It is at this point that Kant rules out pure judgments of taste as capable of presenting ideal beauty, and thus as presenting the idea of taste that we seek. Only mixed judgments of taste can ever hope to present ideal beauty, since they are partly intellectual, 35 or connected to concepts of objective purposiveness. Judging ideal beauty thus entails connecting an interest to it, an intellectual interest that pure judgments of taste, bearing no intrinsic connection to morality, lack. Due to our interests in the ideal, Kant believes that mixed judgments of taste have a certain priority in life, that we regard some products of taste as exemplary. 36. Kant acknowledges that, in order to find the rule within himself, 37. One will attend to examples in experience. He distinguishes following by reference to a precedent from imitating. 38. As the example should serve as an influence rather than a basis for a judgment, and any empirical determination of our taste would constitute a breach of its autonomy. 39. Thus, while taste might be extended and cultivated by way of examples, the basis for its judgments remains entirely in the sphere of subjective universality. It is in connection with this apparent linear order that Kant stresses the prior development of morality as a prerequisite for taste. Pointing out that direct interest in the beautiful in nature is actually not common. 40. He stresses numerous times that taking a direct interest in nature's beauty presumes previous moral training. One can do so only to the extent that one has beforehand already solidly established an interest in the morally good. 41. With regard to this establishment, one could point out the general necessity of human self-determination, that is, acting with respect toward the moral law. With sufficient honing of our human propensities, we thus might be capable of appreciating exemplars of beauty. Nonetheless, Kant underlines the unique character of direct interest as one that is not common. As a special relation to the beautiful, it is not simply the result of a linear development. Rather, there seems to be a reciprocal furthering of taste and morality, as indicated by the notion, in section 59, of beauty as the symbol of morality. In symbolic hypotypesis, Kant notes, an analogy is established between the respective forms of reflection in judgment and reason. Instances of beauty, and the mixed judgments that pertain to them, help us in realizing rational ideas concretely, and thus arouse, and connect with, our direct interest in the moral. As Kant puts it, such judgments help us transition from sense enjoyment to moral feeling. 42. From sensible charm to a habitual moral interest without making too violent a leap. 43. We can conclude, therefore, that while ideal taste presumes our completed moral development, this moral feeling is itself cultivated through exemplars of taste. Kant takes care to discern precisely what kind of interests we connect with judgments of taste. He notes that it is very interesting to have taste in society, believing that we take a social interest in the beautiful because our judgment allows us to communicate our feelings about beauty to others, and this in turn furthers our sociability. 44. This alignment of our interest, however, makes taste subservient to inclination, and limits our interest to the empirical. There is thus no intrinsic or direct connection to morality, no movement between appearance and freedom. A direct interest would be one that arises with, and connects to, examples of purposiveness as instances of ideal beauty. One source of such examples is nature. In fact, for Kant, nature, or what we consider natural, is all that we can take a direct interest in. 45 The fact that nature can display a purposiveness without having a purpose, that it can show a voluptuousness for the mind, means that one cannot meditate about the beauty of nature without at the same time finding one's interest aroused. 46 Taking such interest directly indicates our attachment to morality, for we thereby display our desire that the ideas of practical reason find objective realization. Another exemplary source may be found in art, for fine art possesses the capacity to have the look of nature even though we are conscious of it as art. 47 The genius, as a creator of original and exemplary beauty, and as one inspired, indeed, gifted, by nature, evokes an interest similar to the one we have in nature. Having the incommunicable ability to discover and express aesthetic ideas, the genius can pass them along to others, communicating the mental attunement that those ideas produce. 48. What remains incommunicable, however, even to the genius himself, is the natural gift of producing art. In his inspiration, something exceeds the genius's ability to know how he expresses his ideas. This talent comes to him from nature. Since the genius's exemplarity is at the same time his free use of his cognitive powers, 49 A judging of beautiful art, then, entails feeling a purposiveness that is at once natural and tied to the realm of human freedom. As with the exemplars of beauty treated above, however, the genius's art is not something we can learn or copy. The most we can hope to glean from our experience of fine art, for Kant, is a sense of the genius's ideas. We can abstract from the artist's products, collecting models of fine art as the only means of transmitting these ideas to posterity. 50. The preceding analyses show that taste and morality are inextricably and reciprocally linked for Kant. In this regard, the ideal of taste, common sense, stands as a universal goal which, while not communicable itself, provides the basis for any communication. Exemplary natural beauty serves to evoke this common sense. Similarly, the fine art of the genius provides us not with the ideal itself, the rule by which to achieve beauty, but with models that serve to cultivate our direct interest in the moral and guide our taste. Through taste, then, for Kant, we may indeed find ourselves in a moral aesthetic community, but it is one that does not require any empirically social or historical basis. Between Enlightenment and Humanism. Questioning aesthetic consciousness. As mentioned above, Gadamer situates his critique of Kant's aesthetics within a broader elaboration of the notion of aesthetic consciousness, along with what he views as its attendant modes of abstraction, cultivation, and lived experience. While these points of contention in fact fall more squarely on the shoulders of Schelling, Goethe, or Schiller, Gadamer nevertheless pinpoints in Kant the initial conception of art that gave rise to aesthetic consciousness. By denying taste a place in any region of knowledge, and separating it from empirical historical sociality, Kant prepares the way for aesthetic abstraction, a tendency to ignore all that is not an aesthetic quality in the work of art. This has had the consequence, according to the analysis in Truth and Method, of relegating art to a subjective or artistic instinctive 51 realm, eventually eradicating any cognitive claim in art whatsoever. The most important insight to be gleaned from Kant's account of taste, so Gadamer maintains, is that it reveals the imagination to be productive without the guidance of concepts or rules. However, while we have seen that Kant certainly retains an intrinsic moral connection to taste, Gadamer contends that Kant ends up removing the domain of taste, and thus also that of common sense, from its properly social and cognitive element, from out of the center of philosophy. 52 Since the aesthetics of taste is formal and reflective, when Kant calls it the common sense he is really not touching at all upon the humanistic social or moral aspects of that term. Both taste and common sense reside, for Kant, in a transcendental reflection, making any claims of sociality or tradition upon taste impossible or at least invalid. From a Kantian angle this is entirely unsurprising, as the moral sphere is not empirically determined. Yet these social claims, according to the humanist tradition Gadamer seeks to revive, are precisely the means by which taste is taken to arise and shape itself. Thus, the issue is not only that Kant narrows the sensus communis from a broader range of judgment to an aesthetic judgment of taste, but that he also narrows taste itself to being strictly formal and without substance. Its universality stems from a largely negative definition, being described by what it abstracts from: subjective attractiveness, specific faculties, or external senses. Interestingly, Kant hints beyond these aesthetic limitations of taste when he describes the ideal of beauty in section 17. In this ideal, so Kant asserts, the human form can express or at least hint at a moral end, namely that of human perfection. In such human depictions, then, we see not only the formal beauty from which we derive sensible pleasure, but a purposive, intellectual meaning as well. It becomes a non-conceptual yet cognitive way of encountering ourselves in the world. Because of this, Gadamer notes that the very recognition of the non-conceptuality of taste leads beyond an aesthetics of taste. 53 It is a beauty in which the ethical Das Sittliche comes to expression. 54 Kant seems to agree when he declares that judging by an ideal of beauty is not a mere judgment of taste. 55 Nevertheless, Gadamer claims that Kant skirts this revealing insight because, for the purposes of the critique of the judgment as a whole, he is interested in the pure, contentless beauty of nature. The latter, as suited to the end of our pleasure, speaks a sort of language that brings us to the intelligible idea of what mankind is to be. 56 Had Kant dealt more deeply with this thematic on the side of art, so Gadamer believes, he would have recognized that art has the advantage of speaking to us far more clearly and directly. Kant had hinted in this direction when speaking of the morally symbolic character of beauty, but he failed to develop this idea further. 57. Despite the narrowing of taste to the aesthetic realm, then, there remains in Kant's account a strong connection between art and the ethical. It is located in the curious reciprocal development of taste and moral feeling, a mutual cultivation that would seemingly not be able to sever itself from culture or tradition entirely. 58 Here one could point to the character of judgment not only as a transcendental faculty, but as a social task that makes universal demands. While Gadamer does not analyze this circular movement in any detail, he notes that Kant's allusion to the humanities, humaniora, as a source of sociability is purely formal, this propedeutic simply being another requirement for ideal taste. 59 Kant seems interested only in the way in which empirical models help establish the moral feeling that grounds taste, not in their actual content. Moreover, with taste conceived as an ideal, as an unchangeable perfection, it loses all connection to Bildung, the cultivated yet continually open ground for tact and taste in the historical human sciences. Gadamer points out that the very idea of a perfect taste has something nonsensical about it, for it aims at establishing a uniform taste through which everyone, formally speaking, would agree what constitutes the quality of a given work of art. 60 Gadamer has in mind here the models of fine art that are abstracted from the genius's work, as the sole ideas capable of being passed on and immortalized. Identifying these eternally significant shapes in art, singling them out as potential experiences of the beautiful, thus constitutes aesthetic abstraction, which uproots the beautiful qualities of art out of their tradition, releases the work of art from its place and time in history and sequesters it in the timeless existence of the museum. 61. Noting that art historians are just beginning to return works aesthetically to their home, 62 and seeking to understand just how their ahistorical abstraction has been justified, Gadamer turns to common conceptions of the genius's production of art, as well the 19th century notion of Urlaubniskunst. For Kant, as we have seen, the reflective judgments mediating movement evokes, and ultimately satisfies, our desire to see freedom's ideas realized in nature. The genius, inspired by nature, is capable of expressing aesthetic ideas that fulfill this desire, revealing in this invention a certain mysterious source, nature's apparent purposiveness without a purpose. Since the genius's creation is a free, non-conceptual invention, he stands as if unmediated by culture or tradition. Grounded in the formal idea of a common sense, the genius would intend a certain meaning to be communicated, with this then guiding the production of the work. Finally, with this intention fulfilled, the work would stand completed for observation, awaiting reception of the communicated meaning. As Gadamer indicates, this model of artistic creation presupposes a reciprocal creativity and profound understanding on the part of the artist's fellow geniuses. 63. It assumes the ability on the part of the observer to experience, erleben, in a way analogous to reproducing the work, the aesthetic consciousness and its inspirational source. This Orlovnisk's conception of art appreciation, furthermore, presumes the completeness of the artist's creation, as well as the existence of a univocal binding meaning contained in the work. Gadamer takes this abstract stance toward art to be an illusion, 64, noting that all art criticism actually refutes the possibility of this view, since it makes no effort or pretense to understand works of art in this binding way. In this regard, any aesthetic theory that seeks to understand much about the artwork possesses only a secondary relationship to the work of art, a position intended to be undermined or superseded by that of philosophical hermeneutics. Historical effect and the truth of art. Richard Velkley, underlining a certain commonality in Gadamer's and Kant's aesthetic remarks, notes that they both want to preserve a suprahuman dimension of the beautiful on the basis of a turning away from theoretical metaphysics. 65. While for Kant this preservation entails connecting the beautiful, through nature, with freedom, Gadamer would locate the suprahuman in the whole ocean of the beautiful, the transmission of tradition itself. 66. Thus, what Gadamer has criticized as the abstractive aspects of the Enlightenment's emancipatory stance entail that aesthetic consciousness and historical consciousness represent only alienated forms of our true historical being. 67. In other words, while the pure work of art removes itself from sociality and finitude in aesthetic consciousness, a hermeneutically adequate relationship to art must take historicity and facticity into account. We must adopt a standpoint in relation to art and the beautiful that does not pretend to immediacy but corresponds to the historical nature of the human condition. 68. The truth of art and the truth of historical experience are thus mutually involved and indeed congruent. Due to this connection to historical effect, the hermeneutic encounter with art, so Gadamer asserts, must treat encounters with art as experiences of a different sort, as occurrences of meaning. 69. They are accordingly Erfahrungen, entailing knowledge rather than mere Orlebnis. This is where Gadamer intends to take over Kant's important insight into the non-conceptuality of imagination, and extend it into the realm of truth. Turning against the abstraction initiated by Kant, Gadamer therefore asserts an aesthetic non-differentiation, the inner entanglement of the formal and the substantial in the experience of art. 70. Instead of assuming the work to contain a fixed, if formal and incommunicable, meaning, a hermeneutic perspective understands the work in every encounter as a substantive, social, and unfinished event. 71. Gadamer is well aware of the twofold danger of such a declaration. On the one side lies the pitfall of a hermeneutic nihilism, which would recognize the social relevance of the artwork but, on the basis of its historicity and taste's inherent variability, would deny the work any lasting or binding meaning. Gadamer aims to avoid this relativist risk by accounting for our belonging to a work's effect, and by elaborating the mode of its claim upon us. Thus, though we never possess a complete understanding of a work, we are also not free from its effect. Herein lies the other side of the danger, however. The risk is that of being too deferential to the artwork and, by extension, to any claim made upon us by experience. This romanticist accusation stems from Gadamer's formulations of art experience as immersive play and ecstatic self-forgetfulness, 72, and accordingly underlines the apparent lack of critical awareness in this stance. It would be a movement of subjection that abrogates any capacity for reflection. 73. While both of these challenges extend irrationalist accusations toward Gadamer's overall sense of historical effect, the latter charge in particular would seriously endanger Gadamer's claim that hermeneutics, as an ongoing dialogue, remains aligned with the Enlightenment ideal of rational discourse. It would entail that his notion of tradition moves too closely to the sublime self-forgetfulness that characterizes the experience of art. 74. This is a variation of the charge of traditionalism that we encountered in Chapter 1, and is presumably what Oscar Becker had in mind when he accused Gadamer of religious faith in Historiegeschichtsgläubigkeit. 75. Contrary to this claim, I wish to argue that Gadamer steers clear of the Romanticist association and that his connections with Enlightenment thematics represent more than just aspirations that he fails to live up to. 76. Making this case will ultimately extend beyond a discussion of art. For now, however, it is a matter of clarifying how Gadamer's conception of the experience of art is not deferential, and therefore does not infect the concept of historical effect with an inherent subjectivism, religiosity, or anti-Enlightenment irrationalism. In this regard, it is helpful to take Gadamer's 1974 essay, The Relevance of the Beautiful, into account. Here Gadamer elaborates and clarifies his earlier description, in truth and method, of the play, spiel, that is involved in the experience of art. He notes that every work of art opens a space for this play, and draws the audience in through a sensible intelligibility. By the latter, Gadamer means that perception itself has inherent meaning content, and takes this to be the actual phenomenon of the understanding's free play with the imagination that Kant had in mind with the judgment of taste. It is not a matter of simply conjoining the sensible and intelligible, however, the issue is instead that we must think through, following Kant, what an experience of art might involve that is defined neither by the empirical nor by the concept. 77. This entails that the work confronts one with a task of intuition, Anschauung, of building it up, Aufbauen, and reading it as one would a text. 78. Here Gadamer underlines that this reading is always an accomplishment of reflection, a spiritual accomplishment. Geistige Leistung, whether I occupy myself with handed-down formations of typical artistic creation or am challenged by modern creations. The accomplishment of meaning, accretion Aufbauleistung that belongs to the play of reflection lies in the work itself as a demand. 79. From this, it is no leap to grasp what Gadamer states about the symbolic character of art experience. As symbol, that which the artwork presents is not a reference to an external and pre-existing sense. Rather, the meaning is precisely there in the work and demands to be heard. 80. It is our task as interpreters, however, to learn how to hear and understand this meaning, but since the reading and hearing of meaning requires cultivation, and not just the sort that inculcates terms and concepts for understanding artworks conceptually or historically, it is best accomplished in a community that concerns itself with such knowledge. The parsing of the unknown vocabularies presented by every work demands the development of a communicative commonality. 81. Even with these descriptions of reflective engagement and communal discourse, the conception of the experience of art as a task reveals the core issue of the irrationalist claims against Gadamer. The obligatoriness, Verbindlichkeit, with which he takes artworks, especially classical works, to be imbued represents for his critics a lamentable abrogation of critical reason, a subordination that shatters the concept of a dialogical mutuality. 82. At issue, apparently, is the authority with which works make their claims upon us. To respond to this, several points bear addressing. First, it should be clear that, while an artwork may certainly reflect the community it is a part of, the hermeneutical involvement with its truth is not simply a task imposed from the outside, stemming from religious, social, or political pressures. Neither, however, does an artwork's claim reside in a timeless, inherent value. Instead, it arises from the artwork itself, as a work that addresses one by virtue of existing in the present. This address is one of understanding. It places a demand on us when it presents the work's meaning as something to be understood. Second, contrary to misreadings of Gadamer, this demand is not something that forcefully subsumes us and robs us of agency or voice. An artwork might indeed assail us, envelop us, or make us uncomfortable. It might stand before us an eminent text, imbued with significance or validity, Geltung, by a long history of being understood and withstanding critique. In all of these cases, we become aware, via the broader horizon of historical transmission as such, of our situation of belonging to the work's effect. The fact that our consciousness is subordinate to or stands understead, this effect 83 does not mean that we relinquish our reflective capacities or the dialogical ability to respond. In fact, it is quite the opposite. The encounter with the work demands our critical response, and the work lives on only through the response, not in spite of it. The constantly self-renewing contemporaneousness, 84 the ongoing validity of a work in the present, is not achieved without its linguistic operation, and this is both reflectively and intersubjectively dialogical. With these points, one can see Gadamer working intently against a romanticist notion of involvement with the artwork. The emphasis on reflection and responsive interpretation, and the inclusion of these within a discursive context oriented by a sensus communis in the humanist sense, bespeaks an engaged experience that is far from submissive. Furthermore, the purported infective influence of Gadamer's conception of artistic truth upon historical effect is, if anything, actually quite the reverse. The beauty of meaning in art, even in the classical, is one that we always understand differently, and this engages the historicity of our existence. 85 Art thus speaks to us from our ontological ground of history and tradition. In experiencing, knowing, and understanding beauty, therefore, we are understanding from out of our historical situation, and coming to know the situation for what it is, a situation of ongoing effect. Thus, it is not the case that Gadamer's conception of the truth of art contaminates his notion of the truth claims of tradition. Rather, the experience of art uncovers the ontological fact of our situatedness in historical transmission as such. The task of bringing the contemporary and that lapidary residue of the past together is a good elucidation of what tradition always is. 86. Through this connection with our historicity, the experiential encounter with art is thus both a task and an opportunity. The demand it places, on the one hand, is for us to engage interpretively with its meaning, to listen and potentially understand something that pertains to us and our world. In this latter aspect, on the other hand, lies the opportunity. Since an experience of hermeneutic truth inherently engages our historicity, it challenges us to develop our sense of this aspect of our being, to hone our historical sensitivities such that we might interact with works all the more thoroughly and reflectively. One could think of this as a kind of formative circularity, the being at work of Bildung, in which the task of using our judgment serves both to induce our reflective awareness of it and to enhance it. Put succinctly in a way that returns us to phrasings from earlier chapters, hermeneutic encounters draw on the ontological fact of historical effect, and both require and potentially strengthen our consciousness of this historical effect. One purpose of Gadamer's discussion of art and taste, then, is just to arrive at this insight concerning judgment and cultivation, effect, and consciousness. By showing that aesthetic experience arises out of the natural and ongoing practice of understanding, it identifies this experience as knowledge and returns it to an intersubjective and historical context. In this way, it directs us far away from Kant's conception of art, and indeed points our attention to the knowledge involved in the humanist ideals. Yet Gadamer's discussion inevitably also pushes us further into Kantian issues of reflection and critique. While the understanding achieved in the hermeneutic encounter with the work of art is not strictly equatable with the reflection involved in the consciousness of historical effect, their partial congruence nevertheless provides a clue as to what this reflection entails. Gadamer's involvement with the critique of judgment is thus a way both of retrieving a notion of hermeneutic truth from within Kantian aesthetics and of facing the broader thematic of rational, emancipatory discourse with which Enlightenment thinking confronts us. It is to this issue that I will now turn. Hermeneutically rational discourse. By returning us to the question of belonging and effect, the discussion of art and taste raises to prominence again the issue of hermeneutical reflection and its limits, and brings us to the initial, overarching reason for Gadamer's necessary concern with Kant. Though the status of reflection has been a central issue over the course of the previous chapters, I have not yet fully addressed the claim that the consciousness of historical effect amounts to an anti-Enlightenment position of Geschichtsgläubigkeit. I have shown that the experience of art, in its belonging to the work, does not bleed irrationalism into an account of social or historical dialogue, but that, conversely, historical transmission and the experience of contemporaneity is the basis for the experience of art. This experience is accordingly an indication of a more pervasive belonging that envelopes all understanding. Such belonging would still promote the suspicion, on many readers' parts, that it is irrational, or at the very least entails a situation of pre-rational belief that demands decisive reflective clarification. It would thus seem to constitute a blind deference to cultural authority, precisely the force that Enlightenment thought had hoped to eradicate. This is, of course, a constellation of traditionalist and perspectivist suspicions that we already encountered in Chapter 1. By squarely confronting them again here, I can underline the way in which Gadamer evades them, formulates a notion of ethical dialogue, and thereby positions himself in proximate and fruitful tension with Enlightenment ideals. The suspicions of blind deference to tradition, Gadamer replies, are founded upon a fundamental misunderstanding both of authority as a social phenomenon and of hermeneutics as a philosophical task. With respect to the latter, Gadamer notes that his philosophical aim is not to limit the practice of understanding to a specific discipline or range of material, thereby confining it within the realm of specific cultural traditions and their claims. While hermeneutics arose historically out of an engagement with certain texts and interpretive problematics, it can today rightly be viewed as universal in scope, as pertaining to all the contexts that determine and condition the linguisticality of the human experience of the world. 87 Its range derives from the fact that finite and historical understanding is the fundamental character of our existence, and this issues in the role of hermeneutics as a task. Its practice means that we should try to understand everything that can be understood. 88 If this rules out false conceptions of hermeneutics as culturally bound or subservient, the task remains of correcting false conceptions of what understanding can achieve. Understanding is limited by virtue of its always being situated within a horizon. The immediate horizon of the historical present includes everything that one takes to be familiar, and is largely made up of one's own prejudices and intentions, but is not derived from one's agency alone. Because of this, it often includes things with which one is not entirely familiar, or which one in any case did not actively decide to bring into the situation. That is the fact of alterity or strangeness within the horizon, and one that cannot ever be eradicated. This is the finitude of thrownness, the effect of history. Yet despite banishing a notion of pure agency, this foreign element of the present horizon possesses neither the sheer bindingness of an unconditional force nor the debilitating isolation of perspectivism. To be sure, the ontological situatedness in history conditions available prejudices, but these prejudices are not themselves fixed, nor is the horizon within which they arise. Since the transmission of history is itself an ongoing movement of one great horizon, any prejudice or understanding on our part is an extension of this movement, and therefore inherently provisional. To view the situation as such, to recognize the intertwined relationship to historical transmission, is to view one's position as lying between strangeness and familiarity. Taking account of this position's transmissive movement, one comes to recognize it as revisable and open. Reaching this recognition amounts to a reflective awareness of one's situation, a consciousness of historical effect. Yet this consciousness cannot be established autonomously or by way of decision, nor can it be commanded or imposed. After all, how would one know it to be possible, or upon what authority would one choose to acquire it? It is to be gained only through the experience of negativity, by sensing first-hand the circulation between strangeness and familiarity in one's prejudices. In order to achieve any level of reflection, the involvement with historical effect itself is therefore a necessary preliminary task. Gadamer thus does not deny the possibility of a reflection that emancipates us from an inimical, unconscious embeddedness in tradition. Indeed, his conception of tradition inherently includes this possibility. After all, the provenance and development of reflective consciousness is directly tied to the experience of historical transmission itself. Because of this connection, however, and due to the constantly provisional nature of prejudices, reflection can never extricate itself from tradition. Instead, as a heightened form of historical experience, it represents a thoughtful involvement with transmission. If maintained with attentiveness to its provenance, the consciousness of historical effect is thus a dialogue with openness at its core. All of this bears crucially on what Gadamer means by the authority of tradition. This authority is just another term for the sheer fact of our horizon being beyond our control. Since the consciousness of historical effect will always be situated, its reflection will always entail more being sen than consciousness be us sane. 89 Further, as ontologically inescapable, this being cannot be treated as an unwarranted influence to be dissolved. In other words, understanding need not involve seeing through undue prejudices, but might entail taking them over. Even a stance that wished to renew itself on entirely familiar ground, and to preserve nothing of its handed-down prejudices, could not extricate itself from the need to form and engage with new prejudices. No foothold that one can gain with regard to one's situation is definitive. Instead, this situation always bears the task of renewed involvement with historical effect. Just as Gadamer showed that the encounter with art involves an aesthetic non-differentiation, so he asserts here that there is really no opposition and separation between the ongoing, natural tradition and the reflective appropriation of it. 90. What is thus frequently mistaken for an authoritarian imposition upon reflection, or a blind acceptance of influence, is in Gadamer's view merely the ongoing presence of historical effect itself, and its implicit demand for reflective dialogical engagement. Gadamer speaks of a work, idea, or event having some bearing in the present because it makes a claim. The truth of this claim, however, it is not the truth of a proposition, but simply the validity of its being contemporaneous. For whatever reason, it is a part of our present horizon, or juts up against that horizon from out of a distance within the greater horizon of transmission itself. It is part of our experience. The force sustaining this work's validity, moreover, does not reside in its claim alone, but in our conjunctive response to it. Just as authority in the usual sense depends on acceptance for its power, so the preservation of an historical effect depends on our recognition, effort, and accomplishment. It depends on our openness to negative experience. Thus, Gadamer's point regarding the authority of the past is that it is taken over reflectively, through some degree of insight. As the activity of engaging with the past has a bearing on what one takes to be valid and hermeneutically true, the dialogue with the alternity of history can be considered fallible in a broad sense. That is, depending on whether we are convinced by the past's claims, we might just as well take them over as reject them, and therein lies the freedom of our responsiveness to tradition. 91 Nevertheless, this freedom can be exercised well or poorly, and there is something of an evaluative standard by which to assess its use. At issue is whether one attends adequately enough to tradition's claims, whether one not only listens to the past, but listens with an ear toward reasons and the questionability of one's own claims. Briefly put, it is a matter of negative experience and openness. This standard of openness that consciousness employs in this dialogue does not supervene upon it from elsewhere, however. It is not a timeless standard of correctness, but is a standard of practice that is itself generated from within historical engagement. It attests to the fact that we can succeed or fail as historically reflective beings, and that this success or failure is measured according to the recognition and exercise of our finite freedom. Since the claims of our historical situation derive from the contemporaneousness of effect, everything pertaining to that effect extends to the realm of intersubjectivity as well. The task of listening and the standard of openness are therefore just as much ethical dimensions of consciousness as they are historical. The consciousness of historical effect, then, amounts to more than a solitary engagement with the contents of a personal horizon. It is instead the constant challenge of engaging adequately with the alternity that one experiences and that one can only ever partially or temporarily comprehend. Put differently, it is the task of communicating clearly, of listening deeply, and of living out our freedom as an infinite project. Based on these aspects, the consciousness of historical effect bears some, though not perfect, resemblance to an Enlightenment project of rational discourse. Far from relinquishing the standards of reason or the freedom of the individual, It accounts for their possibility and indeed requires their exercise if hermeneutical reflection is at all to be considered ethical. Further, rather than denying the possibility of progress, it involves its own peculiar sense of it, as the capacity for ongoing dialogue can certainly be honed and developed. In another peculiar proximity to Kant, Gadamer's account of historical belonging could be said to involve his own critique of judgment, inasmuch as he delimits the capacity of reflection to a constant pursuit of a universal understanding, enacted as an ethical response to a situation that offers nothing but particulars. As much as Gadamer's stance approximates an Enlightenment position, it also contains powerful criticisms of the way the Enlightenment project has been conceived over the course of its history. Thus, while Gadamer certainly maintains Kant's ongoing importance for philosophy, and views the critique of judgment in particular as a lasting challenge to our thinking, 92 he sees definite limits in Enlightenment reason and its contemporary instantiations. These pertain chiefly to emancipation, autonomy, and completion. Regarding the first, Gadamer clearly restricts the power of reason to free itself from a given situation. While consciousness is not deprived of the possibility of critically approaching and interrogating the norms and principles that dominate in a given historical situation, 93 it nevertheless cannot extricate itself from that situation as such. This amounts to a denial of isolated subjectivity or rational autonomy. Individuals can still be said to possess freedom, and this freedom in fact pervades any social or historical encounter, but the way in which it can be exercised depends greatly on a person's capacity for hermeneutical dialogue and openness. It is therefore not a transcendental power merely needing to be released from empirical chains. This, then, challenges the illusion of an infinite task inherent in rational progress. 94 Echoing the sentiment at the core of his critique of Hegel, Gadamer calls into question the notion of taking one's hermeneutic bearing from a limiting concept of perfect interaction. 95 This concept would amount, after all, to a completely congruent alignment of clear motives and performed action, a banishment of anything foreign from one's historical situation. To be sure, one might couch this concept of perfection in the language of social ideals, but Gadamer notes that even posing such an infinite task is itself already dangerous, as it sets up an expectation that we are not actually capable of fulfilling. 96 Any notion of completion involves this danger, for Gadamer. He therefore pointedly asks whether a completed enlightenment which would dissolve all human predisposition and societal prejudices is an intelligible claim. 97 By asking this, he is turning the Enlightenment's aversion to dogmatism against itself. In thus stepping back behind Kant in a crucial way, Gadamer is demonstrating the importance of humanist ideals in the conception of historical existence and the truths that are to be formulated in it. By reconnecting reflection and judgment to the exercise of a finite, situated freedom, Gadamer widens the scope of core Enlightenment concepts onto the expanse of social life from which they were originally derived. Though I have begun to trace here how the consciousness of historical effect embodies humanist ideals and relates to social life as an ethical task, I will treat these relations in more detail in the next chapter. 5. The Bildung of Community. Historical Effect and Human Conduct. Over the course of the previous 4 chapters, I have shown how Gadamer develops an expansive constellation of concepts concerning historical existence. These concepts, drawn from debates spanning 2 centuries of German thought, account for both an ontological structure of historical linguistic finitude and an intersubjective task of ongoing reflection and openness. Far from being a concession to historicist perspectivism, the historical belonging at the core of philosophical hermeneutics always entails transmission, dialogical practice, and ongoing experience. Arising from this experience is the central concept of the consciousness of historical effect, which, contrary to popular misreadings, is not a dogmatically imposed or traditionalist outlook, but a form of reflection that acknowledges our finitude and inherently transmissive movement and that takes the shape of dialogical engagement with the tradition. Accordingly, the significance of this consciousness is precisely that it avoids the respective positions of hegemonic appropriation and incommensurability, and amounts instead to a form of sensitivity to difference and alterity. In recognizing the ineluctable finitude of historical situatedness, the consciousness of historical effect is not a merely ontological perspective in the theoretical sense, in being intrinsically intertwined with the rhetorical and social elements of transmission, it carries with it an immediate ethical dimension. Further, as its task of listening and its standard of openness pertain not only to traditional cultural objects but to foreign horizons and accordingly to altruity as such, its ethical position cannot be narrowly confined to a backward-gazing judgment upon history, nor to romanticist nostalgia for unity with the past. Rather, the reflective capacities involved in the consciousness of historical effect are constantly directed toward human conduct as such, the individual's situation within a broader social horizon, and the normative questions that inherently attend such situatedness. Put differently, the consciousness of historical effect is the furthest possible reflective development of our finite mode of understanding. This is why, with Herder, Gadamer emphasizes that the task of such reflection is not an artificial end derived from any specific tradition or conception of human essence, but constitutes instead the infinite element of life, indeed the meaning of humanity, humanitat, itself. 1. This emphatic identification returns us to the theme of Gadamer's retrieval of humanist ideals. In situating Gadamer with respect to Enlightenment and Romanticist issues, the previous chapter helped prepare this theme and trace out the character of hermeneutical reflection as social reason. There, through Gadamer's critique of aesthetic consciousness, we saw that he takes judgment to be far from a groundless and formal faculty. Rather, by demanding an experiential and non-conceptual engagement with altruity, judgment opens onto a whole of human experience, along with the historical senses of memory and community, and requires an ongoing openness in order to function. Together, these therefore amount to a praxis rather than to cognitive theoretical capacities. Here we see how Gadamer delineates his own concepts in terms of humanist ideals, retrieving the latter through a connection with more recent conceptual developments brought forth through dialogue with the likes of Hegel and Heidegger. This enables Gadamer to formulate the outlines of a social reason that is not methodical or guided by impossible Enlightenment ideals, but is rooted in finitude and approximates something like Aristotle's notion of phronesis. 2. In Chapter 1, I described how Gadamer adopts the process of application entailed by phronesis to the hermeneutical task of historically situated dialogue. I also noted that the consciousness of historical effect bears more than a mere structural kinship to phronesis. Arising from and pertaining to habits within a community, they are both inherently ethical modes of understanding. Yet neither phronesis nor the reflective openness toward historical effect arises automatically or suddenly. They develop out of natural practices and on the basis of everyday experience, and because of this developmental character they can be honed and exercised well or poorly. As human practices, they arise gradually and admit of gradations. Phronesis and the consciousness of historical effect therefore involve all of the difficulties that attend to human cultivation. Their inception obviously cannot be commanded dogmatically nor inculcated through expert training. They are certainly in need of teachers, but the latter can serve at most as role models rather than as instructors of rote behavior. 3 After all, both phronesis and the consciousness of historical effect require actual first-hand experience in order to arise, develop, and become stable. The negativity of experience, its calling into question of one's presuppositions, prejudices, and motives, constitutes the fertile soil from which any reflection regarding past and present, desire and action, can arise. Not only this, but experience constitutes the very element of phronesis and the consciousness of historical effect. They both develop from out of the demands of experience, and in turn become modes of engaging with and more adequately understanding experience. This presents two significant characteristics of experience in the cultivation of these ethical positions. First, it underscores the necessity of experience being of a certain sort. If one is to cultivate an ethical stance that is both reflective and open, one must come to know the possibilities of action and the limits of one's commitments, as well as one's own tendencies and proclivities. This self-knowledge can develop, however, only by these commitments and tendencies being challenged. Without putting one's stance at actual risk in confrontation with another position, one has no sense of the validity of one's stance, nor of the possible truth of what one faces. One lacks any sense of what is questionable. Secondly, since what is at issue is the honing of an ethical sense or sensitivity, the task of cultivation reveals the need of something other than a haphazard accumulation of various experiences. If one is to become receptive to experience and capable of judging about it, one certainly needs a diverse array of challenges, but one also needs the time and setting to reflect on them and incorporate them into one's overall sense of self. Beyond its close connection to phronesis, the sensitivity entailed by the consciousness of historical effect can also be located in the humanist senses of tact, memory, and community. Gadamer takes these to contribute to our capacity for engaging in rational ethical discourse, that is, the non-conceptual, intersubjective conversation of Sittlichkeit. Further, he points out that these senses have typically arisen in confrontations with the material that forms the core of the historical human sciences, that is, the works of art, literature, philosophy, and religion that have proven to be continually challenging and formative over the course of their transmission. This partially ordered and historical confrontation is itself circumscribed by another central humanist ideal, namely that of Bildung or cultivation, and this ideal captures Gadamer's attention as a perfect embodiment of the true experience he seeks. Point 4 Bildung is the formative encounter with texts, ideas, questions, events, and figures that draws out our sense of historicity by challenging our situated stances, and like phronesis bears close resemblance to the consciousness of historical effect. Currently, this ideal of Bildung has all but disappeared from the popular discourse concerning the humanities. One tends to frame education in general in terms of inculcation of facts or, at most, as useful skill development, and this ends up engulfing the humanities as well. The dominant paradigm of data-driven decision-making demands that any educative process always be accountable to some form of testing, be it through outcome assessment or ongoing measurement. Point 5 At the scholarly level, this manifests itself in a pervasive emphasis on empirical research and attempts at technological augmentation, as when software is employed to analyze the content of literary texts. There is certainly a strain of discourse that seeks to counteract these trends, but its effectiveness remains debatable. Recent defenses of the humanities, even when delivered by scholars and public intellectuals, have tended to paint far too vague or weak a picture of what a humanistic education entails. Point 6 Stuck in a defensive position against data-obsessed and budget-driven administrators and politicians, these accounts merely advocate for the continued existence of the humanities as such, and risk characterizing these disciplines as providing mere supplementary social abilities to the sciences, skills that would lend a more humane face to pragmatic or economically minded professions. The humanities are credited with developing critical thinking or logical reasoning skills, which ostensibly allow their possessors to free themselves from the bonds of tradition and authority. Engagement with classical texts is said to generate freedom, which of course any democracy should value. Yet the conceptual underpinnings of this process, theoretical or practical, are rarely discussed, leaving only anecdotal descriptions, rather than philosophical defenses, of what a humanistic education entails. Thin accounts such as these thus lack any reference to the ontological grounding of the humanities in historical effect, and accordingly fail to adequately emphasize the pervasive ethical role that this form of cultivation can play. As mentioned, part of the reason for this omission and failure certainly lies in the defensive position the humanities have been forced to take. Due to higher education's insistence on cosmetic appearance and financial success, the current crisis of the humanities is barely even perceived beyond liberal arts departments, and it is thus an uphill struggle for the issue to even gain recognition. In this regard, works like Nussbaum's are fulfilling a necessary popular role. However, this silent crisis, while indeed a problem, is rooted in a much deeper crisis that had its climax a century ago and yet that was never adequately resolved. This was the crisis of historicism, which pitted human sciences broadly speaking against the demands of a burgeoning and empirically advantaged scientism, with the latter eventually infecting the human sciences through its formalism and paving the way for such phenomena as impact figures in scholarly publishing and the reduction of philosophy to 10 basic problems. Point 7. Heidegger, through his approach of destruction, was one of the first thinkers to have broken through the entrenchments of that earlier crisis by referring to the very ontological historical conditions that make any science possible. Point 8. In Chapter 2, I showed how Gadamer takes up Heidegger's early impetus in this regard and directs it toward a humanistic engagement with the tradition. Gadamer's claim at the outset of truth and method and sustained over the course of his career is that, despite their 19th century crisis in method, and their current crisis in confidence, support, and identity, the humanities remain connected to the ideal of cultivation, and thereby to the shaping of human conduct in general, by virtue of the fact that they have their source in the experience of historical effect. In fact, the experience of historical effect and the consciousness of it would be unimaginable without some traditional practice of reading and interpreting texts. It is through the engagement with this effect in its diverse historical guises that the humanities generate properly hermeneutical experiences, raise our historicity to awareness, and thus possess their formative and transformative capacity. That is, the humanities call forth understanding and challenge it in such a way that it becomes critically reflective yet receptive to further experience. In short, they present and fulfill the task of historical belonging. As disciplines of Bildung, they cultivate the ethical comportment of openness. By ceaselessly requiring application and its accompanying sensitivities, the humanities are, for Gadamer, the only adequate hermeneutical training through which a widespread critical consciousness can possibly arise. It is thus through engagement with and reflection upon the hermeneutical core of historical belonging that the humanities can come to constitute communities. In what follows, I will elaborate and defend this claim. The intertwined historical core of the humanities. To say that the humanities represent the only path to a reflective consciousness seems too strong a claim for Gadamer to possibly make, and one might hesitate to agree for several reasons. First, Gadamer's focus on the humanities would seem to deny the hermeneutical relevance of the natural sciences, whereas it is precisely these sciences that have seen a burgeoning interest in questions of interpretation, language, and history. Second, given his assertion of the universality of hermeneutics, the narrowing of attention to any one discipline or range thereof seems highly arbitrary. After all, as Gadamer himself underscores, hermeneutics is broader than any discipline or the arena of the Geisteswissenschaften. It reaches into all the contexts that determine and condition the linguisticality of the human experience of the world. 9. Thus, in order to reflect upon historical and linguistic situatedness, one evidently need not limit oneself to the human sciences in general, or the humanities in particular. The phenomena with which Gadamer is concerned are broader than any given area of study, and therefore cannot be aligned with any definite practice apart from human understanding as a whole. In response to the first hesitation, Gadamer points out that while the natural sciences do indeed belong to, and more recently engage with, our historical linguistic determinacies, they will always fall short of full hermeneutical reflection in the sense accounted for by philosophical hermeneutics. This is because human history is its own whole apart from natural history, bearing concerns and aims that fall outside the purview of objective verification and prediction. Point 10. To employ a Kantian distinction, this whole constitutes the realm of freedom rather than nature. This is the realm in which we continually, attempt to formulate our ultimate ends and situate our cultural progress. The praxis of life and responsibility does not admit of expert evidence or definitive proof, demanding instead an ethical approach that seeks mutual recognition and validity. Here Gadamer views the humanities as needing to overcome their subordination to the methods of natural science, and the latter as indeed needing to recognize its hermeneutical aspects. Yet one might argue that, just as positivism is no longer the dominant counterposition to hermeneutical truth in general, the target of methodology at which Gadamer takes aim here is no longer the substantive threat to the humanities. Instead, they face a deeper and more existential threat that stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of our historical nature. Facing this danger requires clarifying our ontology. By engaging with human tradition as more than a mere object of investigation, but instead as the very element of our existence, the humanities play the crucial role of addressing our normative commonalities and thereby contributing to our grasp of possibilities. They do so by being themselves of the same, singular order as the events of concrete action. This helps address the second hesitation. For rather than constituting a narrowing of focus, Gadamer's preeminent concern for the humanities stems precisely from their character of reflecting the whole of human life, always being reshaped and reconfigured as is life itself. Thus, the issue behind Gadamer's seemingly exclusive disciplinary focus is not that other areas of life lack hermeneutical character. The point is that, if we are on the whole concerned with the social rationality of hermeneutical reflection, it can be cultivated only through the experience that engenders it. This experience, moreover, stems from engagement with the interrogative texture and intersubjective character of our historical linguistic belonging, and even if this texture and character has faded from prominence in the historical human sciences, they above all are most capable of bringing it back to importance. Yet in order to raise this capacity and prompt this retrieval, the humanities of the present day are in drastic need of conceptual grounding and self-understanding, and Gadamer takes it as his task to at least make inroads in this endeavor. Point 11. The key to this clarification consists in retrieving the historical core of Bildung, the formative experience that embodies the character of the humanities for Gadamer. This should not give the impression, however, that Gadamer is merely engaged in resuscitation of a past pedagogical tradition or of its canonical content. For those readers already inclined to relegate Gadamer to romanticist irrationalism, his espousal of the Bildung ideal would appear to confirm an uncritical commitment to a specific bourgeois culture. However, Gadamer is not advocating the revival of a particular historical ideal, and in fact criticizes the romanticist attempts to sustain or rebuild a unified historical narrative at all costs. He instead takes Bildung, this core idea of the historical human sciences, to provide an insight into universal conditions of understanding that always already exist. Viewed from the present, that also means that what Gadamer considers under the guise of these disciplines is more than just a Western educational context. The humanities are part of a civilizational multiplicity, a history full of questions that will continue to challenge us. Point 12. In this way, these human sciences, like a work of art spanning centuries, are an unfinished event that reveals on a large scale what human truth can be. Point 13. By generating an experience of how truth occurs. Historically, the humanities offer instruction in the fact and the process of continual historical understanding, and present the task of an ethical comportment of openness that best sustains this understanding. Far more than simply accumulating historiographical detail, they present ontological insight combined with a normative task. They mediate a truth in which one must try to share. 14. In one sense, this sharing always already occurs, regardless of our attempts at reflecting upon it. The transmissive movement of history takes place whether we are aware of it or not. In another sense, however, it is not a shared experience until it is raised to the level of a reflective dialogue and maintains the experiential openness of this conversation. The humanities thus have their own logic. 15. Preserving experience in a different way than natural science does. They do so in an explicitly historical fashion, with reference to and reflection upon experience itself. That is, they engender and expressly employ the consciousness of historical effect that I have investigated over the course of the previous 4 chapters. The Bildung that Gadamer locates within the humanities, then, is not a specific historical bourgeois ideal, but a potential for formation and transformation in general. It is a truly historical concept, whose historical character of preservation Aufbewahrung is precisely the key point for understanding the human sciences. 16. Describing the key characteristics of this preservation or shared truth will allow me to elaborate how the consciousness of historical effect arises in the humanities, and to subsequently treat how this cultivation results in a form of community. To begin with, regarding the overall notion of preservation, it should be clear from our prior analyses that the task of the humanities is not just to naively appropriate tradition. To be sure, their path of truth is to listen to tradition and to stand in it, 17. But this attentive belonging, as we have seen from descriptions of historical effect, is anything but submissive. The point is not to apprentice oneself to and absorb a set canon or fixed array of ideas. From the broadest angle, it is not necessarily even about maintaining the relevance of specific great works and their teachings. Rather, what is preserved in the humanities lies in the effect one engages with through any historical encounter. The works and ideas of history are important not simply for the factual matter of their content, but for the comportment they reveal toward questions of human concern. To be sure, the content cannot be separated from this comportment, but that is precisely why preservation involves an encounter rather than a summary of key points. The works themselves are delineated opportunities for an experience of historical effect, they are sites of dialogical engagement, and thereby offer a demonstrative account of the various potential attitudes toward historical effect. Point 18. Thus, just as it is not the specific contents of poetry that matter in revealing what Gadamer calls the infinitely speculative nature of language, but indeed the poetic possibilities within language itself, it is also not primarily a matter of gleaning formulable historical lessons when encountering tradition as such. The objects of Bildung cannot be used up or disposed, they do not constitute momentary and sequential parts of a greater whole that could be formulated. To be sure, the history of ideas presents us with an array of thought paths of which some lead in more promising directions than others. Nevertheless, it cannot be prescribed in advance which encounter will take us further, or what our future directions will consist in. Instead, through engagement with specific works, one is faced with the open ontological basis of tradition's transmission, the ongoing historical effect with which one is irrevocably intertwined. Recognizing this intertwining of self and tradition, the reciprocally conditioned and mutually dependent relation between the subject in history and the subject matter of history, constitutes a further dimension of what Bildung preserves. The recognition amounts to the development of a hermeneutical receptivity, an ability to hear the sites of dialogical engagement as questions or claims stemming from the subject matter of tradition. While on the one hand this involves a philosophical insight into one's ontology, the confrontation between past claims and one's contemporary horizon inevitably poses an ethical task of adequate engagement. As the claims represent a strong form of negativity, this experience can be an extremely difficult challenge to meet. Coming upon an idea that challenges one's position often leads to an impulsive reaction of immediate dismissal, especially if it can be ascribed to the unenlightened mentality of a bygone age. Yet the proper engagement of recognizing this claim does not require actually taking this idea over, one might instead find one's own position strengthened through the dialogue with it. Conversely, it might also reveal that one's own position is unwarranted or at least unreflected. One of the most crucial insights that this experience can engender, then, is that one side of the relation need not be right or universally valid. Through the interplay of horizons, one can find both one's own prejudices and the claims of tradition to be unconvincing. One has then laid bare the historical space of interpretation itself, which is a space of questionability as well as one of finite freedom. Point 19. This helps underscore that the preservation in question is not a one-sided determination of the present by the past, nor is it the gradual absorption of the past into the present. As we have already had occasion to see with regard to historicist positions in Chapter 1 and Enlightenment aims in Chapter 4, the entire framing of historical reflection as being about escape from undue influences fails to properly grasp our situation and task. Any notion of leaping out of tradition's influence and beginning anew is therefore problematic and illusory. What is needed instead is a hermeneutical stance, an ethical commitment to finitude that maintains a position beyond the disjunctive attitude of self or tradition, and sustains a capacity for engaging over and over again with tradition's effect of questionability. This sustaining movement is precisely what preservation in the humanities means. It is not unlike the twofold infinity and openness elaborated in Chapter 3, through which one recognizes both the unsurveyable ground of one's historical position and the endless task of mediating between strangeness and familiarity. As such an operation of mediation, one could also describe it as a form of translation, not a matter of simply transferring a past idea into the present, it is also a matter of moving toward this idea from one's own position and without relinquishing this position. Point 20 In historical encounters, through the fusion of horizons, we learn to translate ourselves and thereby to understand differently. Since this process is never complete, and since it bears the forward and backward mobility that underlies the interplay of horizons, it can be aligned with the movement of history itself. Point 21. The task of Bildung, then, is to recognize the present possibilities generated by the intertwined relation of self and tradition, that is, to grasp the situatedness in tradition both as an effective encounter and as an ongoing dialogue. This involves attention, active reflection, and participation. The fact that Bildung takes place within the element of constant historical movement, furthermore, means that one's conversational belonging is conditioned by the decisive aspects of distance and contingency. Experientially, an initial distance will always be necessary to provide some inceptive impulse. After all, horizons cannot jut up against one another unless they at least seem to exist in themselves. Tradition, which consists in part in handing down self-evident traditional material, must have become questionable before it can become explicitly conscious that appropriating tradition is a hermeneutic task. 22 To induce the alterity necessary for such questionability is thus itself a task for Bildung, and this helps explain the continued use of certain materials over others. Point 23 Such intensification of difference creates a space of questionability, a distance within which intertwining is first uncovered and interpretation flourishes. Once generated, however, this distance performs its effectiveness all on its own. That is, once the task becomes manifest of delivering over or translating the past across a distance, it is a matter of responsive comportment. The distance of questionability reveals the contingency of specific traditions and ideas, resulting in an experience of negativity that cannot be procured within the bounds of one's present horizon. The decisive point is how one reacts to this contingency. While one is never able to escape experience as such, one can, of course, always close oneself off and deny the full force of experience. Alternatively, one can delude oneself in thinking that one's experience is complete, that no further claims can have an effect. The unique capacity of the humanities, however, lies in challenging these stances and, keeping the space of questionability open, making them less meaningful and desirable than the task of actual reflective engagement. This occurs when, through differential encounters in the space of interpretation, one develops a consciousness of one's intertwined relation to tradition. This consciousness, which is congruent with the consciousness of historical effect, involves taking one's perspective as part of the greater movement of transmission and fostering an openness to what this movement has to communicate. Yet, as just elaborated, this development is not imposed upon tradition as an external point of view upon it. The consciousness arises from engagement with, and belonging to, the movement itself. Within the activity of Bildung, history accordingly comes to possess the same maieutic capacity as that contained on a smaller scale in Platonic dialogues. We are drawn along into the activity of questioning, and through aporia and attempts at understanding we arrive at something like anamnesis, the recollection of our situatedness in a greater historical transmission. Yet just as Platonic dialogues end up generating the awareness of ignorance, so an engagement with tradition reveals an opacity in this situatedness, and throws open the question of our identity. Through involvement with the past, we indeed recognize that we have no fixed and essential nature, but it is for precisely this reason that we need tradition. Apart from the reflective engagement with our historicity, there simply is nothing to which human existence can be firmly attached. We are the experience of historical effect. The ongoing dialogue of tradition, reinvigorated and preserved in the Bildung of the humanities, is an extended and reflective form of this experience. The core of the humanities, their object of concern and the source of their cultivation, is thus the substance of history in which we always already find ourselves, and which we in fact are. The challenge that they issue is to remain constantly on the way to self-knowledge by continually engaging with this substance. The experience of historical engagement. Given that the humanities are thus not capable of teleological completion, and are not mere means to an external end, it is difficult to speak of results when describing such an education. Nevertheless, Gadamer points out that Bildung refers both to the process of cultivation and to the outcome of having been formed 24, and we have seen how one such outcome involves the commitment to ongoing preservation. I have elucidated this preservation as a reflective stance that acknowledges our belonging to the movement of tradition, but that also sees the inherent transformative possibilities in this belonging. Preservation therefore means sustaining the relation that suspends a distinct dichotomy of self and tradition, instead taking them together as the element of experience. By taking part explicitly in this experience and sustaining it, Bildung really produces nothing more than experience, or the state of having become experienced, which amounts to an openness to further experience. Bildung is thus finite and hermeneutically negative, but just herein lie its substantial formative capacities. The first such capacity, and the most fundamental, is that of revealing who or what we are. In uncovering our situatedness within the broader movement of history, the historical hermeneutical core of Bildung clarifies that we are formed by dialogical engagements, and are thus more closely identified with practices than with an essential human nature. This recognition amounts to an insight into finitude, and when taken over explicitly involves a reflective dwelling amid the transitory horizons of experience. It entails the transformative double realization both that one's situation is given but open to continual revision, and that the future consists of indeterminate new challenges for thought. This insight into hermeneutically finite subjectivity indeed poses serious tasks, such as maintaining the awareness of one's in-between nature and stemming the temptation toward fixity or sedimentation. These are actually challenges of discernment or prudence, of knowing one's acquired experiences as capable of generating adequate responses to future experience. A second crucial capacity assists in this discernment. Broadly conceived, it is the awareness of depending on something larger than oneself, be it the ongoing movement of tradition or the linguisticality of specific discourses and practices. Both of these aspects join to make up the actual texture of our human communities. Point 25. From a negative perspective, the awareness of these aspects helps relinquish or at least temper the constant desire to establish firm grounds or methods concerning one's situated involvement. One is less tempted by reason's illusions of individual control if one can trust in a broader process. It is in this relinquishment and embrace of uncertainty that one can locate a positive movement toward a notion of communal engagement. The awareness of dependence, a form of sensus communis born out of historical engagement, indeed entails a receptivity for alterity but also involves an active acknowledgement of the importance of social ties. The hermeneutic comportment brought about by Bildung includes the realization that one's identity, one's having been and one's projective possibility, is connected to the horizons and historical effect of others. Herein lies the humanities' powerful antidote to relativism, elaborating in its place the inherent good of intersubjective exchange. To be sure, this good does not carry the normative force of a rule or an a priori value, nor does it include a readily formulable standard by which to assess human interaction as a source of experience. Because of its uncertain ground and seemingly nihilistic conclusions, the historicity at the core of the humanities makes the latter extremely susceptible to influences of fashionability and power. Nevertheless, these influences are precisely what the humanities develop a sense for and guard against. By demonstrating intersubjective and historical exchange to be a practice rather than a methodical procedure, the humanities stem the general instrumentalization of human action, affecting a reversal of technique toward phronesis that is precisely to help us live in a world where there are no rules. 26. By emphasizing transmission and the differential space of interpretation, they also counteract a tendency within the sciences to normalize language and concepts, and thus hone one's judgment of particulars. Rather than being oriented toward a fixed, ideal conception of human essence or morality, the humanities continually pose the challenge of generating and questioning our own aims and standards. Through these aspects, Bildung can be seen to engender the capacity for critical reflection traced out in the previous chapter. Far more than a pedagogical device or theoretical approach to be applied in an educational setting, it is bound up with our existence as historical linguistic beings and promotes a conscious engagement with that existence. Further, Bildung is neither a regime or ideology of its own nor an instrumental social virtue that merely enables the smoother functioning of an existing regime. The experience at the heart of the humanities, the result of being experienced to which they are conducive, is thus a form of freedom. It is a freedom that is cognizant of its finitude, but equally aware of its capacity to appropriate its situation differently and thereby shape the future of humanity. Gadamer's enactment of Bildung. Despite this immense significance of the humanities for critical thought and social reason, Gadamer himself showed extreme reticence about any prescriptive statements concerning education. He refused to advocate for any specific form of Bildung, and saw that getting the historical human sciences to discover their core identity is not purely an administrative task. No matter how freely one shapes an educational framework, it cannot of itself bring about the insights described here. These insights are, by and large, a human issue, always linked to the interior life of students and the external pressures they are under. Thus Gadamer was, on the whole, quite skeptical of a critical consciousness ever arising from Bildung, noting that any education, no matter how hermeneutical, always arrives too late to exercise its truly cultivating task. Point 27. This is quite likely another point he has absorbed from Aristotle. Whether a student is attentive enough in a lecture course on ethics, and experienced enough to understand its significance, depends almost entirely on how she has been raised. Point 28. Gadamer's analogous position would seem to claim that our familial experience prior to academic Bildung greatly determines, and potentially undermines, the latter's effectiveness. Yet this claim, if taken too far, would seem to advocate a quietism concerning education, and relegate philosophical hermeneutics to a merely descriptive role in matters of cultivation. Indeed, Gadamer underscores that his philosophy shows what does occur in understanding, not what should occur. Point 29. Yet given his insistence on the interconnection of theory and practice, and given everything I have elaborated here concerning the ethical implications of his core concept of historical effect, it remains significant that the humanities, more so than any other single field of human activity, can engender the form of reflection that properly engages our historical nature. Gadamer is well aware of this significance, and does not believe it impossible for the humanities to survive and succeed, but ultimately considers there's a barely solvable task of recognizing the new and the fruitful in historical engagement. Point 30. A crucial requirement for this success is the development of historical sensitivity and the ability to recognize good or classical examples. What is surprising about Gadamer's reticence and tone here is the fact that he himself embodies the sensitivity and finesse for exemplars. His was a lifetime of new and fruitful involvement with historical effect, and of attentive yet critical listening to the claims of tradition. The central 3 chapters of the present investigation attest to this interpretive capacity. Gadamer leaves a distance and questionability in place throughout his conversations with other thinkers. Perhaps taking a cue from his early experience as a student of Heidegger's, Gadamer pursues a similar aim to the once hidden king, that of making history come alive. 31. Given this aim, one might therefore even say that Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics performs the justification of its core concepts as much as it offers a theoretical defense of them. He may not offer a decisively prescriptive account of hermeneutics' educational capacity, but his stance is far more than observationally descriptive. The account and resuscitation of humanist ideals, announced at the outset of Truth and Method, is a matter not of mere historiographical research or objective proof of their validity, but of a present enactment that performatively reveals their pertinence. Historical understanding is shown to be central to social life not through a detached argument, but through Gadamer's own undergoing of Bildung by the tradition he engages with. The consciousness of historical effect thereby ceases to be just a concept with strong theoretical entailments, but instead becomes a guiding principle of conduct. The concept is universal and cognitive in that it underlies all understanding, but Gadamer exemplifies a grasp of its productive and normative dimensions as well, taking to heart the task of a continual and questionable dialogue. Through this conjunction of the structure and task of historical reflection, the joining of praxis and a deep conceptual grasp of our ontology, Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics offers a crucial contribution to the strengthening of the humanities. It shows how an engagement with the claims of tradition induces philosophical insights, and how these glimpses into our ontology, in turn, bear immediately upon the ethical practices of everyday life. By virtue of these efforts, Gadamer is able to correct false thinking about what the human sciences and the conduct of life are. 32 This correction itself, no matter how cogent, cannot stand as a fixed solution. There remains the ongoing task of understanding and applying it. The success of the humanities, and of Gadamer's contribution to them, depends largely on how we take up the work of tradition, how we continue the transmission of historical effect through conversation. Conclusion. I began the present work by treating the phenomenon of a moralizing historiography that fixates the past into a permanent and univocal lesson. Contemporary reactions register an intuitive problem with this tendency. The past does not mean the same from one generation to another. However, it is far more challenging to precisely account for the falsity of univocity. One needs an alternative account of how the past continually achieves a different significance, of how history's meaning is not complete but fluid. This must, at the same time, avoid the pitfall of emptying all meaning from history. It is a question, therefore, of identity and movement, of self and tradition. The intervening 5 chapters have tried, on the basis of Gadamer's concept of historical effect, to elaborate this alternative account of historical meaning, and have thereby hopefully provided ample evidence against historical fixation by correcting the false conception of historicity that underlies it. While Gadamer never formulated a concise, direct rebuttal of historical sedimentation, his stance as a whole is deeply attuned to this issue, and a synthesis of his works can therefore offer a conceptual framework to reveal and critique its dangers. Broadly speaking, Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics challenge any approach that limits truth to methodically achieved results. This goes for the linguistic normalization of phenomena that occurs in the social sciences, as well as for the general tendency to relegate anything beyond scientific method to the realm of the subjective. Following a long tradition of thought, Gadamer points out that there are structures conditioning subjectivity, and that by investigating these, we can arrive at conditions of an understanding that, while always temporary and revisable, is no less true than the facts of science. In Chapter 1, I honed in on these historical conditions of understanding, the opaque conceptual realm from which most misunderstandings of historical meaning arise. These misunderstandings, of purported elevation or immediacy in history, typically fail to acknowledge both our situatedness within tradition and the necessity of continual mediation with that situation. Since these latter concepts are themselves prone to misunderstanding, however, I elaborated how Gadamer employs the notion of an interplay between self and tradition to avoid the charges of traditionalism on the one hand and incommensurabilism on the other. This intertwined relation, it turns out, does not prioritize one term over the other, nor is it a process that can conceivably be contained or come to an end. The relation is equatable with the transmission of tradition itself, with the ongoing nature of historical effect. Here I noted a strange ambiguity. Although historical effect constitutes an ontological condition as opposed to a choice, one can nevertheless engage with it in various ways. The relation between self and tradition can be exercised with more or less reflectivity, making the genesis and degree of this reflectivity into essential areas of interest. When Gadamer accounts for our consciousness of historical effect, he makes clear that this awareness does not extricate itself from the chiasmic relation to tradition. There is thus no possible total reflection of the effect. Instead, the fullest self-understanding granted by historically affected consciousness amounts to an insight into the constantly shifting nature of one's horizon within the overall movement of tradition. It involves seeing tradition as a space of questionability. While this is fundamentally an insight into the historicity of our existence, it also brings with it a practical demand of remaining open for further experience. It involves at once both an ontological structure and an ethical task. In subsequent chapters, I took the unpacking of this ambiguity as my chief aim, noting its inherent themes of sociality, freedom, and reflection. In Chapter 2, I began developing these themes through an elucidation of Gadamer's relation to Heidegger on the topic of historical belonging. Gadamer adopts his teacher's ideas of historicity and finitude, yet ends up formulating quite different conclusions concerning historical occurrence and situatedness. Through this difference, I also began to delineate how, in his relation to Heidegger, Gadamer combines a conceptual account and performative enactment of the freedom within tradition. Gadamer thereby immediately shows what it means to belong to the historical effect of a significant thinker. 1. To present this effect from Heidegger's side, I began by tracing the notion of destruction, which expresses the possible renewal of the questionability of traditional, sediment concepts through a movement of enactment, but at the same time also requires reflection upon the self's own enacted structure as a basis for this retrieval. It thus involves a dual aim of fluidity and transparency, and with these raises the task of an ongoing repetition of meaning. The authenticity of this repetition, its recognition of thrownness and enactment of finite freedom, becomes the measure of the adequate appropriation of history. Yet this appropriation itself occurs with the broader movement of time itself, so the question of tradition ushers in the deeper problem of how to account for temporality as such. Heidegger takes previous accounts of this to be unsatisfactory, and identifies the entire history of philosophy with an obliviousness concerning the event-like nature of temporality. It is this event to which the tradition itself belongs, and to which a new form of thinking must attune itself. Such thinking bears the task of belonging so exclusively to the event that prior historical determinations, including those of language, lose their force, yet of nevertheless seeking this belonging as a current historical position. Inspired both by Heidegger's conceptions of enactment and thrownness, and by his reliance on Aristotelian ideas, Gadamer in his own way undertakes an investigation of how historical understanding develops concretely. Although he is concerned to draw out and bolster ontological and protreptic themes from Heidegger, there are considerable differences in how philosophical hermeneutics conceives of the ongoing task of historical belonging. The differences pertain to both language and historicity. At the core of each of these lie the tasks of repetition and retrieval, situations in which Gadamer chooses to underscore the possibility of continuity and openness over Heidegger's emphasis on severance and dismantling. Gadamer does not think that a distance from tradition, a new form of thought or language, is actually necessary or possible, and instead advocates an attentive and dialogical approach to tradition's transmission. For him it is an inherently interrogative and intersubjective task that still maintains the core of finite freedom that Heidegger had uncovered in Being and Time. Gadamer turns to Hegel for an elaboration of this freedom, and Chapter 3 accounted for the grounds and results of this engagement. The reasons for Hegel's attractiveness on this topic stem from his exacting account of the negativity of human experience and from his insights into the historicity and intersubjectivity of thought. He underscores mediation, interwovenness, and mutual participation as fundamental aspects of historical existence, and thereby helps bolster Gadamer's conception of dialogue within the consciousness of historical effect. To this extent Hegel's ideas do not supplant, but instead complement, Heidegger's. Nevertheless, to arrive at this influence requires a similar internal critique as occurred with Heidegger, in which Gadamer transposes or translates Hegel's systematic ideas of infinity and dialectic into a framework that, while still infinite in crucial respects, is more open to human historicity. One aspect of this opening involves the resuscitation of limits of reflection from within Hegel's science of logic and phenomenology. Regarding the latter, Gadamer draws on the substance of experiential mediation as an intersubjective realm, pointing to the process of reconciliation that can never be completed by any particular subject. In the realm of objective spirit, this takes the shape of morality, where the good must always be established and where the success of this endeavor cannot be methodically assured. Even at the level of absolute knowing, Hegel acknowledges its identity with history itself, making the latter into the finite texture of consciousness. Yet to Gadamer an absolute knowledge of historicity is an impossible idea. Here I began to trace his growing distance from Hegel, namely in the denial of full reconciliation between self and tradition. Contrary to Hegel's suppositions, consciousness in Gadamer's view cannot retrieve its origins and full identity. There is an infinity of possibility both at the developing, futural end of subjectivity and at its root point of historical belonging. I presented this critical aspect again in light of Hegel's philosophy of history, which accounts only for a residual, futural infinity that remains after the past has been mediated and subsumed. Based on the fact that consciousness always remains intertwined with historical effect, Gadamer denies the possibility of ever grasping our historical situatedness with this level of finality, clarity, or determinacy. Gadamer's opening of Hegel's thought is thus not merely an infinitization of a metaphysical consumptive outlook. Despite Hegel's insights into open-ended dialectical movement, Gadamer emphatically stresses the need to admit of an openness in another direction, an experience that exceeds the omnipotence of reflection too. To show that this experience nevertheless allows for freedom within history, that it does not involve a relinquishment of critical capacities in the face of authority, Chapter 4 pursued this issue of reflection into Enlightenment thematics. In broad agreement with Kant on the notion of an emancipatory consciousness, Gadamer notes the capacity and task of hermeneutical thought to free us from the unquestioned authority of sediment ideas. Further, in line with Kant's warning about reason overstepping its bounds, Gadamer continues his emphasis on the limits of reflection, yet eventually also brings these limits to bear on Kant's thought itself. I accordingly showed Gadamer to be more indebted to Enlightenment ideas than is commonly believed, but also highly critical of their trajectory and implications. A crucial problem with the Enlightenment's trajectory is that it paves over a conception of truth that accounts for historical belonging and its ethical ramifications. This conception, revolving around earlier humanist ideals of tact, taste, cultivation, memory, judgment, and a communal sense, was gradually relegated from public life to subjective feeling through a discourse greatly influenced by Kant's third critique. By reducing the capacity of taste to a formal feeling, and by separating the experience of art from the realm of intersubjective and experiential truth, the critique of judgment initiates a movement of aesthetic abstraction that eventually uproots humanist ideals from their historical and ethical setting. Further, with taste conceived as a fixed ideal, it loses all connection to Bildung, the cultivated yet continually open space of experience at the center of the humanities. Gadamer urges us instead to view the experience of art as a substantive, historical, and unfinished event. 3. And this is where we encountered the strongest criticism of Gadamer's position. Many take him to espouse a romanticist irrationalism that blindly submits to the authority of tradition. Far from entailing such a subjugation, however, Gadamer's stance lays bare our historicity and its concomitant intersubjective task. To grasp the unknown vocabularies presented by every work indeed requires the development of a communicative commonality, for a cultivation of taste as a communal sense. The suspicions of deference to tradition, then, are founded upon a fundamental misunderstanding both of authority as a social phenomenon and of hermeneutics as a philosophical task. What is thus mistaken for an authoritarian imposition is in Gadamer's view merely the ongoing presence of historical effect itself, with its intense questionability and implicit demand for reflective dialogical engagement. In reconnecting reflection and judgment to the exercise of a historically situated freedom, Gadamer thus widens the scope of Enlightenment concepts back onto the expanse of ethical life from which they were originally derived. I thus showed, through various conceptual frameworks and conversations with significant thinkers, how he connects the consciousness of historical effect to the practical conduct of a human life and to the humanist ideals that once addressed that conduct. While maintaining no illusions of complete reflection, he imbues this consciousness with the tasks of attentive understanding and critical openness, identifying it directly with Aristotle's virtue of phronesis. In the fifth and final chapter, I underscored the ways in which Gadamer takes the practice of Bildung to fulfill an intermediary role between historical understanding and human conduct by cultivating a critical hermeneutical consciousness that reflects and addresses the concerns of practical life as such. The structured encounter with texts and ideas, central to the practice of the humanities, generates an experience of the historicity of understanding. What is generative here is not the specific content of the works that would purportedly stand on its own apart from our engagement. Rather, as themselves sites of questionability and questioning, these objects uncover what it means to be enmeshed in tradition, namely to be dialogically engaged. They constitute a conversation that, if one attends to it, will address one and draw one in. The receptivity to this address is one initial result of a hermeneutical Bildung. Yet along with this receptivity comes the capacity for seeing the interpretive space of history as such. By grasping the ontology of this space, in recognizing that neither self nor tradition stands alone and needs be correct in a fixed sense, but that they will instead continually connect in different ways, one acquires the ability to translate across this differential space and remain open to its continual development. This, in turn, engenders the sort of freedom and openness required for the adequate engagement with any alternate. It communicates the inherent good of exchange, while supplying the capacities through which to navigate it. The Bildung of the humanities thus ideally amounts to a kind of hermeneutical training. Unfortunately, the current discourse surrounding the humanities utterly fails to address the historical hermeneutical core of their identity, and therefore also tends to overlook their ethical potential. Rather than looking to their ontological foundations in a time of crisis, the humanities defend themselves either by donning the costumes of science or by explicitly fleeing the domain of truth. They thereby become sediment into the issues of Problemgeschichte and canonization or dissolve into the perennial waves of cultural interest. While Gadamer himself does not offer a simple antidote to these developments, his account of historical understanding and its rootedness in Bildung provides a solid defense of the humanities as an ethical practice. In his own philosophical conduct, moreover, Gadamer gives us a lived example of what attentive and productive listening entail. We would do well to share in his experience, as one does with the Phronimos.